Chapter 81. Are you still a virgin? After the dice were thrown, Suji quickly closed her eyes. All the spectators surrounded the three of them in the middle. 2. Suji, you lost. Suji heard the shout and opened her eyes to find that the side of the dice that was up was indeed a 2. She had lost. Suji smiled helplessly and had to accept Jiang Ting's questions. Everyone looked at Jiang Ting excitedly, wondering what kind of tricky questions she would ask. Suji, please listen to the question. Jiang Ting deliberately created a tense atmosphere. Suji straightened her back and said, "Today, I'll have to try my best." Suji, are you still a virgin? Pop. As soon as Jiang Ting finished speaking, the onlookers burst into laughter. What kind of question is that? Suji's face turned red. She looked up at Jiang Ting. Was she deliberately making things difficult for her? Jiang Ting, can we change the topic? Suji tried to plead for herself. No, you have to honor your wager. Jiang Ting was adamant. Suji gritted her teeth and said, no. Her answer immediately ignited the entire audience, and the excited laughter of the men and women in the next box startled everyone. A tall, handsome figure walked out of the box with long legs. Suji, who did you give your virginity to? Suji, everyone says that losing your virginity hurts. Was it painful for you the first time? Suji, the man who took your virginity, was he able to satisfy you later? Suji, I want to know if he is big? For a moment, Suji was like a celebrity being besieged by reporters. Once someone started, everyone else also tore off the veil of modesty, asking all kinds of embarrassing questions. After all, it wasn't them who had to answer. The lewd remarks came one after another, and these people had a taste of looting in the fire. Suji was really a little angry. Usually these people look like they are well-mannered, polite, virtuous, but I didn't expect that a topic about whether or not she was a virgin would make them so excited. I don't know if they were so excited because they were interested in the topic itself or because they were interested in her first time. Suji picked up a bottle of wine and slammed it down on the table a few times. The voices of the people immediately went down. Do you want to know what it feels like to lose your virginity? Do you want to know? Yes, tell us. Yes. Suji picked up the bottle of wine again and slammed it on the table a few times. If you've already had it, don't pretend to be innocent here. If you haven't, find someone to experience it for yourself tonight. It's better to try it once than to hear about it 100 times, right, Jiang Ting? Suji's voice became a little harsh, and she suddenly raised her voice several times. Those who were making trouble immediately calmed down a little. Suji looked at Jiang Ting, who was gloating on the side. She suddenly felt that today's Jiang Ting seemed to be deliberately targeting her. Don't ask me, I don't know. Jiang Ting pretended to be shy. Suji snorted in her heart, come on, let's continue to play. Having reached this point, Suji suddenly let go. She had answered all the questions, so what else could possibly stump her? She knew that Zhang Hanlu and Jiang Ting were in the same boat, but you can't fake a roll of the dice. It's all about luck. Although she was now 2-1, she didn't think there was anything to be afraid of. It was all a matter of probability. It was just that she had a slightly higher chance of losing, but as long as she won once, that would be fine. Are you sure you want to play again? Zhang Hanlu asked again with some disbelief. I'm sure. I'll roll first this time. Suji said, grabbed the dice and threw them. 6. Suji was confident. Roll again. It's still a 6. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Gigi, come on, you must win this time. Li Zhuoyue shouted encouragement from behind Suji. She had just seen Suji being bullied and was so angry that she was about to die. She hoped that Suji would win this time and then make life difficult for Jiang Ting. Everyone is a colleague, and they see each other every day. Li Zhuoyue especially doesn't understand why Jiang Ting would ask such an embarrassing and private question. Everyone had played the game, but no one had asked such an impolite question that invaded someone's privacy. The only explanation is that Jiang Ting is deliberately making things difficult for Suji. At this point, Suji picked up the dice for the third time, and once again, she threw the dice into the air without hesitation. Soon the dice landed on the table with a crack. Oh, it's still a 6. The mood of the audience was once again ignited. 3 times it was 6, it's probably the heavens helping Suji. Li Zhuoyue excitedly hugged Su Ji. Ji, you're amazing. Su Ji narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhang Hanlu and Jiang Ting. The two of them looked a little unpleasant. Jiang Hanlu asked Jiang Ting, Ting, do you think you should go first or me? Jiang Ting was a little upset. You go first, I'll go last. After Zhang Hanlu had rolled the dice 3 times, the total was 13. It was finally Jiang Ting's turn. She held the dice in her hand and hesitated for a long time. She wanted to roll 3 sixes in a row, but she didn't think she had that kind of luck. Now she just hoped to beat Zhang Hanlu by 1 point. Zhang Hanlu also stared at Jiang Ting tightly. In her heart, she kept praying for Jiang Ting, don't beat me, don't beat me. At this time, Jiang Ting took a deep breath and then threw 3 times in a row. The total score was 8. Woo! Everyone let out a long sigh, and Jiang Ting looked down and her heart suddenly felt cold to the core. Zhang Hanlu also let out a long breath. She had been worried sick. I lost. You can ask. Jiang Ting puffed out her chest, looking fearless. She had already asked the most difficult questions, and she was curious to see what Su Ji could come up with. Chapter 82 Brother, Su Ji is bullying me. Jiang Ting, what is your relationship with the flower-armed man who rear-ended you last night? Flower-armed man? Everyone was shocked to hear this. In everyone's impression, people with large tattoos are all linked to the underworld. But Jiang Ting looked sweet and cute, like a girl next door, so it was impossible to associate her with those people. The slender figure standing at the door couldn't help but frown. What is going on with this Su Ji? Is she saying this on purpose to get back at Jiang Ting for embarrassing her just now? As soon as Su Ji asked the question, everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting was originally waiting calmly to answer Su Ji's questions, but when she heard Su Ji ask this question, she suddenly panicked. How did she know who was the person who rear-ended her car yesterday? Did she see it when she passed by? Thinking about this, Jiang Ting calmed down and quickly hid the panic in her eyes. He hit my car. If I have to say anything about my relationship with him, it would be the relationship between the perpetrator and the victim. Su Ji, you're not making this up because Ting just asked you a rather personal question, are you? Zhang Hanlu thought that Su Ji was making things up to slander Jiang Ting. Yes, Su Ji, there are car accidents on the street every day. Do the people who are hit have a relationship with the perpetrators? Su Ji, do you think that the person who rear-ended Jiang Ting did it on purpose? Su Ji, do you have any evidence? Then quickly lay it out for everyone to evaluate. There were those who questioned, those who disagreed, and those who were waiting to comment in depth. You really don't know him? You don't have any relationship with him? Su Ji asked Jiang Ting again as if to confirm. Hearing Su Ji ask this question, and seeing her calm eyes, Jiang Ting's confidence in herself just collapsed. She couldn't possibly have any evidence. Su Ji stared at Jiang Ting, her panic, unease, and involuntary twitching of the corners of her mouth, every subtle expression fell into Su Ji's eyes. She really is not as simple as she seems. Su Ji, don't talk nonsense here. I don't know him, and I have nothing to do with him. You can't stand losing, you're slandering, you can't afford to play, you're taking revenge. Jiang Ting was overwhelmed by her fear and suddenly became hoarse. She shouted at Su Ji. She was afraid that her elaborate disguise would be ruined by Su Ji, and even more afraid that the wealth that was almost within her grasp would vanish into thin air. Is that really the case? Before the accident, everyone on the street could hear the things he said to you. Su Ji, I'm going to fight you. You're spreading rumors. You're slandering me. Jiang Ting didn't know whether she was angry or scared, but she couldn't help but tremble. When that man with the tattooed arm walked past me, I heard him say that he would not recognize me after he married a rich man. Ah! Jiang Ting suddenly let out a scream, then rushed at Su Ji like a mad beast, and kicked her in the face. It all happened so fast that no one expected Jiang Ting to attack, and there was a sudden burst of exclamations from the crowd. Su Ji didn't expect Jiang Ting to be so angry and lose her temper. She knew what it meant if she kicked her in the stomach. She instinctively protected her stomach with one hand and desperately tried to step back, but there were people all around her, so she had nowhere to go. Fortunately, Li Zhuoyue reacted quickly. She pushed hard against the people behind Su Ji, and finally managed to make a gap for Su Ji. Without support, Su Ji's body fell back involuntarily, and Jiang Ting's kick did not actually land on her stomach. Even so, Su Ji was still unable to withstand it, and she covered her stomach and squatted on the ground. Jiang Ting reached out again and grabbed Su Ji's long hair. "Stop!" A cold and stern voice suddenly sounded, startling everyone in the box. "Mr. Liu." Everyone then saw that Liu Jiucheng had stood at the door without knowing when, and everyone backed away. Liu Jiucheng's eyes were covered with a layer of frost. He walked up to Jiang Ting and Su Ji. At this time, Jiang Ting was still holding Su Ji's hair in her hand. When she saw Liu Jiucheng, she let go of her hand and pouted, throwing herself into Liu Jiucheng's arms in great distress. "Brother, Su Ji bullied me. You have to do something about it." Jiang Ting began to sob. Her face was as if she had been through a lot of suffering, and Liu Jiucheng's heart suddenly felt a little tight. Liu Jiucheng reached out and patted Jiang Ting's back a few times, as if to comfort her, or to affirm her, as if to say that he would support her. Liu Jiucheng's actions made everyone present look straight at him. Is this still the same CEO who was always so cold? It turns out that President Liu also has a gentle side. All the women present secretly envied and resented him. Jiang Ting, what kind of virtue does she have that she can get such a favor from their male god? At this moment, Liu Jiucheng's eyes darkened, and his voice was unusually cold as he shouted at Su Ji, "Su Ji, aren't you going too far?" Su Ji heard Liu Jiucheng's rebuke and her heart tightened. Due to abdominal pain, she squatted on the ground without even raising her head, let alone refuting him. Jiang Ting, who was lying in Liu Jiucheng's arms, glanced at Su Ji with the corner of her eye and saw that she was humbly crouching there, thinking that she was afraid. "Su Ji, you know now that you have offended the wrong person. It was a close call." She almost got trampled on the ground by Su Ji, but fortunately she reacted quickly enough to prevent her from saying the rest of her words. "What's more, I didn't expect Liu Jiucheng to come, and he came just in time. Su Ji, you just wait until you leave Changjiang. Humph, you dare to fight with me? Don't you know who my backer is?" Jiang Ting Liu Jiucheng's arms, the corners of her mouth curled up in a smug smile. At this moment, Liu Jiucheng suddenly shouted outside, "Zheng Hui." Zheng Hui walked in. "Mr. Liu, take Jiang Ting back." Liu Jiucheng then whispered to Jiang Ting, "Let Zheng Hui take you back first, and I will take care of the rest." Jiang Ting responded softly, and then followed Zheng Hui. Liu Jiucheng's cold eyes quickly swept the people in the box. The air pressure in the entire box suddenly dropped several degrees, giving people a feeling of suffocation. Everyone was afraid of getting burned, so they didn't dare to make a sound, and they stared at their toes. "You can all disperse now." As soon as he said this, everyone grabbed their things and hurriedly fled, as if they had been granted amnesty. Su Ji was still crouching on the ground, and Li Zhuoyue went up and pulled her arm. "Ji, let's go." Su Ji stayed behind. Liu Jiucheng's sharp voice rang out again. Li Zhuoyue was scared and her whole body trembled. She looked at Su Ji with concern. Su Ji looked up and patted the back of Li Zhuoyue's hand. "Zhuoyu, you go first." Li Zhuoyue didn't dare to linger any longer, and she left with her bag. After everyone had left, Liu Jiucheng closed the door to the private room and pulled up a stool to sit in front of Su Ji. He held up 2 fingers and lifted Su Ji's chin. "You just said that Jiang Ting knew the driver who rear-ended her. What's going on?" Chapter 83, accidentally made one more bull. Su Ji twisted her head to try to get away from Liu Jiucheng's frivolous behavior. But Liu Jiucheng clasped her jaw with a few fingers. Su Ji's eyes were suddenly filled with anger, and she stared straight at Liu Jiucheng. "Even if I tell you, I'm afraid Mr. Liu won't believe me." She had just witnessed Liu Jiucheng's genuine affection for Jiang Ting, which he had never shown her before. Liu Jiucheng came up and said she was excessive without distinguishing right from wrong. Why didn't he ask who was the first to be excessive? "You haven't even said anything yet, so how do you know I don't believe you? Are you really making things up like Jiang Ting said, trying to slander her? Who made up the story?" Su Ji glared at Liu Jiucheng angrily. "It really is different when you are the favored one. Even if she lies, people still think that someone is spreading rumors about her. Tell me, what's going on?" Liu Jiucheng impatiently released the hand that was holding Su Ji's chin. Su Ji calmed her anger. The man who hit her last night was a man with a tattoo on his arm, driving a black convertible. Jiang Ting was running in front of him, and he was chasing after her, cursing her for not recognizing him as her old lover after she had found a rich man. If Mr. Lu didn't believe her, he could ask someone to check the surveillance footage from yesterday to see who was lying. Lu Jiuqing raised his hand and pinched his eyebrows, then took out his phone and made a call. Check the surveillance camera for me. President, where is the surveillance camera? Which road? Lu Jiuqing turned his head towards Su Ji. Jiangnan Road. Su Ji thought about the time after she said that. It was probably around 9 o'clock. She added, it was around 9 o'clock. Jiangnan Road, last night at around 9 p.m., a red Maserati was rear-ended. Can you check to see if you can retrieve the photo of the driver of the car that caused the accident? Remember to send me the photo. Okay, Mr. Lu. After Lu Jiuqing finished his call, Su Ji slowly stood up from the ground, leaning on the wall. May I ask if I can leave now? Lu Jiuqing sat there, his back against the table, his eyes half closed, and he didn't speak for a long time. Su Ji wanted to leave quickly and couldn't wait for Lu Jiuqing to answer before she lifted her foot and tried to walk out. Perhaps she had been crouching for too long, her legs had gone numb and she lost her balance, falling forward. Lu Jiuqing quickly grabbed her waist from behind. What's wrong? Lu Jiuqing's tone was somewhat urgent, and he even reached out and touched Su Ji's forehead. It's nothing, my legs are numb. Su Ji tried to break free from Lu Jiuqing's embrace. Lu Jiuqing, however, picked her up in his arms. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Go home. Put me down, I can walk by myself. Su Ji was anxious. What if someone from the secretary's office was here and saw her? No, you can't leave. I can, you have to let me down. Su Ji kept wriggling in his arms. I said no, and that's final. Be good. Lu Jiuqing said this and already lifted his leg to step out of the compartment. Hey, Jojo, you're not playing anymore. Lin Weinie's voice came from behind. Su Ji was so embarrassed that she quickly buried her head in Lu Jiuqing's arms. You guys go ahead. Lu Jiuqing didn't even turn his head. Tonight, a friend of Lin Wenyang returned from abroad, and Lin Wenyang invited Lu Jiuqing out to relax together. He didn't expect to run into someone from Changjiang here and cause such a scene. You're a guy who values sex over friendship. Lin Wenyang shouted at Lu Jiuqing. He had already seen that Su Ji was in Lu Jiuqing's arms. When there was a commotion next door, he and the little girl in his arms were having fun, so he didn't go out to see what was going on. He didn't see Lu Jiuqing go back for a long time, so he thought about coming out to take a look, and saw Lu Jiuqing holding Su Ji coming out of the private room. He thought Su Ji was drunk. Lu Jiuqing carried Su Ji to the passenger seat of his Rolls-Royce. The whole time, Su Ji buried her head in his arms, afraid that she would be recognized. After getting into the car, Su Ji dared to lift her head. Neither of them noticed that someone in the car in front of them had raised a camera at them. Mr. Lu, I also drove my car. I'd better drive my own car home. Su Ji suddenly remembered that he had driven tonight, so he wanted to push the door down. Fasten your seatbelt. Lu Jiuqing had already started the car. But my car. I'll have someone drive you back. Mr. Lu, my legs are no longer numb. Lu Jiuqing didn't say a word, lightly pressed the accelerator with his toes, and the car drove forward. Su Ji looked at him speechless. What was wrong with this guy? When she had a conflict with Jiang Ting, he clearly saw Jiang Ting grabbing her hair when he came in. He didn't ask her to clarify the situation before helping Jiang Ting scold her for being too much. She thought he was really angry. It's only been a short while, but he wouldn't even let her walk, he carried her straight into the car, and he insisted on being the driver. Is this person brain damaged? Su Ji was still angry at Lu Jiuqing for scolding her, so she kept her face cold throughout the whole journey. Lu Jiuqing was driving the car when he suddenly reached over and grabbed her hand in his palm, rubbing her thumb gently. Su Ji tried to pull her hand back in anger, but Lu Jiuqing sensed her intention and held it tighter. Su Ji helplessly leaned her head back against the back of the chair, ignoring him and letting him hold her hand. She soon relaxed against the back of the chair and fell asleep without realizing it. When she felt someone holding her, she quickly opened her eyes and realized that they had already arrived home. Lu Jiuqing was about to carry her out of the car. Seeing that she was awake, Lu Jiuqing stopped forcing her. After they got home, Lu Jiuqing asked her if she was hungry. Suji thought about it and said she wasn't. In fact, she was still a little hungry, but she didn't want to talk to Lu Jiucheng. Lu Jiucheng asked her to take a shower first. When Suji came out of the bathroom, 2 bowls of steaming tomato and egg noodles were already on the table. Lu Jiucheng was peeling a durian in his hand. Are you done? Come and eat. I'm hungry and want to eat some noodles. I accidentally made too much, so I'm going to throw it away. Come and eat it with me. Lu Jiucheng's tone was indifferent, as if he really had made too much of the noodles. Suji glanced at it and said, I don't want to eat it. You can eat it yourself. Lu Jiucheng's face darkened at the news. Suji, you are becoming more and more unruly. I am ordering you to sit down and eat. Chapter 84, You Wait for Me. Under the pressure of this powerful person, Suji dared not disobey, obediently sat down and ate the bowl of noodles. After finishing the bowl of rice, Suji realized that her appetite was surprisingly good today. She hadn't eaten this much in a long time. Lu Jiucheng saw that she had finished eating all the rice and his mood improved inexplicably. He took the bowl in front of Suji and placed the peeled durian in front of her. You bought durian? When did you buy it? Suji forgot for a moment that she was still angry with him and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The Honorable Lu de President actually bought durian. As she ate the durian, she couldn't help but imagine Lu Jiucheng carrying a durian on the street. A dignified and extraordinary CEO with a stern expression carrying a durian in his hands. Suji thought about it and thought that the picture was very funny. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter made Lu Jiucheng laugh in bewilderment. He looked at Suji like an idiot, laughing. When he was done laughing, he quickly finished eating and went to bed. Suji finished the durian in 2 bites and then got up to put the tableware away in the kitchen. It feels good to be full, and I have the strength to move. Her stomach was a bit sore, and she didn't know if Jiang Ting's kick had hurt the baby in her stomach. If it still hurt tomorrow, she would have to go to the hospital to have a look. After tidying up the kitchen, Suji walked into the bedroom, and Lu Jiucheng was already in bed after washing up. Suji lay down next to him, and Lu Jiucheng leaned over to smell her hair, then reached out and gently rubbed her head. Does it hurt? What? Suji didn't react for a moment. Lu Jiucheng didn't say anything, and reached out to run his fingers through her hair. Suji finally understood. Was he worried about her? Fortunately, it wasn't very painful, just a little stomachache. Suji was a little moved by Lu Jiucheng's sudden concern. She lowered her guard and told him coquettishly that she had a stomachache. Lu Jiucheng saw Jiang Ting kick her. Since they were surrounded by people at the time, he only saw Jiang Ting kick Suji, but he didn't know if she was kicked. Hearing Suji say this, his eyes darkened, and he reached out with a large hand and covered Suji's stomach. I'll have the surveillance footage pulled tomorrow and have her apologize to you. Lu Jiucheng said softly while kissing Suji's hair. The next day, as soon as Suji walked into the office, several people surrounded her and asked her about what happened after they left last night. Suji, didn't Mr. Lu lose his temper yesterday? Were you scared? Suji, you have to be careful. If you offend Lu Zong's favorite, your life will definitely be difficult in the future. Ji, did Mr. Lu make things difficult for you yesterday? Mr. Lu is also to blame. How could he scold you without asking for clarification? It's a shame that he is rumored to be impartial, but when it comes to his mistress, he immediately becomes unreasonable. Li Shuoyue couldn't help but feel sorry for Suji when she thought about how Mr. Lu had chased everyone away last night, leaving Suji alone, and she didn't know what kind of scolding he had given her. In her opinion, Suji was a gentle and kind-hearted girl who never fought for anything in the office and was always gentle and polite to everyone. She would not be comfortable if anyone bullied Suji. Shoo, don't say any more, Jiang Ting is here. Wang Mimi suddenly whispered a reminder. Those who were just gossiping turned around and faced Jiang Ting. Yesterday, how did Lu always defend Jiang Ting? Everyone's eyes are not blind. People in the workplace have always been good at seeing the wind and steering the rudder. Jiang Ting walked in with her head held high, making Zhang Hanlu, who had come in with her, look like a little lackey. Jiang Ting had specially dressed up today, with delicate makeup on her face, making her small face even more sweet. Yesterday, she fought with Suji, and in the end, Lu Jiucheng protected her in his arms. She felt that she had won yesterday, so today, she couldn't help but play the role of the victor. Wow! Jiang Ting, you look so beautiful today. Yes, Jiang Ting, if Mr. Lu sees you, he will definitely be charmed. Gee, Jiang Ting, you have such good looks, you should be a movie star. By the way, I heard that the Lu Group has an entertainment company. Go talk to Madame Lu and ask her to make you a star. You'll definitely become an overnight sensation. Suji listened to everyone's praise of Jiang Ting and realized for the first time that the people in her office actually like being flattery dogs. Just as Jiang Ting was being praised by everyone and was floating in the air, Jiang Hui walked in. Miss Jiang, Mr. Lu wants to see you. Jiang Hui turned and left, and the office was in an uproar. Look, our President Lu hasn't seen Jiang Ting for a whole night, and he sent someone to call her in the morning. Ting Ting, now is the time to show your charm. Come on, try to win over President Lu as soon as possible. Jiang Ting, come on. We in the secretarial office all have high hopes for you. Jiang Ting was even more pleased to be so praised. As she passed Suji's workstation, she suddenly stopped and gave Suji a cold snort. The people in the secretary's office suddenly fell silent. After all, it is everyone's nature to eat melons, and they felt that there was going to be more drama. You don't know your place, you dare to make me unhappy, I will make you pay the price, you just wait, I will let Mr. Lu expel you from Changjiang today. When everyone heard Jiang Ting say this, they knew that she was going to do something serious to Suji. Some people could not help but worry about Suji. Suji calmly lifted the coffee in her cup and took a sip. Okay, I'll wait. Hurry up and go. Suji's tone was neither slow nor hurried, as calm as if she were talking about the weather today. She didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Li Zhuoyue saw that things were about to get out of hand and she didn't want to lose such a good colleague as Suji. She quickly stepped forward to speak up for Suji. Jiang Ting, we're all colleagues, don't be so extreme, you should forgive people where you can, don't you think? Suji heard Li Zhuoyue pleading for her, and quickly stopped her. Zhuoyue, don't ask her. I'll see if she has the guts to get me fired from Changjiang today. Jiang Ting saw that Suji was not only not afraid, but actually dared to make such a wild remark. She stamped her foot in anger. Fine, you just wait. You really don't know when to die. I'll make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Chapter 85, Apology. Jiang Ting came to the CEO's office angrily. After knocking on the door and entering, Lu Jiucheng was looking at something on his phone. When he saw Jiang Ting enter, he opened a picture on his phone and held it in front of Jiang Ting. Do you recognize this person? After Jiang Ting saw who the person on the picture was, her heart started pounding. I. She blushed and said nothing. What is this about? Lu Jiucheng swiped the screen of his phone, and the image of two cars rear-ending each other suddenly appeared before her eyes. It was a picture of the scene of the accident yesterday. The man in the convertible car was clearly visible. Jiang Ting realized that the lie had been exposed. She lowered her eyelids and two big tears rolled down her cheeks. Lu Jiucheng frowned at this sight. Guagua, if you have something to say, just say it. I hate liars the most. Sorry, brother, I was wrong. I didn't tell you the truth. The man in the photo was a boyfriend I used to date. In fact, I broke up with him a long time ago. Recently, I don't know where he heard that I had a rich brother, and he kept harassing me, wanting to resume our relationship. I didn't agree, and he was drunk at the time, so he was angry and chased me on the street in his car, so he was rear-ended by him. Why didn't you just tell me the truth? What was the purpose of making up that lie? Sorry, brother, I didn't mean to lie to you. At the time, he begged me not to call the police or tell anyone about it because he was afraid you would get him in trouble. I saw the relationship we had in the past and agreed to it, so I made up this lie. Lu Jiucheng's eyes flashed. Since they had broken up, he was still holding on to her. That was his fault. Tell me his name and address. I want to have a good talk with him. Jiang Ting was shocked. Brother, please don't get involved. Please, let me handle my own affairs. Can you handle it? Lu Jiucheng's tone was full of distrust. Brother, please trust me. I am capable of handling this matter. Jiang Ting said that she was afraid that Lu Jiucheng would not believe her, and then added, and after the car accident that night, he also promised not to bother me anymore. No matter what, I was in love with him, so I hope he is doing well. This little girl is so sentimental that she is still thinking about him even though he is already her ex-boyfriend. Lu Jiuqing tapped his finger on the table and said after a long pause, "Okay, but I hope this doesn't happen again. Cars can be repaired, but people can't be fixed if they're damaged." Jiang Ting looked at Lu Jiuqing nervously. When she heard him say that, she finally let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, brother. Can I go to work now?" Jiang Ting turned around and wanted to leave. "Wait." Jiang Ting's heart started pounding again, and she turned around to look at Lu Jiuqing. "Mr. Lu, do you have something else to do? In the future, if you encounter any problems, you must tell me the truth. If you can't solve it, I'll think of a way for you. I'll keep that in mind." "Thank you, brother." Jiang Ting replied obediently. "Brother, is there anything else?" "Yes, yesterday when you were with Su Ji, it seems that everyone was telling the truth and didn't mean to slander you. You hit her, so shouldn't you apologize to her?" Jiang Ting stared at Lu Jiuqing in surprise. "Brother, you want me to apologize to her?" "That's right." "But..." Jiang Ting looked at Lu Jiuqing with a troubled expression. "She just said some harsh things, and now she's being asked to apologize to Su Ji. Isn't she slapping her own face?" "But what? If you're wrong, you're wrong. Shouldn't you apologize to the other person?" Jiang Ting bit her lip. "Fine, I'll apologize to her." Apologize, then apologize. She had already thought it through. She would just apologize to her when no one was around. Lu Jiuqing seemed quite satisfied with her response. "Let's go, I'll go with you." "Mr. Lu." Jiang Ting never expected Lu Jiuqing to do this. She waved her hands in a hurry, saying, "Mr. Lu, you are so busy all day long. This is a small matter. I can talk to her myself. Let's go." Lu Jiuqing did not allow any discussion and got up and walked straight to the door. Su Ji was busy calculating something when she suddenly felt a shadow next to her. When she looked up, she saw that Lu Jiuqing and Jiang Ting had already stood in front of her. "Mr. Lu?" She called out, quickly stood up from her chair, and then looked at Li Zhuyu, who looked listless and dejected, in stark contrast to her haughty and arrogant appearance in the morning. She remembered what Lu Jiuqing had said to her the night before, and she already understood. Li Zhuyu, who was standing nearby, didn't know what was going on, and secretly worried for Su Ji. Just now, Jiang Ting said that she would expel Su Ji from Changjiang. Now that she saw the president and Su Ji together, she thought that Lu Zong had come in person to tell Su Ji to pack up and leave. The people in the office were also quietly watching the three of them. Everyone seemed to be able to guess the next plot, and some people began to sympathize with Su Ji. "Mr. Lu, is there something wrong?" The two of them didn't say anything, so Su Ji had to take the initiative to speak. "Jiang Ting." Lu Jiuqing moved to the side to make room for Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting reluctantly walked directly in front of Su Ji. At this moment, she had already cursed Su Ji in her heart. "Su Ji, you just wait. When I get the chance, I'll make sure you get kicked out of Changjiang." "Jiang Ting, hurry up." Lu Jiuqing saw that Jiang Ting was standing there for a long time without saying a word, and he became a little impatient. Jiang Ting took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to say to Su Ji, "Su Ji, I'm sorry. I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have fought with you. I'm formally apologizing to you now. I hope you can forgive me for the sake of being colleagues. I'm sorry." Everyone in the office had their mouths agape and their eyes bulging. What's going on? Just now, Jiang Ting, who was still throwing harsh words, actually apologized to Su Ji. Oh my god. Did the script change? "Su Ji, I was wrong yesterday. I didn't understand the situation and scolded you. Today, I'm saying sorry to you in front of everyone in the secretary's office. I hope you won't let this affect your mood." Before Lu Jiuqing could finish his sentence, there was a burst of applause in the office, and soon it was thunderous. When the applause died down, Lu Jiuqing turned to the entire secretarial office and continued. "I did this today to show everyone that a mistake is a mistake. I hope that everyone in our company has the courage to admit their mistakes. It is not shameful to admit a mistake, but it is shameful to know that you are wrong and still try to cover it up, to argue with others. We at Changjiang do not welcome such people." Applause broke out again, and Lu Jiuqing walked out of the secretary's office amidst the applause. Oh my god, our general manager Lou is so handsome. From now on, I will never be a fan of those celebrities. I swear that I will be a diehard fan of General Manager Lou until the day I die. At this moment, Wang Mimi was so excited that she could not help but sing a song for General Manager Lou. Suji, let me interview you. Please tell me how you felt when Mr. Lou personally apologized to you. Did your heart beat faster? Were you so weak that you could hardly stand? Ah, I really want to be wronged by Mr. Lou once. I want to hear him apologize to me in front of me. Chapter 86. Lin Weini saw Suji go to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Amidst everyone's praise for General Manager Lou, Jiang Ting slunk back to her workstation. Seeing that everyone was praising Suji again, she felt unbalanced. These people who love to praise others and belittle others will one day learn that she, Jiang Ting, is not to be trifled with. Seeing Suji smiling like a flower, she got angry and stood up from her chair, picked up her water glass and left. As she watched her back disappear at the door, Wang Mimi suddenly said to everyone, "Hey, Lou just apologized to Suji," which proves that what Suji said yesterday was true and she didn't frame Jiang Ting. Everyone was captivated by Mr. Lu's frankness, but after Wang Mimi's reminder, they remembered the real reason for the apology. Right, Jiang Ting used to be in a relationship with the tattooed man. Do you think our boss Lou will be jealous because of this, and will Jiang Ting lose favor because of this? As soon as this question was raised, the people in the secretary's office immediately split into two factions. One faction was mostly men, who thought that Mr. Lou should not be so petty. Who hasn't had a past? If Mr. Lou gives up on Jiang Ting because of this, it means that he doesn't love her enough. The other faction, made up entirely of women, agreed that Mr. Lou would definitely not favor Jiang Ting anymore. The reason is that men like girls who are pure and clean like a blank piece of paper, especially successful people like Mr. Lou who are self-disciplined and love themselves, and they can't stand the sight of a speck of dust in their eyes. While everyone was discussing this heatedly, Jiang Ting returned with a cup of coffee. She probably heard what everyone was talking about, and her face turned as black as ink. Everyone immediately left quietly. At this moment, Suji was still thinking about the scene where Lu Jiucheng had just apologized to her. He had said yesterday that if the surveillance footage matched what he had told her, he would let Jiang Ting apologize to her, but he never expected that he would apologize to her in front of everyone. This man is really interesting. If he wanted to apologize to her, he had plenty of opportunities to do so. Why did he have to apologize in the office? Was it because it seemed more official and sincere that way? But I have to say, he looked really handsome when he apologized just now. No wonder a small apology has gained a loyal fan in the office. He really has the ability to do so. He is good-looking and rich, acts with integrity, and is clear about right and wrong. He is a rare good boss. Such a good man, I don't know how he ended up in that woman's hands. Suji has already begun to envy that woman. After work that night, Suji drove to the hospital instead of going home. Her stomach had been a little uncomfortable all day, so Suji thought it would be better to go to the hospital for a checkup. When she got to the hospital, the doctor examined her and told her that she was fine, just a little bit of morning sickness. He prescribed some medicine for her and Suji left the maternity ward with the prescription. She was so anxious to get to the pharmacy to get the medicine that she didn't even notice a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walking past her. The man looked back at Suji and then looked at the consultation room she had just left. This person was none other than Lin Wenyang, who had come to see his old classmate Cui Hao. After the two had finished chatting, Lin Wenyang came out of Cui Hao's office and suddenly remembered that there was a nurse in the obstetrics and gynecology department who looked quite good, so he turned around to flirt with her. He didn't expect to run into Suji coming out of the obstetrics and gynecology department. Suji came alone, and it was after work, which meant that the girl had not yet told Lu Jiucheng about her pregnancy. Then he will do it for him and tell Lu Jiucheng the good news as soon as possible. He remembered that Lu Jiucheng had told him before. He could get married in this life, but he would never have children. He was very curious to see Lu Jiucheng's reaction when he found out that he was going to be a father. Would it be a surprise or a shock? Lin Wenyang smiled wickedly and dialed Lu Jiucheng's phone number. Say. A lazy voice came from the other end. Jojo, I have some good news for you. You're going to be a father. Lin Wenyang laughed to himself after he finished speaking. Are you pregnant? Lu Jiucheng's tone was sarcastic. Pa. Don't say I can't get pregnant, even if I could, I wouldn't get pregnant with you, Lu Jiuqing. I'm not joking with you, you're really going to be a father. What do you mean? You really can pretend, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? I'm asking you, did you sleep with Suji? Don't worry, she can't get pregnant. I've taken all the necessary precautions. You dare to guarantee that nothing has leaked in? What if one of your descendants is eager to reincarnate and sneaks out? Lu Jiuquan listened to him ramble on and rolled his eyes at the phone. Lin Wenyang, if you have something to say, say it. If you don't, I'm hanging up. Lin Weiyi laughed twice. What's the rush? Of course there's something. I'm in the hospital right now. Guess who I just ran into? I don't care who you met. Lu Jiuquan still looked indifferent. I ran into Su Ji. I saw her coming out of the maternity ward. What was she doing there? I don't need to tell you. That's it? What else do you want to hear? The phone call to Dodo has been disconnected. Lin Wenyang angrily shouted at the phone, "You're sick." Believe it or not, I don't care. The baby isn't mine anyway. When Su Ji returned, Lu Jiuquan was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at the computer. When Lin Wenyang told him that Su Ji had gone to the gynecologist, he suddenly remembered that Su Ji had been unable to eat recently, and every time he touched her, she said that her stomach hurt. He thought back over all the times the two of them had slept together, and after making sure that he had not made any mistakes in terms of safety precautions, he finally let his heart down a little. When Su Ji came in, he asked her in a casual tone, "Where have you been?" "Nowhere." Su Ji put her bag on the table and was about to go to the kitchen to cook. She looked up and saw Lu Jiuqing still looking at her. "Oh, I was just wandering around," she added. "I hate it when people lie to me." Lu Jiuqing's voice was a little cold. Su Ji looked at his face and saw that he was looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze. "Okay, I went to the hospital. I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want you to worry." "Why did you go to the hospital?" "I felt a little sick, so I went to the hospital." "Why? Where does it hurt?" Lu Jiuqing's eyes had already landed on Su Ji's lower abdomen. Su Ji was shocked. Could it be that he? "Yesterday, I was kicked by Jiang Ting, and I've been feeling a little uncomfortable today, so I went to the hospital to have a look. Fortunately, the doctor said there was nothing wrong, and I'll be fine after a couple of days of rest." "Really?" Su Ji nodded vigorously, "Really?" Lu Jiuqing suddenly got up and walked over to Su Ji, then put out a big hand and placed it on Su Ji's lower abdomen. Chapter 87 Mr. Lu, what if I get pregnant? Lu Jiuqing pulled out the hem of Su Ji's skirt, and then put his big hands inside. "What are you doing?" Su Ji exclaimed. "Someone said you're pregnant, I want to check it out myself." Su Ji laughed and backed away. "Stop it. You think your hands are an ultrasound probe? You can tell if you're pregnant by feeling it." Lu Jiuqing said nothing, and with a stretch of his strong arm, he scooped Su Ji into his arms. Then, one of his large hands clasped her waist tightly, and Su Ji could no longer move. Lu Jiuqing's hand reached out to her again. When his warm palm covered Su Ji's lower abdomen, Su Ji's body stiffened. Although nothing could be detected at the moment, Su Ji was still a little scared. Lu Jiuqing also knew that even if Su Ji was pregnant, he couldn't feel anything at this point, but he just wanted to touch her, as if only by doing so would he feel at ease. "Are you sure you're not pregnant? If you don't believe me, let's go to the hospital right now," Su Ji said, pretending to be going to prove it. "I believe you," Lu Jiuqing said, slowly moving his hand down. "Ah!" Su Ji screamed like she had been electrocuted, immediately crossing her legs tightly. "Mr. Lu, let me go. I still have to cook dinner. I'll have someone bring it over." "No, my stomach is still upset." Hearing Su Ji say this, Lu Jiuqing's hand immediately froze, and after a moment, the hand finally reluctantly withdrew from her clothes. "I'm going to take a shower." Lu Jiuqing said this and turned and walked towards the bathroom. After the two finished eating and washing, Su Ji saw Lu Jiuqing sitting there fiddling with the computer and not talking to her. She knew that he might be a little upset that she had refused him tonight. But thinking about the baby in her stomach, Su Ji made up her mind. As she lay there, Su Ji suddenly wanted to test Lu Jiuqing. "Mr. Lu." Lu Jiuqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Ji. What if I really am pregnant? Abort it. Suji felt a chill in her heart and was glad that she had not told him, otherwise the little life in her stomach would probably be ripped out of her body. It is a life, even though it is not yet formed, but as long as it is given time, it will grow day by day, develop limbs and facial features, and when 10 months have passed, it will be born. Lu Jiuqing actually spit out those two cold words without even thinking. A life that is still being nurtured in the womb is just a side effect of pleasure for men. Once the egg and sperm combine, it is a life that is connected to the flesh and blood of the woman. Pregnancy is not painful for men, so they can easily say those two words, but women not only have to endure physical pain, but also psychological torture. The guilt of life may make a woman immersed in self-blame for a long time and unable to get out. Lu Jiuqing saw that Su Ji had not spoken for a long time, and his two good-looking eyebrows gradually began to knit together. Su Ji, you're not thinking of marrying me, are you? I'm telling you, you'd better not think of something you shouldn't. I'll sleep with you, but I won't marry you. Su Ji had long known that he would not marry her. She had never dared to hope for it. She was just curious about how Lu Jiuqing would react, but she never expected him to think that she wanted to marry him. Mr. Lu, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know his place. I know my own limitations. I won't force myself on someone who isn't interested. After receiving Su Ji's assurance, Lu Jiuqing did not say another word. Su Ji lay there, thinking about the words that Lu Jiuqing had just said, I will only sleep with you, I will not marry you. The answer she already knew was so cold and ruthless when it came out of his mouth. Su Ji's heart was still hurt, and she was so bitter. He still only treated her as a plaything. Although he occasionally showed her a little warmth and would coax her a little when she was being a little naughty, in the end she still couldn't get rid of the label of plaything. As the conversation turned cold, the atmosphere in the room immediately became dull and oppressive. There was no conversation that night, and when Su Ji woke up in the morning, Lu Jiuqing was no longer in bed. She didn't care and went directly to the bathroom to wash up. When she walked through the living room to the kitchen, she didn't see Lu Jiuqing. She looked up and saw that the keys to the car were gone. He's gone? Su Ji went to the study again to make sure he was really gone. She didn't want to go to the trouble of cooking for one, so she simply took 2 eggs and put them in a bowl, whisking them together to make a bowl of egg soup. The day passed by uneventfully, and when Su Ji got off work in the evening, she suddenly didn't want to go back. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little scared that Lu Jiuqing would ignore her when she got back. The two of them were living under the same roof, and it would be embarrassing if neither of them paid any attention to the other. Su Ji deliberately delayed leaving the company until after 7 o'clock, and at this time she still didn't want to go home. After wandering aimlessly on the street for a while, she suddenly felt a little hungry and wanted to find a parking space to stop. She searched for a long time but couldn't find a place to park. Finally, she found a parking space in a relatively remote alley. After Su Ji parked the car, she was about to go out and find a restaurant to eat a bowl of rice when a car drove towards her with its high beams on. Su Ji was blinded by the headlights of the car and hurriedly hid on the side of the road. The car stopped in front of Su Ji, and then several men got out of the car and rushed to her, grabbed her arm and tried to drag her to the car. Everything happened so fast that Su Ji was scared out of her wits. She opened her mouth to call for help, but a white towel was placed directly over her mouth, and Su Ji suddenly lost consciousness. Chapter 88, I'll show you. A severe headache woke Su Ji from her coma. She reached out to rub her temples to relieve the pain. But she was shocked to find that her hands had been tied behind her back. She was shocked and opened her eyes. It was pitch black and she couldn't see anything. Su Ji kicked her feet around, and then realized that she was actually lying on the ground. Where was she? What had happened? Su Ji's mind was filled with countless questions. She closed her eyes, and after a few seconds of blankness in her mind, the scene from last night in the alley suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. She had been kidnapped? Help! After realizing that she had been kidnapped, Su Ji was so scared that she wanted to call for help. But her mouth wouldn't open, and all she could do was make a dull ah sound. Her mouth was actually sealed with tape. Su Ji was shaking all over and her mind was in a complete mess. After a while, she forced herself to calm down and think. She had no money. Why did these people kidnap her? Did they have a grudge against her? Su Ji thought about her life over the past 20 years and couldn't think of anyone she had a grudge against. The only person she had a bad relationship with in the past 2 days was Jiang Ting. Although Jiang Ting was a scheming bitch, Suji believed that she should not have the guts to commit such a crime as kidnapping. Then who could it be? No, she couldn't just lie there. While no one was around, she had to think of a way to escape. Fortunately, her feet were not tied up. Perhaps the kidnappers thought she was a woman and kept her in the house, so they didn't watch her so closely. Suji had just taken 2 steps forward when she suddenly heard footsteps outside. Suji was so scared that she immediately fell to the ground. Then she heard the sound of a lock being opened. Suji had to close her eyes and pretend to be unconscious. The door creaked open, and Suji quietly opened her eyelids a crack and saw 2 men dragging a man into the room. The man being dragged seemed to have lost consciousness and let himself be dragged along. When they got inside, the 2 men let go of him at the same time and threw him to the ground. "Fifth brother, don't forget to tie his legs up too." One of the men with a scar on his face gave an order and then walked over to Suji with a flashlight. Suji was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes tightly. The man walked up to Suji and kept shining the flashlight on her face. "Lao Wu, this girl is really pretty. Why don't we have some fun tonight?" The scarred man's face revealed a mixture of excitement and lecherousness. The man named Lao Wu, who was holding the rope and was about to tie the legs of the man they had just brought in, heard the scarred man say that the woman on the ground was very beautiful, and his lust rose. He took the rope and quickly walked over to take a look. Seeing that Suji was really pretty, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He kicked Suji with his leg, but when he saw that she didn't react at all, he was a bit disappointed. It seems like she's still in a daze. This isn't fun. It's like killing a pig. What? You want her to scream? That's easy. Just pour a basin of water over her. But the boss has already given his orders. We're only allowed to take money, not touch the girls. Don't be afraid. This kind of rich woman is not to be messed with. After you're done with her, I guarantee she'll be more afraid of her husband finding out than you are. So who's going first? The man named Lao Wu was instantly excited by the news and asked the scarred face with a smile. "Of course it's me, what are you thinking?" Scarface said unhappily, and then flicked Lao Wu's bald head. "Hee, you go first. This hand is not easy to do behind the back, you have to tie it in front," Scarface said as he squatted down to untie the rope around Suji's wrist. Seeing this, Lao Wu threw the rope in his hand to the ground and said, "I'll help you hold her down." At this point, Suji could no longer pretend. She suddenly opened her eyes and tried to beg them for mercy, but her mouth was tightly sealed with duct tape. She could only shake her head desperately and make a muffled ah sound from her throat. Suji had already understood from their conversation that she had indeed been kidnapped, and that these people wanted to use her as a bargaining chip to extort money from Lu Jiucheng. Suji believed that Lu Jiucheng would pay the ransom for her, as long as it wasn't too outrageous. "Oh, she's awake. Fifth brother, you see? I was right. She looks even prettier now that she's awake. We're in luck today," Scarface said, reaching out and pinching Suji's face. The smooth and tender feel of her skin made him even more excited. "Little beauty, just lie there quietly and let us brothers serve you well," Scarface said with a lewd smile, put the lantern on the ground, and began to undress. Ah. Suji was so scared that she wanted to move, but her legs were pressed down by the fifth brother and she couldn't move at all. She lay there like a lamb to be slaughtered, trembling with fear. Scarface quickly stripped himself down to his underwear. He squatted down with a sinister smile on his face and began to untie Suji's wrist ropes. Suji looked at the scar-faced man in his shorts and wept in despair. It seemed that she would not escape this day. At this moment, she was filled with fear. If she were to be defiled by these animals, she would have no face to live on. Scarface quickly untied the rope around Suji's wrists. He grabbed one of Suji's wrists with one hand and pulled her arms forward, trying to tie her up again with the rope. Suji thought for a moment and desperately struggled to prevent him from doing so, but the strength of the Scarface's hands was too much for her, and she was quickly firmly restrained by him. She had to twist her body desperately to prevent him from getting what he wanted so easily. "You better behave yourself, or I'll kill you." Scarface was a little angry at Suji's behavior and began to threaten her. Suji continued to struggle as if she hadn't heard him, and Scarface was completely enraged. He pressed Suji's hands to the ground, then turned and ordered Lao Wu, who was holding Suji's legs. "Lao Wu, take off her clothes." Lao Wu responded and began tearing Su Ji's clothes off. Su Ji knew that she had no way out. She let out a desperate whimper, sounding like a small animal caught in the jaws of a beast, helplessly watching as she was about to become someone else's meal, but unable to resist. The despair from the depths of her soul made Su Ji close her eyes. Chapter 89, You're a Cop. Just when Su Ji thought she was going to lose her virginity to those two beasts, and was in despair, the man who had just been dragged in by the two of them suddenly sat up from the ground and stood up in one go. He was so fast that the two beasts didn't even have time to react before he was already in front of them. The man lifted his long legs and kicked them in the head, knocking them to the ground. The man seemed to have practiced, his kicks were fast, accurate and fierce. Coupled with the fact that he was wearing a pair of leather shoes that looked very high quality, the two kicks sent Scarface and Lao Wu flying into a coma. Su Ji was so shocked that her eyes were wide open, and she forgot to run away for a moment. Ah! The man suddenly squatted down with his back to Su Ji, and yelled at her, asking her to help him untie the rope. Su Ji was like waking up from a dream, and quickly helped him untie the rope around his wrist. The knot was so tight that Su Ji couldn't untie it for a long time, and she was sweating with anxiety. She had to bite it. Just as she had bitten the knot open, she suddenly realized that the scarred-faced man who had been lying on the ground had somehow woken up and was about to hit the man on the head with a stick. She had just been saved by the man, and knew that he was a good person. Su Ji didn't think much about it, and threw herself forward, protecting the man under her body. Su Ji felt a heavy blow to the head, then everything went black and she lost consciousness. When she woke up, she found herself lying in a hospital bed. She was not dead, she had been saved. After realizing this, Su Ji felt as if she had been reborn. She turned her head slightly to see if there was anyone in the room, but as soon as she moved, she felt a sharp pain in her head and couldn't help but gasp. You finally woken up? A handsome face suddenly appeared above Su Ji's head. You are. Su Ji looked at the man in front of her suspiciously. He was wearing a police uniform and had a strong and tough temperament, giving him a feeling of ironclad strength. Don't you remember me? The man's face revealed a warm smile. But it was really dark that night, so it's no wonder you didn't recognize me. Do you remember the night before last when you took a blow for me? It was you? You're a cop? The man smiled and nodded at Su Ji's somewhat surprised look. Do you want some water? I'll pour you a glass. Without waiting for Su Ji to reply, the man picked up the water jug next to him and poured a glass of water. Then he adjusted the bed, so that Su Ji, who was lying on the bed, became seated. The man carefully picked up a pillow and placed it behind her back. The day before yesterday? Have I been unconscious for so long? Su Ji asked, and then, worried, she reached out and touched her lower abdomen. Officer Hua had just turned around to hand Su Ji a glass of water. Seeing Su Ji's actions, he understood what she was worried about. Don't worry, the baby in your belly is safe. Seeing through her, Officer Hua's words made Su Ji's face flush. Officer Hua handed her the glass of water and said, Drink some water. Your lips are peeling. Su Ji licked her dry lips and took the cup, taking a small sip. She found that the water was not as hot as she had imagined, but lukewarm, so she drank the entire cup in one gulp. Do you want some more? Su Ji shook her head. What is your last name? My surname is Hua. You can just call me Officer Hua. What is your surname, miss? My name is Su Ji. Officer Su Ji repeated Su Ji's name. Hello, Su Ji. Officer Hua suddenly extended his hand to Su Ji. Su Ji also quickly held out her small hand, and the two of them shook hands symbolically. Officer Hua, did you rescue me last night? Where are those people? When she thought of the two animals who almost raped her, Su Ji's eyes filled with hatred. Officer Hua understood who the two men were and quickly replied, Don't worry, Mississippi. After I subdued the two men last night, our men arrived quickly and then followed the clues to find their hideout and take them all down. Hearing this news, Su Ji finally felt a little better. Officer Hua, how did you end up in their hands? Su Ji was a little puzzled. Those people seem to specialize in kidnapping for a living, so why would they want to capture a police officer like him? Su Ji, I actually came from Kyoto. In recent months, there have been frequent kidnappings in Kyoto. The families of those kidnapped would pay the kidnappers whatever they wanted in order to get their loved ones back as soon as possible. This practice has directly led to the criminals becoming more and more brazen. Our police department has set up a task force and vowed to bring these criminals to justice. I don't know if the news leaked out or if they sensed danger, but they ran from Kyoto to Jiangting. Officer Huo paused here, so our task force followed them. Last night, I saw you being forcibly pulled into a car with your mouth covered from a distance, so I followed quietly. When I got there, I found that they were on high alert and there was no way to get in directly, so I sent my location in advance to our people and then deliberately let the criminals find me. I didn't expect that the two criminals would actually want to use force against you, so I had to act in advance. Fortunately, our people came in time, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able to handle them alone. After Officer Huo finished speaking, he smiled and said to Suji, "In the end, you did help us yesterday. If it weren't for you, we might have been busy for a while." So that's what happened. She was so lucky that when she was in danger, she was actually seen by Officer Hua, who followed her all the way, risking his own life to protect her innocence. Officer Hua, thank you. If it weren't for you, Suji said here, her throat suddenly choked, she was still afraid. Officer Hua bent down and patted her on the shoulder, gently reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, it's all over now, it's fine." Suji's emotions, which had already been out of control, were difficult to control for a while. The police uniform on Officer Hua made her feel particularly safe, and she couldn't help but cry on him. Officer Hua's hands were nowhere to be placed due to Suji's sudden action, so he stood there for a while with his hands on his hips. It was only after hearing Suji's sobs that he carefully placed his hands on Suji's back and patted her gently a few times to comfort her. At this moment, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. Lu Jiucheng walked in with a nervous look on his face. He saw Suji crying in Officer Hua's arms at a glance, and his handsome face immediately turned dark. Chapter 90. You don't have to come back anymore. Lu Jiucheng received the police's notification only half an hour ago. After being hit by a club the night before, Suji had been in a coma ever since. Her cell phone was in her bag, which was taken by the kidnappers the night before. It was only during the interrogation that someone handed over Suji's phone. After using technical means to open Suji's phone, the police found the phone number of Lu Jiucheng, who had the most frequent contact with her. Lu Jiucheng received the call and drove to the hospital as fast as he could. On the night Suji was arrested, he went back to the old house. That night, Mrs. Lu wanted to keep him and talk to him, so he sent Suji a message telling her that he wouldn't be going back that night. He waited for a long time for a reply from Suji, but since the two of them had not had a very pleasant conversation the night before, he thought that Suji might still be angry and did not take it to heart. When he came to work yesterday morning, he didn't see Suji's car, so he thought she was late. It was almost half an hour past the start of work, so he looked out of the floor-to-ceiling windows again, but still couldn't see Suji's car. Did she not drive to work? He sent Suji another message, asking her to come to the office. But after a long time, there was still no reply. In the past, whenever he sent a message, Suji would reply pretty quickly. From yesterday to today, he had sent her 2 messages, and she hadn't even replied yet. Lu Jiucheng was a little angry. He could tolerate a woman having a little temper occasionally, but this was a bit too much for him. This Suji is getting more and more outrageous. Is it because he is too good to her that she doesn't take him, the CEO, seriously? Lu Jiucheng asked Jiang Hui to go to the secretary's office and ask Suji to come over. He wanted to teach her how to be a good lover. Jiang Hui went to the secretary's office and didn't see Suji. He asked Li Jun and learned that Suji had never come. Li Jun also said that he had been calling Suji's phone, but it was always turned off, and he couldn't get in touch with her. Suji is usually very punctual at work and never skips work for no reason. He was also wondering. Jiang Hui returned to the president's office and told Lu Jiucheng about the situation. After listening with a frown, Lu Jiucheng suddenly pushed Jiang Hui away and walked out. Jiang Hui was a little confused, not knowing what was wrong with their president. Lu Jiucheng drove to Minglu in a hurry. He was worried that something might have happened to her, since she had been complaining of stomach pains. But when he opened the door and searched the house, he didn't see Suji anywhere. He went to the garage to take a look, and Suji's car was gone. That proved that Suji had gone out in her car. Where would she go? Lu Jiucheng thought about it and went to the property management office to check the surveillance camera. He wanted to see what time Suji left the community, but the surveillance camera showed that Suji had not returned since the night before. This made Lu Jiucheng even more panicked, and he immediately picked up the phone and called the police. Missing persons are not reported until 24 hours have passed, so Lu Jiucheng had to report his own name. When the police heard that it was Lu Jiucheng, they did not dare to take him lightly and quickly asked someone to retrieve Su Ji's driving route. It was finally discovered that Su Ji drove into an alley and never came out again. Since Su Ji drove around a large circle that night, it took a long time to retrieve the surveillance footage. Lu Jiucheng followed the investigators throughout the entire process. When he saw Su Ji's car enter the alley, it was already dark. Lu Jiucheng drove to the alley and sure enough, found Su Ji's car parked there. But there was no one in the car. Since this section of the road is relatively slow and remote, there is no surveillance nearby, and the police have lost their trail. The investigation has been temporarily suspended. Yesterday, Lu Jiucheng mobilized all his bodyguards and searched for the entire night, turning over almost the entire city of Jiangcheng, but he didn't even see a trace of Su Ji. He suddenly felt a little scared, afraid that Su Ji would just disappear and never be heard from again. He had never had anyone in his life who could capture his heart, except for his mother, Mrs. Lu. But with Su Ji's sudden disappearance, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be another soft spot in his heart. No, he didn't believe that Su Ji had just disappeared without a trace. He drove around aimlessly on the streets until he was so sleepy that he had to pull over and take a nap. Later, he received a call from the police, telling him that Su Ji had been found. When he asked where Su Ji was, he didn't listen to what the police were saying. He just wanted to see Su Ji as soon as possible and make sure she was safe. That was more important to him than anything else. But when he hurried to the hospital and saw this scene, all of Lu Jiucheng's worries turned into a full rage. He rushed forward, pulled Su Ji away, then grabbed Officer Hua by the collar and dragged him out. Su Ji was startled. After seeing who it was, she shouted at him. "Mr. Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Jiucheng didn't say a word, and continued to pull Officer Hua out of the hospital with a pale face. He wanted to drag him out and give him a good lesson, otherwise he would not be able to calm down his anger. Officer Hua knew that he might have misunderstood something, so he grabbed Lu Jiucheng's wrist and forced him to let go. Officer Hua straightened out his uniform, which had been crumpled by Lu Jiucheng, and said calmly, "Mr. Lu, did you misunderstand me and Miss Su just now? In fact, it's not what you think. Miss Su was kidnapped last night and injured her head. She just woke up. She was scared when she remembered what happened last night, so I was just comforting her." After Officer Hua said this, Lu Jiucheng's anger subsided a little. Looking at Su Ji in bed, he saw that she really had gauze wrapped around her head. He couldn't bother to argue with Officer Hua anymore, so he hurried over to Su Ji and held her head in his hands, looking at it over and over again. "Does it hurt?" Su Ji nodded. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. This will never happen again. Please believe me." Lu Jiucheng held Su Ji's hand, as if apologizing and promising. Officer Hua looked at the two of them and knocked on the door with his hand. "Su Ji, someone is taking care of you now. I have some business to attend to, so I'll be going back first. I'll come and see you again some other day." Before Su Ji could reply, Lu Jiucheng's cold voice rang out. "I'm here, so you don't have to come back another day. You don't have to come back at all." Chapter 91, The Strange Lu Jiucheng. Su Ji looked at Lu Jiucheng with some embarrassment, then smiled and said to Officer Hua, "Sorry, Officer Hua, he is a straightforward person. Please don't be angry. Thank you for taking care of me." Officer Hua was very generous and did not take Lu Jiucheng's bad attitude to heart. "I saved you, and you saved me. I did all this because it was the right thing to do. There's no need to say any more polite words. Take care of your health. If you need anything, you can contact me at any time. Goodbye." "Goodbye, Officer Hua." Su Ji said goodbye to Officer Hua with a sweet smile. Lu Jiucheng looked at Su Ji's smiling face, and his handsome face darkened a little more. He had been with her for so long, and he had never known that Su Ji could smile so sweetly. The key is that she wasn't smiling at him. It seems that the two of you have a very special relationship, to the point where you don't even need to say polite things. Su Ji felt uncomfortable when she heard Lu Jiucheng's strange words. "Mr. Lu, do you know the situation? When I was kidnapped by those kidnappers, if it weren't for Officer Hua following me all the way and saving me when the kidnappers tried to assault me, I would have been raped by those criminals a long time ago. You seem to be very grateful to him. You didn't even think it was enough to protect his life, did you want to give yourself to him? You. Suji looked at Lu Jiucheng and was speechless. Was there something wrong with this man today? He always had a strange look on his face. Forget it, don't get into it with him, Suji persuaded herself in her heart, and shut her mouth and ignored him. He is doing his job, and he should do it. You don't need to be so grateful to him. Lu Jiucheng tried to enlighten her. After a while, they might start arguing again, so Suji chose to remain silent. Lu Jiucheng felt even more uncomfortable when he saw that she was still not talking. Did he say what she was thinking, so she didn't say anything? Officer Hua was righteous and had a good appearance. Men with such high-value appearance and wrapped in a police uniform are the most irresistible to women. The special nature of their profession is incomparable to that of a shopping mall manager. The most important thing is that there was a story of a hero rescuing a beauty between the two of them. Lu Jiucheng suddenly felt a sense of defeat. In his years of business, he led the Lu family to kill all over the place, and in just a few short years, he had firmly sent the Lu family to the top of the domestic top-tier consortia. He considered himself a successful man, and there was no business in the market that he couldn't handle, no order that he couldn't sign. He was also known for his calm and composed demeanor, but today he lost his composure in front of Officer Hua. What's wrong with him? He was just a small police officer, why did he care so much about him? No, to be more precise, he wasn't concerned about him, but about Su Ji. What about Su Ji? Lu Jiucheng examined his own heart and found the reason. He suddenly couldn't believe it. When did he start caring about her? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember when it started. Lu Jiucheng shook his head, trying to shake off that feeling, because he knew that it was impossible between them. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the medicine on the bedside table. Have you taken your medicine? Suji shook her head, she didn't want to take it now, she would take it later. You have to take your medicine on time. Lu Jiucheng got up, poured a glass of water, and then opened a packet of medicine and handed it to Suji. Suji was still angry with him for his attitude just now. I don't want to take it now, so you can put it there. Hurry up. Lu Jiucheng saw her like that, and his face turned cold. I said, I don't want to take it now, can you put it there first? Suji's stubbornness also came up. You don't want to eat? Lu Jiucheng asked with a gloomy look on his face. No. Suji turned her head and stubbornly said. Fine, if you don't eat, I will. Lu Jiucheng tilted his head back and poured the entire packet of medicine into his mouth, then took a large sip of water. Mr. Lu, you're crazy. Before Suji could finish her sentence, Lu Jiucheng suddenly lifted her face and squeezed her cheeks with both hands. Suji involuntarily opened her mouth, and Lu Jiucheng then pressed his mouth against hers. Su suddenly felt the bitterness in her mouth. It turned out that Lu Jiucheng had not taken the medicine at all, but was forcing her to take it in this way. Suji frowned and glared at Lu Jiucheng, whose lips were pressed tightly against hers, and her head was held firmly in place by his two large hands. She couldn't even refuse. After a while, Suji and Lu Jiucheng were at a standstill. In the end, she couldn't stand the bitter taste in her mouth, so she had to swallow the medicine that Lu Jiucheng had fed her. After seeing her swallow it all, Lu Jiucheng finally let Suji go. Water, I need water, hurry. Suji's face was distorted by the bitterness of the medicine. After Lu Jiucheng poured a glass of water into her hands, he quickly poured a glass of water for himself to rinse his mouth. You crazy person, you go crazy on your own, don't drag me down with you. Suji gulped down a few mouthfuls of water and shouted at Lu Jiucheng. Lu Jiucheng glanced at her indifferently. Who told you not to listen? If you had taken it at first, I wouldn't have had to use this method. I'm not really crazy. I think you're really crazy. Lu Jiucheng, you're sick, seriously sick. Lu Jiucheng looked at Suji's angry and frustrated appearance, but his mood inexplicably improved. Her moist red lips opened and closed in front of him, and he couldn't help but want to cover them. Lu Jiucheng has always been a person who does what he thinks about right away. He leaned over and embraced Suji in his arms. Suji didn't know what he meant. She was still in a daze from the medicine he had just fed her, and because of her anger, she didn't want him to touch her at all. She twisted her body to try to break free of him, but Lu Jiucheng held her head from behind with one hand, then lowered his head and covered her lips again. Suji wanted to tell him to go away, but before she could open her mouth, his tongue slipped in. There was still a faint bitter taste in her mouth, but it didn't matter. The bitterness in his mouth had not completely faded, and neither of them should be disgusted with the other. Just as Lu Jiuqing was kissing her, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside. Suji was so scared that she desperately pushed Lu Jiuqing away, but he continued as if he hadn't heard her. The door was pushed open from the outside, and a group of doctors and nurses came in. This is a large-scale social death scene. If there was a crack in the ground, Suji would have no hesitation in crawling into it and never coming out again. It was only when the leading doctor coughed lightly that Lu Jiuqing calmly released Suji, as if he had just done something very ordinary and unhurried. Suji really didn't know if he was thick-skinned or just had a strong mind. Suddenly, she remembered the child in her belly. Now that the doctor was checking on the patients, Lu Jiuqing would definitely ask the doctor about her condition. What if the doctor accidentally let slip the fact that she was pregnant? Chapter 92, the scene of a large-scale social death. At this point, the doctor had already reached the bed, and Suji was so anxious that she didn't care about being shy. Ouch! Suji suddenly covered her stomach with her hand. Lu Jiuqing's heart tightened at the sight, and he hurriedly went forward to support her shoulders. What's wrong? I suddenly feel very hungry, and my stomach hurts a little. Can you go downstairs and buy me something to eat? Lu Jiuqing turned his face to the doctor and asked, Doctor, how is she? Is she in danger? At the moment, there should be no danger. She has a concussion and some localized edema. After 2 days of observation, she can be discharged from the hospital when the edema has subsided and the wound has not become infected. Lu Jiuqing was relieved after hearing the doctor's words. He turned to Suji and said, I'm going to buy you something to eat now. After that, Lu Jiuqing turned and left the ward. The attending doctor examined Suji's head and found nothing unusual. He gave her a few words of advice and then left the ward with a group of doctors and nurses. Doctor! Suji suddenly called out and stopped him. The doctor looked back at Suji and asked, Is there anything else? Doctor, how is the baby in my stomach? Is it okay? No, we've already done a full examination on you since you were brought here. The baby in your belly hasn't been harmed in any way, so don't worry. Thank you, doctor. I'm sorry, but I have one more thing to ask. Suji looked at the doctor with pleading eyes. What is it? It's about my pregnancy. Please don't tell that gentleman what I just told you. The doctors and nurses all looked at Suji, not knowing what she meant. When they came in through the door just now, the two of them were cuddling and whispering sweet nothings to each other. Shouldn't they have told each other about the pregnancy first? Could it be that she is not pregnant with the man's child? They have been doctors for a long time and have seen more than ordinary people, so they naturally have more chaotic thoughts. Although the doctors and nurses didn't say a word, Suji still felt the contempt in their eyes. I don't want to tell him yet. His birthday is coming up soon, and I want to surprise him with a birthday gift on his birthday. Suji thought of a reasonable excuse, and the doctors and nurses finally looked at her with normal eyes. Okay, we doctors will respect the patient's wishes and keep this secret for you. Thank you. Suji thanked the doctor gratefully. She stayed in the hospital for another 5 days. During this time, Lu Jiuqing canceled all his social engagements and personally took care of Suji's meals and drinks. He felt a little guilty towards Suji. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have suffered this ordeal. So Lu Jiuqing took good care of her, except when she needed to go to the bathroom, he wasn't there to accompany her. The company's affairs were temporarily handled by Jiang Hui. If there were some paper documents that he needed to personally confirm, he would have his bodyguard go to the company to pick them up. After confirming them, he would have his bodyguard deliver them to the company. It was not until Suji was discharged from the hospital that Lu Jiuqing returned to work at the company. After the president and Suji disappeared from the company one after the other for a few days, they both appeared at Changjiang at the same time. In fact, no one noticed this. But there was one exception, and that was Jiang Ting. At first, she was secretly happy when Suji was absent without leave, thinking that Suji must have felt that she couldn't get along in Changjiang, and she even went to Li Jun to ask about it. Li Jun told her that something had happened to Suji and Jiang Hui had already taken her leave. Upon hearing that Jiang had taken leave for Suji, Jiang Ting frowned and ran to Jiang to confirm. The company has a rule that leave can only be taken by the person who is taking the leave, and that leave cannot be taken by someone else on behalf of the person who was taking the leave. Jiang Ting thought that Jiang Jia was taking leave on behalf of Suji, and that Jiang Jia was taking leave on behalf of Suji, and that Jiang Jia was taking leave on behalf of Suji, and that Jiang Jia was taking leave on behalf of Suji, and that Jiang Jia was taking leave on behalf of Suji, and that Jiang Jia was taking leave on behalf of Suji, and that Jiang Jia was taking leave on behalf of Su. Jiang Ting looked at Jiang Ting with a look of accusation. Although he was very unhappy, he had to explain to her that it was Lu Zong who had arranged it because of her special relationship with Lu Zong. Jiang Ting was even more upset when she heard that Lu Jiucheng had personally arranged for Su Ji to take leave. Jiang Hui, you are always by the side of Mr. Lu, tell me, what is the relationship between Su Ji and Mr. Lu? It's a boss-employee relationship. In fact, Jiang Hui had long since noticed that the relationship between Lu and Su Ji was not ordinary. For example, when Su Ji suddenly disappeared this time, Lu also disappeared, and he even took leave for Su Ji himself. And the last time Su Ji's nephew died, he took some time off, and Lu Zong also disappeared for a while. Jiang Hui himself doesn't believe that the two of them don't have some kind of relationship. But don't say that others don't know what the relationship between the two is. Even if they do know, as Lu's secretary, he would never reveal Lu's personal information without his permission. Su Ji spends all day sneaking into Lu Zong's office. I guess she must be trying to seduce Lu Zong by hook or by crook. Jiang Hui, do you think I'm right? Jiang Hui smiled. Isn't Jiang Ting trying to trap him? He's not that stupid. I don't know, but I advise you not to speculate on General Lu's private affairs here. You should know his temper. If you annoy him, he won't show mercy. Jiang Ting saw that she couldn't get anything out of Jiang Hui, so she snorted and left in a huff. But she couldn't let go of this matter in her heart. Today, when the two of them appeared at Changjiang at the same time, Jiang Ting felt even more that there was something between the two of them. Jealousy grew wildly in her heart. Weekend. Su Ji was still sleeping when she was woken up by a phone call. Su Ji picked up the phone and looked at it. The call was from Jiang Lu, so Su Ji pressed the answer button. Hello, Lulu. Su Ji, who had just woken up, had a distinctly lazy tone in her voice. Ji, are you still sleeping? It's okay, you can talk. Am I disturbing you and President Lu? I'm sorry. Jiang Lu was teasing over the phone. Lulu, aren't you working overtime today? Su Ji looked at the time, it was already past 9 o'clock. Jiang Lu's company has been very busy lately, and she is either working overtime or on her way to work. So Su Ji just sent a message to say hello, not daring to call her for fear of affecting her. Well, today I can finally take a day off. I haven't been to the mall in a long time. I want to call you to go shopping with me and buy some clothes. I hope your husband won't mind. Okay, I'll get up right away. Give me an address. How about Xin Feng Shopping Center? Okay, see you in an hour. After hanging up the phone, Su Ji stretched out again. Lu Jiucheng had kept her busy for a long time last night. She had tried to block him with her hands, worrying about the baby in her belly, and he had been unhappy about it. In order to appease him, she had to cooperate with him for the last time. Finally, Lu Jiucheng, who had finally been satisfied, let her go. She didn't expect to sleep until after 9 o'clock. When she was about to get up and get dressed, Lu Jiucheng suddenly sat up. He opened his wallet and took out a black card from it, handing it to Su Ji. Chapter 93, Mr. Lu blushed. Take this card, don't be so stingy. Buy whatever you want, don't save money for me. Centurion black gold card. Su Ji had only heard of it before, and it was a symbol of status and position. The annual fee alone was tens of thousands of yuan, and such cards could only be processed after being invited by the bank. Ordinary people simply did not have the opportunity to come into contact with such cards, so today was the first time she had seen one. Su Ji took the card in her hand and looked at the king of cards carefully. She had learned a lot today. After reading it, she returned the card to Lu Jiucheng. What's wrong? Lu Jiucheng thought she had accepted it when she took it, but he didn't expect her to give it back. No, don't misunderstand me. I just wanted to take a look because I've never seen this kind of card before. I don't want it. I have money. The card you gave me earlier is still there. I haven't touched it. I gave it to you so that you could use it. I can't give you anything else. This black card is issued in China. The maximum amount is 10 million. You can use it however you like as long as you don't buy anything too outrageous. Lu Jiucheng handed the card back to her after he finished speaking. Suji still insisted on not taking it, and Lu Jiucheng suddenly turned cold. I hate people who reject me. You've already rejected me many times. Lu Jiucheng's deep eyes were covered with a layer of ice, which made Suji's heart tremble. She had no choice but to take it again. Then she will hold it first, she won't use this card anyway. Then she casually said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Suji, are our relationship not as good as that of Officer Hua? What? Suji didn't react. You don't even need to say thank you to that Officer Hua. We sleep in the same bed every day, but we still say thank you and shut up and thank you. Am I not as important to you as that Officer Hua? Suji understood this time. Is this guy jealous? But what kind of jealousy is this? She and Officer Hua have nothing between them, so why can't he let go of this? Mr. Lu, are you jealous? Suji suddenly threw herself into his arms, and with both hands around his neck, she asked with a smile. Who is jealous? I just can't figure it out. I'm just asking. No. No other meaning? Lu Jiucheng suddenly became a little awkward. After he finished speaking, he quickly glanced at Suji and saw that Suji was staring at him with a smile on her face. He suddenly became a little flustered and quickly turned his head to the side. Suji looked at him and thought that Lu Jiucheng was especially cute at the moment. She couldn't help but pucker her lips and give him a kiss on the cheek. The kiss came a little unexpectedly, and Lu Jiucheng's face flushed red. Damn it, this woman is actually flirting with him, and he is actually flustered by her. Mr. Lu, why are you blushing? Could it be that you are embarrassed? Suji asked in a flirtatious voice. Little demon, are you in need of another beating? Then I'll beat you again right now. Lu Jiucheng said, pretending to tear her clothes. No. Suji screamed and quickly rolled over and ran to the bathroom. When she finished washing up and left the house, it was almost 10 o'clock. When she arrived at the Xinfeng shopping mall in her car, Jiang Lu was already waiting for her. Sorry, Jiang Lu, I'm late. It's okay, I just got here too. The two of them walked towards the entrance of the mall. Xinfeng is the largest shopping center in Jiangcheng. The first floor is for food and drink, with a variety of local delicacies, and the second floor is for jewelry. The third and fourth floors are more affordable clothing areas, and the fifth floor is a specialty store that sells all kinds of high-end designer clothes, shoes, and bags. Upstairs is a variety of entertainment. Their strength is there, so every time they come, they only go to the third and fourth floors, and then have dinner on the first floor. When the elevator stopped on the third floor, Suji was about to pull Jiang Lu out of the elevator when Jiang Lu suddenly called out to her. Suji, we haven't been to the fifth floor yet. Why don't we go there first? It doesn't matter if we buy anything, it's good to open our eyes. Sure, I'm here to accompany you today, so I'll go wherever you want. With Suji's approval, the two of them happily went to the fifth floor. The fifth floor is indeed the world of the rich, and it is filled with the smell of money. Not to mention the various expensive clothes from famous brands on display in the glass display cases. Just looking at the decoration style of the fifth floor, it feels like the whole place is made of money. Both of them knew their limitations and only planned to take a casual stroll outside to broaden their horizons. Later, when they passed by a shop and saw the beige dress on the model, Jiang Lu couldn't help but stop. The dress was indeed beautiful, with a very stylish design at the hem, and the diamonds on the chest glistened in the light above. Suji has always liked the fashion design industry, and when she was in college, she wanted to major in it the most. For financial reasons, she chose a more employable major in secretarial studies. Since then, she has buried her ideals deep in her heart. But whenever she came across a design that caught her eye, she couldn't help but stop and admire it. Why don't we go in and ask? What if it's not too expensive? Suji urged, mainly because she really wanted to take a closer look at the dress. Jiang Lu was really tempted, so she went in with Suji holding hands. Excuse me, how much is this dress? Jiang Lu pointed at the dress and asked the waitress. The waitress looked at the two women and saw that they were dressed in ordinary clothes and didn't seem like they could afford it. 58,000. The waitress gave them a cold look. Jiang Lu's tongue stuck out at Suji when she heard the price. She had just made up her mind to use her monthly salary to buy it. Her budget was around 10,000 yuan, but she had never imagined that the price of the dress would be so much higher than her budget. It would cost her several months' salary, and she couldn't afford it. As the two were about to leave, Jiang Ting and Zhang Hanlu suddenly walked in from outside. Looking at the arrogant Jiang Ting and the Zhang Hanlu who accompanied her, Su Ji asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" "I should be asking you, Su Ji. Don't you see? Can you afford to spend money in a place like this? A single piece of clothing costs tens of thousands of dollars. With your salary, it would take you months to buy the cheapest one. Don't pretend to be rich if you don't have the money. It's embarrassing. Don't go out and say you're from Changjiang. I'm ashamed for Changjiang." Chapter 94, Who is the Cat and the Dog? "Su Ji, I'm kindly reminding you now, if you can't afford it, leave quickly. What if you break someone else's clothes again? Can you afford to pay for it?" Zhang Hanlu also agreed. Jiang Ting and Zhang Hanlu had seen it a while ago when Su Ji and Jiang Lu were looking at clothes in front of the store. Recently, Lu Jiucheng had just given Jiang Ting a 1 million yuan card and told her to ask him for more money when she ran out. Jiang Ting suddenly felt that she was a rich person, so she thought she was already one grade higher than ordinary people. Since her status has risen, the clothes she used to wear no longer fit her current status, so she brought Zhang Hanlu along today to change her outfit. After she saw Su Ji and Jiang Lu go in, the two of them followed. She just wanted to see Su Ji's embarrassment. The clothes here are all high-end goods that cost tens of thousands of dollars. She is a small clerk and dares to come here to spend money. Who gave her the courage? She is really not measuring her abilities. Seeing the embarrassed look on their faces after asking the prices, Jiang Ting thought that this was her chance to make Su Ji look foolish, so she began to mock them. "Su Ji, do you know each other?" Jiang Lu asked with a suppressed anger in her chest. "My colleague." "Oh, I thought you were a rich girl from a big family, but it turns out you're a colleague. It seems that the recruitment staff at Changjiang must be blind, hiring even this kind of cat and dog. No wonder Changjiang was acquired by the Lu family. Who are you calling a cat or a dog?" Jiang Ting glared at Jiang Lu with clenched teeth. Su Ji also thought that the two of them were a bit ridiculous. Didn't she know what their situation was? Everyone knew each other's background, and they came here today to pretend to be big-headed wolves. "She was talking about you too. Didn't you hear her?" Su Ji played the role of an interpreter seriously. Jiang Ting saw that Jiang Lu seemed to be a bit difficult to deal with, so she took the opportunity of Su Ji speaking to turn her attention back to Su Ji. "You are the cat and the dog, and your whole family is the cat and the dog." Jiang Ting rushed to Su Ji and raised her hand to teach Su Ji a lesson. "Stop it." Suddenly, a shout of anger came from the door, and Jiang Ting was so scared that her raised hand wavered a few times, and in the end, she didn't dare to let it fall. Everyone looked towards the door. "Sister Yana!" Su Ji exclaimed in surprise. Luo Yana was seen walking in with Su Wenchuan's arm around her. Luo Yana is Su Wenchuan's girlfriend. They have been dating for many years, but Su Ji has only met Luo Yana twice, both times at the Su's home. Luo Yana's father is in real estate and is financially comparable to the Su family. Su Ji had a good impression of her. Although she was a rich girl, she was not arrogant at all, and was quite low-key. Su Ji remembered her favorably, especially when she first returned to the Su family. That night, she made a big table of dishes to please the Su family, but the Su family hardly touched their chopsticks. Luo Yana, who came with Su Wenchuan that day, didn't mind at all. After eating, she praised Su Ji's cooking as being to her liking. This gave Su Ji, who was extremely embarrassed at the time, some comfort. Luo Yana has always liked the clothes in this store. The manager of this store sent her a message yesterday saying that a new batch of clothes had arrived, so she brought Su Wenchuan here today to try on some clothes. She didn't expect to hear someone laughing at Su Ji as soon as she walked in the door. She decided to stand aside and listen to what was going on. Later, when she saw Jiang Ting about to hit Su Ji, she couldn't bear to watch. Luo Yana walked up to Jiang Ting and Zhang Hanlu, put her arms around her chest, and looked up and down at the two of them. She looked at the two of them and thought, they're not dressed well, so why are they laughing at others? The salesperson, seeing that they were regular customers, hurried over to greet them warmly. "Mr. Su, Miss Luo, you're here? We just got a new shipment in. Miss Luo, come try it on." Luo Yana ignored the clerk and asked Jiang Ting and Zhang Hanlu, "I just heard you laughing at Ji Ji, saying she couldn't afford the clothes here, right? Jiang Ting had already been in a state of confusion after seeing Su Wenchuan enter the store, and had no time to care about whether Su Ji could afford the clothes. She pretended not to hear Luo Yunna's words and glanced at Su Wenchuan again. Isn't this Su Wenchuan, the young master of Tianhe? When she suddenly noticed that he was also looking over here, Jiang Ting quickly turned her face to the side, afraid that Su Wenchuan would recognize her. If Su Wenchuan really recognized her, then she was finished. Zhongcheng is so big, why does she always meet the wrong people? Zhang Hanlu looked at Luo Yunna's high-end goods, the Chanel bag in her hand, which must be worth at least several 100,000 yuan. In front of the rich, she could no longer pretend. She wanted to wait and see Jiang Ting's reaction, but found that she had turned her head to the side, looking guilty. Zhang Hanlu quickly smiled and apologized. You probably misunderstood. We work with Su Ji, and we were just joking with her. Joke? Do colleagues joke like this? Since you look down on her so much, I'll show you what it means to look down on people today. Ji, which one do you want to buy? You can choose any of the clothes here. Let your brother pay for you today. Luo Yunna turned her head and asked Su Ji. Su Ji quickly refused. Thank you, Yunna, but I don't want any clothes. We're just looking. After saying that, Su Ji turned her head to Jiang Lu and said, Right, Lulu. Jiang Lu understood what Su Ji meant. The Su family had broken Su Ji's heart, and she didn't want to have anything to do with them anymore. Yes, we're just hanging out. This dress wasn't originally intended for Su Ji to buy, so Jiang Lu quickly followed up with an explanation. Luo Yunna glanced at Su Ji and Jiang Lu, seeing that they were both of similar height and build, and said to the salesperson, Go get the clothes they just looked at, and bring 2 sets of different colors according to their sizes. Okay, Miss Luo. The clerk happily turned around and went to get the clothes. Su Ji and Jiang Lu both waved their hands in a hurry. Sister Yunna, really, we're just browsing. Su Ji declined again. Su Ji, do you still need to be so polite with us? Besides, isn't it normal for your brother to pay for you? Wenchuan, what do you think? Su Wenchuan had not spoken up until now, but when Luo Yunna asked him, he hurriedly replied, Su Ji, just go try on whatever you like, and I and Nana will help you choose. Since that night when Su Ji left the Su family, they have been thinking of ways to win her back. Now that there is such a good opportunity, of course he is happy. Now he was afraid that Su Ji would refuse. As long as she was happy, he would be happy to pack up all the clothes in the store. Jiang Ting, who had been standing on the side with her head turned, couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Luo Yunna say that Su Wenchuan was Su Ji's brother. Wait, Su Wenchuan and Su Ji? They both have the same surname, so is he really Su Ji's brother? So Su Ji is Tianhe's daughter? Oh my god. After sorting out the relationship between them, Jiang Ting suddenly felt like a deflated balloon. She tugged on Zhang Hanlu's sleeve. Lulu, let's go. Chapter 95. Jiang Lu knew that Su Ji was pregnant. Leaving already? Aren't you going to watch Su Ji buy clothes? Luo Yunna looked at the two of them, who were looking dejected, and deliberately mocked them. Please wait a moment. Su Wenchuan suddenly shouted at the backs of Jiang Ting and the others. Jiang Ting stopped in her tracks. Oh no, did Su Wenchuan recognize her? She was so scared that she didn't even dare to turn around. Luo Yunna, who was standing next to her, also looked at Su Wenchuan with a puzzled expression. Su Ji is my younger sister. I hope you will be more polite to her in the future. If you dare to bully her like this again, I won't let you go. Su Wenchuan's voice was neither high nor low, but it carried a sense of compelling deterrence. Jiang Ting let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing she didn't recognize her. She took Zhang Hanlu and ran away. Su Ji never thought that Su Wenchuan, who had always been indifferent to her, would one day stand up for her. This was the first time in her life that she had felt the kind of protection that comes from family, even though it was probably mixed with a large amount of things tied to interests. Thank you for speaking up for me. Su Wenchuan nodded and said that she could call if she encountered any difficulties in the future. Su Ji didn't say anything else. She knew that even if she encountered a huge problem, she would never ask the Su family for help again. At this point, the clerk handed over 2 identical dresses, wrapped up. Su Ji saw that she could not refuse anymore, so she took them and handed them to Jiang Lu, then quickly walked towards the counter. She didn't want to owe the Su family, so she would pay for the 2 dresses herself. Suji took out the black card that Lu Jiucheng had given her this morning and handed it to the clerk. The clerk looked at the black card and was slightly shocked. It turns out that you can't judge a book by its cover. It seems that in the future, you can't judge customers who come into the store by their appearance. Suji originally did not plan to use this card, but now she had no choice. She had already decided that she would pay it back when she got home. You are not allowed to take her money, or I will never come back again. Luo Yana saw Suji going to pay and hurriedly warned the clerk. The clerk had no choice but to return the card to Suji and persuaded her, Miss Su, please accept the kindness of Miss Luo and Mr. Su. Isn't it normal for a brother to buy his sister a dress? At this time, Su Wenchuan came over and handed over his bank card. The money was quickly transferred, and Suji really couldn't find a reason to refuse anymore. Thank you very much. At this point, Jiang Lu also came over very embarrassed and said to Luo Yana and Su Wenchuan, Miss Luo, please keep the one for Gigi. I have no reason to accept this. Please return my card. It is only natural for someone to buy clothes for their own sister, and there is no reason for her to accept a gift from an outsider, especially one that is so valuable. Miss Jiang, you are Suji's good friend. You have been by her side all these years, never leaving her side, and you must have helped her a lot. Please accept this as a token of our family's gratitude. Don't refuse anymore. Yes, you and Suji can each have one. Isn't it fashionable to wear matching outfits with your best friend? I'm sure you two will get a lot of attention if you wear this dress and go out. Luo Yana was speaking from the heart. Although Jiang Lu's looks were not as good as Suji's, compared to ordinary people, they were still quite eye-catching. Jiang Lu looked at Suji helplessly, and Suji patted her on the shoulder. Lulu, we'll take it. Don't let Yana down. After saying that, Suji turned to Luo Yana and said, Yana, thank you. Lulu and I won't bother you two on your date. Goodbye. Goodbye. Luo Yana waved to them with a smile, and Su Wenchuan watched Suji and the others leave, muttering to Luo Yana. I paid for the meal, but Suji only thanked you, calling you Sister Yana the whole time, but she never once called me brother. Luo Yana gave him a cold look. Your family is doing a great job. I couldn't stand your attitude towards Suji when I first met her. I heard that when Suji's brother and sister-in-law passed away, Suji begged you for help, but none of you went to help her. It would be strange if Suji still called you brother affectionately. After she finished speaking, she suddenly asked Luo Wenchuan, Wenchuan, tell me the truth. If you brought Suji back, why did you treat her that way? Is she really a Su family member, your own sister? Su Wenchuan frowned and remained silent for a long time. Suji and Jiang Lu finished lunch together and went to the riverside to enjoy the breeze. Later, Jiang Lu said that she hadn't seen a movie in a long time and wanted to go to the movies. So she accompanied her to the movies again, and all the money came from Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu thought that the dress was too expensive, and she felt uneasy not spending some money. It was only a little after 5 o'clock when the two of them came out of the movie theater. Jiang Lu seemed to be in a very good mood, and she shouted that Suji wanted to eat a big skewer of barbecue and drink a big glass of beer. The two hadn't gotten together in a long time, and Suji didn't want to ruin her fun, so she agreed. The last time the two of them ate barbecue, they were targeted by gangsters, so this time Jiang Lu didn't dare to go to that kind of roadside stall. They went to a more famous charcoal-fired barbecue restaurant. The restaurant was very busy, and since it was lunchtime, the 2 floors were almost full. At this time, a couple finished eating, and when they got up, Jiang Lu quickly pulled Suji to sit down. After the waiter cleared the table, he set a new one for them. As soon as the meat was grilled, Jiang Lu couldn't wait to open a beer. Lulu, don't drink so much. I can't drink now. Are you on your period? It's okay, just drink a little less. Jiang Lu said, and she opened another can and pushed it towards Suji. Lulu, I really can't drink. Suji pushed the beer back to her. Jiang Lu suddenly smiled and leaned her face close to Suji. Are you pregnant? In fact, Jiang Lu was joking and teasing Suji on purpose, but she didn't expect Suji's face to suddenly turn red. Jiang Lu sensed that something was wrong and suddenly her voice became stern. Suji, are you telling me the truth? Suji nodded in acknowledgement. Pop. Jiang Lu slammed the table in anger, and people at the neighboring tables looked over. Suji, is he only thinking about his own comfort and not caring about your life and death? How can you be so stupid as to let him do whatever he wants? You're the one suffering. Jiang Lu looked heartbroken. Before Suji could say anything, Jiang Lu asked a series of questions. How long has it been going on? What are you going to do about it? Does he know? Have you told him? Jiang Lu asked a whole bunch of questions in one go, and Suji didn't know which one to answer first. Lulu, I'm going to have this baby. Jiang Lu looked at Suji in surprise. He promised to marry you. Suji shook her head. What are you going to do if you have the baby? Did he ask you to have the baby? Suji shook his head again. He doesn't know yet. You're pregnant with his child, why don't you tell him? Are you embarrassed to say it? Give me your phone, I'll tell him. He has to take responsibility for you. Chapter 96, Encountering Gou Ziming. Jiang Lu said, and her hand already reached Suji's face, trying to get the cell phone she had placed on the table. Suji quickly grabbed the phone and hid it behind her back. Lulu, don't be in a hurry. Listen to me. Hurry up and tell me. Jiang Lu became visibly irritated, and because she couldn't hold back, she raised her voice a few decibels. People on the other tables all looked over. Suji rubbed her nose awkwardly, then glanced around with the corner of her eye, and lowered her voice as much as possible after seeing that no one was paying attention to the two of them. Lulu, when I found out I was pregnant, I tried to ask him what he would do if I was pregnant with his child. He said without thinking, abort it. So I didn't dare tell him the truth. I was afraid he would really force me to abort the baby. You see, he doesn't care at all. Why do you still keep it? Suji, are you out of your mind? You know it's impossible, so why do you keep it? Have you thought about the future? At this moment, a smell of burning suddenly drifted into the two people's nostrils. They were so busy talking that they forgot about the roast. The two of them hurriedly turned the meat on the grill over. Afterwards, Suji took out a tissue and wiped her hands. Lulu, the baby is almost 2 months old. When I first got pregnant, I thought about getting an abortion, but then I suddenly remembered that I had a dream about Chen Shen before I knew I was pregnant. Chen Shen told me in the dream that he was coming back to be with me, and then he pointed at my stomach and kept laughing. After I knew I was pregnant and was going to have an abortion, I dreamed of Chen Shen again. Chen Shen told me in my dream that he had already returned and that he would be by my side every day from now on. Suji said that it was just a dream. You think about something during the day, and you dream about it at night. Don't you know that? Before Suji finished speaking, Jiang Lu persuaded her again. It is not easy for a woman to raise a child alone without a husband. Suji has already suffered so much, and Jiang Lu does not want to see Suji suffer anymore. She hopes that Suji can live a happy life in the second half of her life. Suji knew that Jiang Lu was doing this for her own good, and she reached out and took Jiang Lu's hand. But Lulu, those two dreams were so real, I couldn't bear to see them. I really hope that Chen Chen is still alive. Whether or not the child in my belly is Chen Chen, I'll just think of it as a consolation. I feel guilty that I couldn't save Chen Chen. I'm afraid my brother and sister-in-law will blame me over there, so I'll just pretend he's back and give myself some psychological comfort. Jiang Lu saw that Suji had made up her mind inside. My silly girl, you may have to suffer again in the future. I'm not afraid, really. Suji thought about having a little life by her side in the future, watching him grow up little by little. She was not only not afraid, but also a little bit looking forward to it. Jiang Lu extended a finger and angrily poked Suji's forehead. At this point, the meat was already cooked, so Jiang Lu picked up 2 slices and put them in Suji's plate. Eat more. When he comes out, you won't be able to eat for a long time. Jiang Lu said, lifting her chin and looking at Suji's stomach. Suji knew that Jiang Lu had accepted the fact that she was pregnant. Thank you. When he gets out, will you let him recognize you as his godmother? Suji said to Jiang Lu with a smile after she had stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth and was chewing. Who is coming out? Who is going to be your godmother? A man's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Suji was startled and turned around to see Gou Ziming standing behind her. Gu Xiao? When did you come? Suji asked nervously. She was afraid that Gou Ziming would hear about her pregnancy again, and then it would get back to Lu Jiucheng's ears. The child might not be saved. I just came over. Suji, I haven't seen you for a long time. What luck I have to run into you here today. Do you know that I've been missing you? Gou Ziming said this with a look of familiarity, and sat down next to Suji directly. Suji looked at him speechlessly, lifted her buttocks and moved inwards, trying to keep her distance from him. Jiang Lu looked at Gou Ziming with some disgust. Suji, who is this guy? Well, I don't know him well, but I guess I do. His last name is Gou, he's a rich kid, and he likes beautiful women. There was once a beautiful woman who chased him so much that she came to Changjiang, so you can see how charming he is. Suji deliberately teased him about his embarrassing story, hoping to make him angry and leave. Unexpectedly, Gou Ziming not only was not angry, but shamelessly said, "Oh, that's all ancient history. A hero doesn't mention his past exploits. Now I've become a lonely bachelor for you." After Gou Ziming finished speaking, he looked up and took a look at Jiang Lu. "Who is this beauty? Suji, aren't you going to introduce me to her? This is my good sister. Her name and surname have nothing to do with you. Mr. Gou, you should not ask so much. By the way, Mr. Gou, why are you so idle today? Don't you have a beautiful woman to keep you company? Where did you find a beauty? Suji, do you know that I have been a monk for a while now, abstaining from sex for your sake? You heartless man, you are eating meat and drinking wine with your sister. I am really very sad." Gou Ziming said, pretending to be heartbroken, and leaned his head on Suji's shoulder. At this moment, a large hand reached out and suddenly grabbed his ear. Chapter 97. Gou Ziming and Lu Jiuqing started to fight again. Gou Ziming winced in pain and slowly twisted his head, and Lu Jiuqing's handsome face gradually appeared in his eyes. The nemesis. It's this nemesis again. He didn't know what kind of bad luck he had, but whenever he appeared next to Suji, this ghostly thing would immediately appear. No, he has to find a master to break it up properly some other day. Damn you, let go of me. Gou Ziming cursed. He wanted to fight back, but Lu Jiucheng had his ear firmly grasped in his hand. As soon as he moved, Lu Jiucheng twisted his ear and pulled it up. Gou Ziming screamed in pain, "Lu Jiucheng, let go of me. Who is my father?" Lu Jiucheng increased the pressure a little more. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sighed Gou Ziming, couldn't help but let out a sound. You're my father, okay, let go quickly. Lu Jiucheng then let go of his hand. Suji and Jiang Lu looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Gou Ziming felt very embarrassed and picked up a cup on the table and threw it at Lu Jiucheng. Lu Jiucheng reached out and grabbed the cup in his hand. Gou Ziming was still not satisfied and picked up another plate to throw. Ziming, have you had enough? You're not ashamed in public. Gou Ziming stopped holding the plate in midair and looked in the direction of the sound, only to find Lin Wenyang standing on the side with his arms folded, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses shining with a cold light. Nian Nian, you have to make a decision for me. I'm being bullied to death by this Lu guy. Gou Ziming, like a little wife who has been bullied, threw herself into Lin Wenyang's arms and began to denounce Lu Jiucheng's many wrongdoings. Lin Wenyang was defeated by Gou Ziming's shameless appearance. He looked awkwardly to the left and right, and saw that there was an empty table next to Suji. He quickly dragged Gou Ziming and sat him down on a stool. Gou Ziming, do you have any shame? There are so many people watching. Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Wenyang lowered his voice and scolded. Who let him always ruin my good things? What's the shame? I'm not afraid of shame. I want Lu Jiucheng to lose face with me. Lin Wenyang looked at him with contempt. Gou Ziming, I'm not saying this to you, it doesn't matter how you mess around outside, but you can't even let your own brother's woman go. Lin Wenyang, where did you get that from? What do you mean I don't let go of my brother's woman? What did I do? You're a bachelor, where did you get a woman? He, Lu Jiucheng, is also a bachelor. Gou Ziming suddenly stopped talking because he saw Lu Jiucheng raising his middle finger at him defiantly with one hand around Suji's shoulder. He was suddenly confused. Lin Wenyang, what is going on between them? Tell me. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see what's going on? What else could it be? What you see is what's going on. Gou Ziming stood up from his stool and walked past Lin Wenyang to the table where Suji was sitting. You old six, I was the one who liked Suji first. I said I wanted to chase her, but you wouldn't let me, And you even said that you were afraid that I would ruin your female employees. Gou Ziming angrily pointed his finger at Luo Jiucheng. He wanted to tear off his hypocritical mask and show everyone what a shameful person he was. The people in the barbecue restaurant once again focused their attention on these few people, and even the people upstairs were leaning over the fence to eat melons. At this time, a woman with a very voluptuous figure came down from upstairs, walking with a graceful gait and heading straight for Gou Ziming and the others. Gou Ziming, you told me you were going to the bathroom. It's been half an hour, and I thought you drowned yourself in the toilet. I didn't expect you to come down here to fight with someone over a woman. I didn't, Shan. I just met these two brothers of mine, and I'll go up and keep you company after I say a few words to them. Humph. Gou Ziming, do you think I'm stupid or blind? I, Zhou Xinshan, am not worthy of a scumbag like you. Goodbye, no, never again. Zhou Xinshan turned her head and walked directly to the door. Gou Ziming panicked and hurriedly chased after her. The waiter shouted from behind, "Don't go yet, you haven't bought anything yet." Lu Jiucheng saw this and hurried over. Don't shout. How much is it? I'll pay for it. And count the two girls in too. Suji and Jian Lu looked at the strange looks from everyone and couldn't sit there any longer. Let's go too. The two of them said the same thing at the same time. Jian Lu didn't know that Lu Jiucheng had already paid the bill for their table, and was about to go to the bar to pay the bill. Lu Jiucheng told her that he had already paid it. Jiang Lu could only say thank you to him. You two must not have eaten well. Why don't we go to another restaurant? Jiang Lu looked at Su Ji. Well, as long as Mr. Lu is treating, Lu and I are happy to eat and drink for free. Su Ji replied mischievously. Lu Jiucheng raised his lips and then turned back and waved at Lin Wenyang. He was invited by Lin Wenyang to come over for barbecue today, but he didn't expect to run into Gou Ziming harassing Su Ji here. This guy really hasn't changed his ways. His girlfriend is upstairs, and he still came downstairs to bother Su Ji. He really has a lot of nerve. The four of them left the barbecue restaurant together. As soon as they reached the door, they saw Gou Ziming's car still parked at the door. Looking further inside, they saw him sitting in the driver's seat with a long face. Didn't this kid go after her? Why is he still here? Don't worry about him, let's go. Lu Jiucheng said. Everyone had a car, and Lu Jiucheng was the host for the evening, so he took the lead and drove in front of the others. Lin Weini followed behind Lu Jiucheng, and Su Ji and Jian Lu followed behind them in turn. No one noticed that a Maybach was also quietly following behind them. Lu Jiucheng drove them to a very elegant manor-like hotel. The hotel has a large area and is built in the style of ancient architecture. The layout inside is like a garden in the south of the Yangtze River, with pavilions, towers, rockeries, fish ponds, and exotic flowers and plants, giving people a sense of beauty. Here you can enjoy the food and the beautiful scenery, and it is extremely private, so you don't have to worry about being disturbed by others. It is the first choice for those with status and status to gather. After the cars had all stopped, Lu Jiucheng discovered that there was an additional Maybach in their convoy. Gou Ziming opened the car door and got out, and everyone looked at him with incredulous eyes. Gou Ziming, what's wrong with you? Lu Jiucheng asked coldly. Ziming, haven't you had enough fun yet? You have to know when to stop. Lin Wenyang also warned, he felt that Gou Ziming must be here to cause trouble. Chapter 98, Throwing Dog Food. You have made us lose face with you, and we didn't even get to eat? You have a really thick skin, and you actually came back. Jian Lu was angry at the sight of him, and she started to scold him as well. The table just now cost several $100s, and he ruined it before we even had a chance to eat. Although Lu Jiucheng ended up paying the bill, she still felt bad that she had wasted money and didn't get to eat anything. This restaurant is not owned by you. How can you enter when I can't? If you have the guts, call out the boss. If the boss doesn't let me in, I'll leave immediately without saying a word. Gou Ziming could see that everyone was hostile towards him and unanimously treated him as an outsider. But he was born with a mind that didn't care much about what others thought. He only cared about being happy himself, and he didn't care if others were happy or not. Today, he got nothing but a big mess. Not only did he not get Su Ji, he also made the girl he had arranged to meet with angry and leave. He followed him here on purpose to make Lu Jiucheng's life difficult. If he's unhappy, he won't be happy either. It was still early, so he had to find some fun, otherwise how could he sleep through the long night? Look at you, you're all so snobbish, and Suji is the most understanding. Gou Ziming noticed that only Suji didn't scold him, and he walked towards Su while talking. Suji was actually too lazy to pay attention to him, afraid that if she opened her mouth, he would get entangled with her again. Lu Jiucheng gave Gou Ziming a look and quickly walked over to take Suji's hand and walked in. Suji's heart stirred. This was the first time Lu Jiucheng had held her hand in front of others, and a ripple of joy washed over her heart. She knew that Lu Jiucheng was only doing this to declare his sovereignty in front of Gou Ziming, and that the relationship between the two of them would not change because of it. She still felt sweet in her heart, like she had eaten candy. At least, at this moment, she was still valued in his heart. She let Lu Jiucheng lead her into the house. Gou Ziming walked behind everyone and rolled his eyes at the people in front of him. Lu Jiucheng had already asked Jiang Hui to reserve a room for dinner. After the others had gone in, Gou Ziming followed everyone else in with a cheeky grin. He saw Suji sitting down and quickly grabbed a seat next to her. Lu Jiucheng gave him a dangerous look, as if warning him to behave himself. Gou Ziming pretended not to see it. When the food was served, Gou Ziming put on his gloves and started peeling the shrimp. After he was done, he put them in Suji's bowl. Suji, you're too skinny. You need to eat more. Lu Jiucheng saw this and quickly picked up the shrimp and put it in his mouth. Then he put down his chopsticks and put on a pair of disposable gloves to peel the shrimp. Lu Jiucheng stuffed the shrimp directly into Suji's mouth after peeling it. This made Gou Ziming learn at once, and he peeled another one and held it up to Suji's mouth. Suji was so busy eating that she didn't notice that another shrimp had been peeled and placed in front of her. She thought that Lu Jiucheng had peeled it for her again, so she didn't even look at it and opened her mouth to eat it. Suji, you dare! Lu Jiucheng's sharp voice suddenly rang out. Suji shivered in fear and looked up to realize that the person feeding her shrimp was not Lu Jiucheng. She smiled awkwardly at Lu Jiucheng, then looked at Gou Ziming and gave him a mysterious smile, then reached out and took the shrimp. Gou Ziming saw that Suji had taken the shrimp he had peeled, and although she had used her hands, not her mouth, he was still greatly encouraged and looked at Lu Jiucheng with a provocative look. Lu Jiucheng looked at Suji, who had ignored her warning and taken the shrimp from Gou Ziming's hand. His handsome face turned black, and the coldness in his narrow eyes was chilling. His blood was surging, and he was about to throw down his chopsticks and leave when he saw Suji dip the shrimp in the sauce bowl and then pass it to him. Mr. Lu, eat the shrimp. Lu Jiucheng's face instantly changed from gloomy to bright, and he swallowed the shrimp in one bite. He smiled and made a yes sign at Gou Ziming while chewing. Gou Ziming was so angry that he took off his gloves and threw them in the trash can. Suji, you're breaking my heart. Gou Ziming covered his chest and leaned his body against Lin Wenyang, who was sitting next to him. Lin Wenyang, hug me. I'm hurt here, very badly. Gou Ziming pretended to be dying, and Lin Wenyang looked disgusted and leaned away. It's okay, you're not going to die. This is what I'm best at. If it doesn't work, I'll get you another one. Lin Wenyang said, you two are almost enough. We are here to eat, not to eat dog food. Jiang Lu looked at Suji and Lu Jiucheng, the two of them interacting with love, feeding each other sweetly, and suddenly felt that they were a good match. She felt that there was more than just lust and money between the two of them, there must be love, otherwise why would they be able to act so naturally? When Suji just stuffed the shrimp that Gou Ziming had peeled into Lu Jiucheng's mouth, the satisfaction on his face and the soft look he gave Suji, Jiang Lu felt that Lu Jiucheng definitely had feelings for Suji. I hope this couple will have a good outcome in the future, so that Suji will not have to be an unwed mother and the child in her belly will have a complete family. After being showered with affection by the two, Gou Ziming was extremely frustrated and temporarily stopped acting up. He picked up his chopsticks and dejectedly started to eat the rice in his bowl. It's not that he loves Suji very much, but Lu Jiucheng suddenly announced in front of everyone that he was with Suji, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He thought that Suji was the one he had liked first, and Lu Jiucheng took advantage of the situation to openly protect the company's employees, but secretly took Suji for himself. This was not much different from stealing his woman. It is not his style to hold his anger in. He had originally come with the intention of causing trouble for Lu Jiucheng, but instead he was the one who suffered. Seeing Lu Jiucheng's smug look, Gou Ziming's anger grew. His eyes rolled, and an idea came to him. But he still managed to finish his meal first, then put down his chopsticks and asked Lu Jiucheng in a steady voice. Old Lu, I'm chasing Su Ji for the purpose of marriage. What about you? Will you marry Su Ji? Chapter 99, As long as she is willing to marry, I am willing to marry. Gou Ziming's words quickly filled everyone's expectations. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Jiucheng, and even Su Ji raised her bright eyes and looked at Lu Jiucheng. Although she probably already knew what Lu Jiucheng would say, she couldn't help but have a little bit of anticipation, wanting to hear how he would answer Gou Ziming's question. Lu Jiucheng took the glass on the table, sipped lightly, and then looked at Su Ji. His eyes were deep and it was impossible to tell what emotions he was feeling. The light shone down on his head, giving his entire face a layer of bright light. His handsome face was as calm as ever. His lips parted slightly, and his voice was gentle and full of magnetism as it rang out in the private room. As long as Su Ji is willing to marry, I am willing to marry. Su Ji's face froze for a moment. She didn't expect Lu Jiucheng to ask her to answer this question. Su Ji noticed that he didn't ask her directly, but used a circumstantial sentence. He put her wishes in the front, and he stayed in the back to accept her wishes or unwillingness. This cunning old fox, indeed, has not been idle in the business world. He knows too well how to leave himself a way out, and he does so without leaving a trace. Su Ji understood that their relationship was equivalent to that of partners. He had thrown the question to her as a partner. They were on the same boat, a community of interests. Su Ji could not only consider her own interests, but also the interests of her partner. Otherwise, the cooperation would have to be terminated. Su Ji is not afraid of termination, but she is afraid that she will not only become a laughing stock, but also be looked down upon by Lu Jiucheng. She didn't want him to look down on her, even though he probably already did. Su Ji, say you're willing, quickly. Jiang Lu was so anxious that she wanted to say the words I'm willing for her. She wanted Su Ji to be happy and to have a good home, and Lu Jiucheng was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. After all, he was the father of the child in Su Ji's belly. Jiang Lu believed that Lu Jiucheng, with his strong financial resources, would be able to give Su Ji a stable life, so that she would never have to grovel for money again and live such a hard life. Such a good opportunity is right in front of you, you mustn't let it slip away. Su Ji pursed her lips and smiled at Jiang Lu. She knew that Jiang Lu only wanted the best for her, but she knew that she couldn't be too greedy. What didn't belong to her, she couldn't force, and reaching too far would only make her look cheap. I've only just started dating Mr. Lu, and we're not even talking about marriage yet. Marriage is no joke, and we should all be cautious about it. I only want to love one person and get married once in my life, and I only want to spend the rest of my life with one person, so I will be even more cautious. I think Mr. Lu must also think so, right, Mr. Lu? Lu Jiucheng nodded slightly. What Su Ji said was exactly what he wanted. She understood the rules and didn't overstep them in the slightest, but why wasn't he happy at all? Especially when she said that she only wanted to love one person in her life, get married once, and spend the rest of her life with one person, he was actually moved. Who is the person she loves and wants to spend the rest of her life with? Lu Jiucheng felt a little jealous again. Although that person might still be just an ideal for Su Ji, he did not exist in a concrete form. He suddenly remembered that they had been together for some time. Had she ever loved him? Even a little? At this moment, someone clapped their hands, and Lu Jiucheng's thoughts were pulled back. He realized that he had been thinking too much again. The person who was applauding was Lin Wenyang. He had always thought that Su Ji was attracted to Lu Jiucheng because of his money and status. Just now, Lu Jiucheng had a good opportunity to say what he wanted to say, and he thought that Su Ji would agree to marry Lu Jiucheng on the spot. He didn't expect her to say these things, which made him a little more impressed with Su Ji. Su Ji, aren't you afraid that he won't keep his promise and leave you with another woman? Gou Ziming was a little dissatisfied that he couldn't make Lu Jiucheng feel uncomfortable. I only believe that what is mine will be mine sooner or later, and what is not mine will leave me sooner or later. Miss Su's attitude is really big. Gou Ziming was sour on the side. He knew that Su Ji was defending Lu Jiucheng. He had been with so many women in his first half of life, and apart from asking him for money and gifts, none of them had ever stood up for him when he needed someone to stand up for him. Gou Ziming suddenly felt that he had failed in life. He had sought out many women and spent a lot of money, but he had never been able to find a woman who truly cared for him. Is it because he is too sentimental and too frivolous that the heavens are punishing him for being destined to never get a true heart? Jiang Lu couldn't help but admire Su Ji's indifferent attitude. The two of them have been sisters for so many years, and she should have guessed that Su Ji has always been like this, not competing or fighting, and not playing tricks on anyone. Perhaps it is her carefree and indifferent attitude towards life that attracts her and has made her her best friend for so many years. At this moment, a melodious ringtone sounded, and everyone hurried to check their phones. It turned out to be Lu Jiuqing's phone ringing. The call was from Jiang Ting, and Lu Jiuqing immediately answered the call. "Brother, where are you? Hurry back, Mrs. Lu is sick again and is crying for you." Jiang Ting said that she might have turned the phone towards Mrs. Lu. "Jojo, where are you? My Jojo, I miss you. Come back soon. Nian, come back with me." Lu Jiuqing got up and walked out. When he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and turned around and shouted at Su Ji, "You come back with me too." Lu Jiuqing remembered that last time when his mother had a fit, the many servants in the house couldn't calm her down, but Su Ji had calmed her down in no time. Lin Wenyang didn't bring a medical kit, and without sedatives, if his mother didn't cooperate with taking her medicine, Lin Wenyang would be at a loss. At this time, having one more person would mean having one more solution. The meal was already over, and when they saw the three of them walking out, Jiang Lu and Gou Ziming also followed them out. "Su Ji, don't drive anymore. Take my car. I'll arrange for someone to drive your car back for you." Lu Jiuqing opened the car door and got in, quickly starting the car. "Lu, drive slowly on the road. I'm leaving first." Su Ji did not dare to delay, and quickly got into Lu Jiuqing's car after saying hello to Jiang Lu. "Okay, Gigi, you guys be careful too." When Su Ji and the others arrived at the Lu family mansion, it was already past 10 o'clock. As soon as Auntie Zhang and Auntie Wang saw Su Ji coming, they were overjoyed, as if they had seen a savior. "Miss Su, you're here too, this is really great." Last time when Madame had a fit, Su Ji quickly calmed her down. They believed that Su Ji would be able to calm Madame down this time as well. At this time, Jiang Ting was following behind Mrs. Lu and kept persuading her, but it was to no avail. She was already impatient, but she had to pretend to be very patient in front of the servants in the house. When she saw Lu Jiuqing enter the house with a man and a woman, her face immediately fell when she realized that the woman was Su Ji. "Su Ji, why are you here? Who told you to come?" Chapter 100, Jiang Ting is beaten. Jiang Ting's words made Auntie Wang and Auntie Zhang standing next to her unable to listen anymore. This Jiang Ting really treats the Lu family as her own family. It's fine for her to point her finger at them, but she's actually so rude to Miss Su. You have to know that Miss Su is the lady's favorite daughter-in-law candidate. If the lady is awake at this moment and sees her treating Miss Su like this, she will definitely give her a big slap. She really doesn't know who she is, relying on the support of the young master. Like Mrs. Lu, all the servants in the Lu family like Su Ji very much because she is gentle and polite. They all hoped that Su Ji would one day become the young mistress of the family, but they didn't know what the young master was thinking, and he didn't want such a good young lady, so he deserved to be single until now. Lu Jiuqing also sensed Jiang Ting's strong hostility. Before Su Ji could reply, he said, "I asked her to come." "What's wrong with that?" "Brother, it's nothing. I just don't want to see her." "Miss Jiang, you probably don't know this, but the last time Madame had a fit, we couldn't persuade her to calm down, and in the end, it was Miss Su who helped us calm Madame down." Mrs. Zhang couldn't bear to watch anymore. She felt that if she didn't say something to help Su Ji, she would feel a bit sorry for Su Ji. Yes, Miss Su is gentle and kind, and Madame loves her very much. Auntie Wang also agreed. Jiang Ting glared at them unhappily. If it weren't for Lu Jiuqing, she would really teach these two nosy maids a lesson. She wanted them to understand that they should not interrupt their mistress when she is talking, or they will die a miserable death. "Isn't there Dr. Lin?" Jiang Ting saw that Lu Jiuqing's face was not very good, so she had to mutter a sentence in a low voice. Suddenly she remembered what Auntie Zhang had said about Su Ji having been to the Lu family before. So this wasn't the first time Su Ji had been to the Lu family? She remembered that it was already past 9 o'clock when she called, so why was Su Ji still with Lu Jiuqing at that late hour? Could it be that she and Lu Jiuqing really have an illicit relationship? Jiang Ting looked at Lu Jiuqing and then at Su Ji. She once again felt that there was something between the two of them. After Su Ji came in, she didn't even look at Jiang Ting, and quickly went with Lin Wenyang to comfort Mrs. Lu. Lu Jiuqing looked at Jiang Ting. He knew that she and Suji had had some unpleasantness some time ago, so he patiently persuaded her, Gogo, this is not the time to be emotional. We should find a way to get my mother back to normal as soon as possible. Brother, I know. I've tried many ways to appease her, but it's been useless. She's been making a fuss there for a long time. I understand. If you're tired, go rest for a while. Lu Jiuqing turned and walked over to his mother. At this time, Mrs. Lu was still crying and yelling, wanting to find Jojo. My Jojo, where are you? Mom is coming to find you. Don't be afraid, Jojo. Bring Mrs. Lu's medicine. Lin Wenyang turned his head and said to Auntie Zhang and the others. Sushi took Mrs. Lu's hand and said, Auntie, Jojo came back a long time ago. Don't you remember? He was found a long time ago. Really? Where is he? Where is Jojo? As soon as Mrs. Lu heard that Jojo had been found, she stopped crying and her eyes lit up. She turned her head and looked around. But she looked at everyone in the room and still couldn't see her Jojo. Where is Jojo? I don't see her. You're lying to me. You're all lying to me. I want to find my Jojo. Mrs. Lu did not see Jojo, and her emotions collapsed again, and she burst into tears. Suji, what are you doing? At this time, Jiang Ting, who was sitting on the side resting, suddenly walked up and pulled Suji away. Suji, do you think you're the smart one? If this method worked, we would have calmed Madam down a long time ago. Look at what you've done. Can't you see that Madam's emotions are even worse now than they were just now? Suji looked at Jiang Ting with disgust. Jiang Ting, this is not the time to argue. I may not be smart, but I will do my best for Mrs. Lu. Please don't mess things up here, okay? I'm messing things up. You're saying I'm messing things up? Jiang Ting pointed at her own nose in disbelief and asked Suji. Yes, you are making trouble. Suji looked at her contemptuously and then turned to try to appease Mrs. Lu. Jiang Ting was stung by her look. She actually looked at her with that kind of look and spoke to her with that kind of condescending tone. Who does she think she is? So what if she is the daughter of Tianhe? Can Tianhe compare to the Lu family? She is now living in the Lu family, eating in the Lu family, and is the sister that Lu Jiuqing finally found. Although they are not related by blood and are a bit illegitimate, she will find a way to make herself live in the Lu family for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting rushed up with full confidence and grabbed Suji's arm, pulling her towards the door. You get out of here. You're not welcome in our family. Your family? Excuse me, is your last name Lu? Suji looked at her arrogant appearance and didn't want to indulge her anymore. This is a question that Jiang Ting is now taboo, and Suji asked this question, and Jiang Ting was suddenly speechless. I don't have the surname Lu, but I live in the Lu family now. I don't want to see you in the Lu family. Get out. Get out of the Lu family quickly. Lin Wenyang was speechless for a moment. Lu Jiuqing, don't you care? Lu Jiuqing stood there with a helpless look on his face. This was the first time he had experienced such a scene. He was very capable at managing the company, but when it came to two women fighting, he suddenly felt that he was really limited in his abilities. One was his sister, whom he had searched for many years, and the other was the woman he shared his bed with. He didn't know which one to help. Hearing Lin Wenyang call for him to take charge, he could only yell, "Stop! What are you doing?" This was the only way he could think of to intimidate them. Jiang Ting was scared when she heard Lu Jiuqing yell, and quickly stopped. Suji also stood there, looking back at Lu Jiuqing. She didn't expect that she would come to help and actually help cause trouble. The entire hall suddenly fell silent, and everyone was paying attention to the three of them. No one noticed that Mrs. Lu had stopped crying at some point. At this moment, Mrs. Lu looked as if she had just woken up from a nap. She looked curiously at the silent people in the room. When her eyes fell on Suji at the door, she asked in disbelief, "Is that girl standing at the door Suji?" Everyone was stunned, unsure whether Mrs. Lu was having a fit. "Auntie, I am Suji." Suji saw that Mrs. Lu's eyes had become clear, and she knew that she had recovered. "My dear, you finally came. I'm sorry. I was wrong last time. I apologize to you." Mrs. Lu stood up and walked towards Suji. Jiang Ting saw that Mrs. Lu's attitude towards Suji was dozens of times better than her own, and she suddenly felt jealous. Suji, what are you doing standing there? Get out of here. Our family doesn't welcome. A loud slap echoed, and Jiang Ting felt her face burning. She quickly reached out and covered her face. Chapter 101, Be My Daughter. Jiang Ting covered her half-face with tears and looked up at Mrs. Lu in disbelief. Mrs. Lu, you hit me? I'm the one who hit you. Who told you to treat Gigi like that? You're the one who should leave. When did you ever have a say in this family? I let you live here purely out of consideration for my son. What? You really think you're a luck? The slap from Mrs. Lu made the Lu family servants feel good. If they weren't afraid of being punished by the young master, they would have shouted, "Well done." Mrs. Lu's words behind her made Auntie Wang and Auntie Zhang, who couldn't stand Jiang Ting, feel extremely satisfied. This Jiang Ting should have been beaten long ago. She has been acting like the mistress of the house every day. After living in this house for a few days, she has forgotten who she is and has been snubbing them in private. When Jiang Ting saw that no one came to plead for her, she cried and turned to Lu Jiucheng and called out to him, "Brother." Lu Jiucheng frowned and said, "Go back to your room first. We'll talk later." Jiang Ting saw that even Lu Jiucheng didn't come to comfort her, and she ran angrily to her room. "Gigi, come over here quickly. Auntie misses you so much," Mrs. Lu said as she pulled Suji over and looked her up and down, her eyes full of love. "Mom, are you okay?" Lu Jiucheng asked. "What's wrong with me?" "Huh, this is strange. Why are you all standing here? What happened just now?" "I can't remember a thing," Mrs. Lu said, while patting her forehead with one hand, trying to recall what had happened. But her mind was blank, and she couldn't think of anything. "Gigi, tell me what happened just now. Why did Jiang Ting treat you that way?" "Auntie, it's fine. We just had a little argument, but it'll be fine in a couple of days." Hearing Suji say this, Mrs. Lu was still a little worried. She turned her head and looked at Lu Jiucheng with a serious expression. "Jiucheng, remember this, if Jiang Ting ever dares to bully Gigi again, she will never set foot in our Lu family again." "Mom, I know. They were just playing around. It's fine now." "Humph. I don't care if she was just playing with Gigi, I only know that if they ever have a conflict, it will be Jiang Ting's fault." Lu Jiucheng looked at his mother and raised his lips. This favoritism is too obvious. Did his mother owe Suji something in her previous life that she would be so unreservedly good to Suji in this life? "Did you hear that?" Mrs. Lu saw that her son was not answering, so she raised her voice several times. "I heard you." Lu Jiucheng replied quickly, like a good boy. "Jiucheng." Lin Wenyang, who was standing nearby, saw that it was getting late and that there was nothing for him to do here, so he shouted at Lu Jiucheng. Lu Jiucheng walked over in response. "Since Madam is awake, I have nothing else to do. By the way, I heard the maid say that Madam hasn't been taking her medicine properly. You should talk to her about it. She can't get better without taking her medicine. You must supervise her more closely." Lu Jiucheng nodded. "I'm leaving. Don't forget to transfer money to my account tomorrow." Lin Wenyang said this and threw a flirtatious glance at Lu Jiucheng, who quickly made an expression as if he were going to vomit. "Madam, I'll be going now. You must remember to take your medicine every day." "Yes, I've noted it." "Jiucheng, you go and see Wei Yan off." Lu Jiucheng escorted Lin Wenyang to the car, and Lin Wenyang suddenly patted him on the shoulder. "Jiucheng, that sister of yours, I don't think she's a good person. You'd better be careful with her." Lu Jiu nodded without saying anything. Recently, Jiang Ting's behavior has really disappointed him, but he still persuades himself in his heart that Jiang Ting is not a bad person at heart. She may just be a little impatient and not able to hide her emotions. Suji saw Lin Wenyang leaving and hurriedly said goodbye to Mrs. Lu. She had not driven when she came over, and she wanted to hitch a ride with Lin Wenyang, as long as she could be taken to an intersection where it was easy to get a taxi. But Mrs. Su said she couldn't let her go. "Gigi, you've come all this way, so please stay and chat with me. I know you're still angry with me about what happened the other night. Auntie is sorry. Auntie was wrong. Will you forgive me just this once?" "Auntie, I have long forgiven you. That incident is long over. Let's not talk about it anymore." Okay, let's not talk about it. Mrs. Lu held Suji's hand and gently patted her hand with her other hand. Ji, can I discuss something with you? Whether you agree or not, I won't blame you. Whatever you say, I will agree to it as long as I can do it. Ji, I've always wanted you to be my daughter-in-law, but that brat from Jiucheng is not at all sensible. I think he doesn't have the good fortune to deserve you, but I don't want to lose such a good girl like you, so I've finally come up with a good solution after thinking about it. At this point, Mrs. Lu paused, staring at Suji's face. Although she said that she would not blame Suji for her answer, she was worried to death. When Mrs. Lu stopped in the middle of her sentence, Suji was intrigued. Auntie, what exactly is it that you want to discuss with me? Ji. Mrs. Lu called Suji's name and then clasped both of Suji's hands in her own, as if she was afraid she would run away, holding them tightly. Ji, you can be my daughter. As long as you promise to be our daughter, this will be your home. You can come back whenever you want, and you don't have to come back if you don't want to. No one can stop you. Mom, do you really want a daughter that badly? Isn't Jiang Ting also your daughter? At some point, Lu Jiucheng had returned and heard everything they had said. Don't mention her to me. Only you like her. Go ask the servants in our Lu family. See if any of them don't hate her. Mom, Jiang Ting may be a bit impetuous and her speech is not always very tactful, but you can just treat her like a child. Lu Jiucheng tried to speak up for Jiang Ting, but when Madame Lu gave him a look, he quickly shut up. Ji, Auntie has already said it. Tell Auntie if you agree to be Auntie's daughter. Suji was a bit embarrassed. She subconsciously glanced at her lower abdomen. She didn't even know how to fulfill the contract she signed with Lu Jiucheng that year, and now Auntie Lu was asking her to be her daughter. She knew that soon she would be far away from Lu Jiucheng. If she didn't agree, Auntie would definitely be sad. If she agreed, she wouldn't be able to stay by Mrs. Lu's side in the future. It was the same as cheating her. Suji looked up at Lu Jiucheng, hoping he would say something, but Lu Jiucheng turned and walked upstairs, and at the top of the stairs he said, "This is between you two, I'm not getting involved." Chapter 102, Who is knocking at the door? Ji, are you unwilling? Mrs. Lu asked with a worried look on her face. Before Suji could answer, she continued, I knew you wouldn't want to. Okay, Auntie knows, Auntie doesn't blame you, Auntie only blames herself for not being that lucky. Mrs. Lu let go of Suji's hand and, with a disappointed look on her face, picked up the glass of water on the table and gulped it down in one go. Suji noticed that Mrs. Lu's hand holding the cup was shaking uncontrollably. She suddenly became afraid that Mrs. Lu would have another attack, so she quickly reached out and took the cup from her. Auntie, I promise you, I am willing to be your daughter. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lu looked at Suji with trembling lips. Really? Suji, did I hear you right? Suji solemnly nodded, Mom, you heard me right, I am willing to be your daughter. Mrs. Lu was so happy that she burst into tears. She suddenly reached out and touched Suji's face with both hands. Her loving eyes wandered back and forth on Suji's face, afraid of missing something subtle on her face. It was as if a mother had seen her long-lost child. At that moment, Mrs. Lu reminded Suji of the 4 words, deep love for a calf. Looking at Mrs. Lu, she suddenly remembered her own biological mother, Mrs. Su, and she had never seen that expression on her face. Although later on, Mrs. Su tried to please her and tried hard to play the role of a good mother in front of her, it was all too fake and artificial. But in Mrs. Lu, a woman with whom she had no blood ties, she saw the love of a mother, pure and unadulterated. Mom Suji couldn't help but call out to Mrs. Lu again. Oh, good girl, you'll be my precious daughter from now on, and we'll be a family. Mrs. Lu said, her eyes already filled with tears of excitement, and Suji quickly took a tissue to wipe them away. Auntie Zhang, go get the jade bracelet I put in the jewelry box by the bed. Mrs. Zhang was also moved to tears. She had always hoped that Suji would become the young mistress of the family, just like Mrs. Su. Since she and the young master are not destined to be together, it seems that being a young lady of the Lu family is not bad at all. In any case, Miss Su will be able to stay by Mrs. Lu's side in the future. Mrs. Zhang knew that her mistress really liked Miss Su, but Miss Su was indeed very hard not to like. She was generous, polite, and good-looking. She had lived for so long that she had never seen a girl who could compare to Suji. Soon, Auntie Zhang came out with the jade bracelet in her hand. The jade bracelet glowed faintly in the light, giving it a sense of nobility. It looked very valuable and was not something that could be bought casually in a jade shop. Mrs. Lu took the bracelet in one hand and took Su Ji's arm with the other. But Su Ji quickly withdrew her hand. "Madam, this is too precious. I can't afford it. You should take it back." "My dear, no matter how expensive it is, a bracelet is just an object. It only shows its value when it is worn on the hand. This one was given to me by the 9 cities, but I haven't even worn it once. If I keep putting it away, it will lose its value. Today, I'm giving it to you. You wear it for me. I believe it will look good on you." Mrs. Lu said without further ado, grabbed Su Ji's arm and put the bracelet directly on her hand. Su Ji's skin was white and plump, and the bracelet and her white wrist complemented each other. For a moment, she didn't know whether to praise the bracelet for its beauty or Su Ji's pink arm for its beauty. The jade bracelet, which was simple yet elegant, matched Su Ji's quiet temperament perfectly. "You see, I told you it would look good on you." Mrs. Lu pinched Su Ji's arm and looked left and right, praising it endlessly. Su Ji still felt that such a precious thing was too much for her to bear, and tried to take it off and return it to Mrs. Lu, but after several attempts, she was unable to remove it. Mrs. Lu laughed as she watched. "Ji, don't you think this bracelet is meant for you? Don't try to take it off again. I hope you wear it every day. Jade is said to ward off evil spirits. I hope this jade bracelet can help you ward off all evil spirits and bring you good luck." She couldn't take it off, and Mrs. Lu was so sincere in giving it to her that Su Ji really couldn't find a reason to refuse. "Then, thank you, Mom." Su Ji stood up, straightened her clothes, then knelt down and gave Mrs. Lu 3 bows. Mrs. Lu was so happy that she couldn't see her teeth, and quickly helped Su Ji up with both hands. "From now on, we are mother and daughter. I am so happy to have a daughter like you." The two of them chatted for a little while longer, and Mrs. Lu, worried that Su Ji would have to go to work the next day, urged her to go to bed. Auntie Zhang had already prepared the room for her, the same room she had stayed in the last time she came to visit. Su Ji looked into Lu Jiuqing's room on purpose and found it pitch black. It seemed that he had already gone to bed. She gently pushed open her door and went inside. As soon as Su Ji finished taking a shower, there was a knock on the door. She was wrapped in a towel and a little inconvenient, so she asked softly who it was. The person outside didn't say anything, but kept knocking. Considering that the villa is guarded 24 hours a day, there shouldn't be any bad guys. Even if there were, she is next to Lu Jiuqing, so if she shouts, he will definitely hear her. Su Ji first unscrewed the door lock, and before she could even unscrew the door handle, the person outside had already unscrewed the door first. Chapter 103, From now on, I'll be your sister. A tall figure squeezed through the door. Under the lights, Lu Jiuqing was wearing a black silk pajama set. His clean, freshly showered body smelled of bath products, clean and refreshing. "Mr. Lu, you haven't gone to bed yet?" Su Ji remembered that when she had just entered, she had clearly seen the lights in Lu Jiuqing's room go out, and she had thought that he had already gone to bed. Lu Jiuqing did not reply to her, his eyes staring at Su Ji's chest, half covered by the towel, and his larynx rolling up and down a few times. Su Ji cursed in her heart, and quickly turned her body away. "Are you done?" "Yes, I'm done. I have to get up early for work tomorrow, so I'm going to rest." "Mr. Lu, you should go home and rest early as well." Lu Jiuqing stood still, and Su Ji had already walked to the edge of the bed. If she went to bed without him, she would feel that she was letting him down, so she stood there looking at Lu Jiuqing from a distance. "Are you going to sleep separately from me tonight?" Lu Jiuqing's gaze swept over Su Ji's face. A thought suddenly flashed through Su Ji's mind, and she decided to test him to see how he would react. "Mr. Lu, I just promised Auntie to be her daughter, so I will be your sister from now on." "So what?" Lu Jiuqing's voice was still light, as if he didn't understand what Su Ji meant by sister. Su Ji felt that Lu Jiuqing must have understood what she meant. He was just pretending not to understand. It's okay, she didn't mind explaining a few more times. "Mr. Lu, from now on we'll be brother and sister. You're the older brother, I'm the younger sister. This relationship can't be messed up." "What do you mean by can't be messed up?" Lu Jiuqing raised his eyebrows and took a few steps to stand in front of Su Ji. "I'm going to mess it up today. I don't recognize any sister of yours." Lu Jiuqing directly held Su Ji and fell onto the bed. Su Ji subconsciously quickly covered her abdomen with her hands. Lu Jiucheng pressed down on Su Ji, his eyes a little cold and indifferent. I already said that I won't get involved in the relationship between you and your mother, but don't even think about getting rid of our relationship in this way. Don't forget that you and I have an agreement, and you must fulfill the terms of the agreement during the term of the agreement. So, Mr. Lu is going to continue to commit incest with me in the future. Ah! Before Su Ji could finish speaking, Lu Jiucheng suddenly lowered his head and bit her on the lips. Su Ji cried out in pain. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't punish you like this. Lu Jiucheng leaned over her, his eyes cold as ice, warning her in a cold voice. Su Ji's eyes were filled with tears from the pain, and Lu Jiucheng reached out and roughly wiped her eyes, not caring at all if she was in pain. If you don't want to be punished, don't play these tricks on me in the future. Lu Jiucheng kissed her cheek again before standing up. Come to my room. He turned around, opened the door, and walked out with his long legs. Su Ji lay there for a long time without moving. She stretched out a white, delicate finger and touched the lips that Lu Jiucheng had just bitten. It seems that this method is not going to work. Su Ji reached out and gently stroked her lower abdomen twice. The little life had been quietly living in her belly for nearly 2 months. In another month, at most, she would have to find a way to leave Lu Jiucheng. But what is the best way to do it? The best way is to let him propose first, so that she doesn't have to sneak around and can leave openly. At this time, Su Ji's phone rang. She picked it up and glanced at it. It was Lu Jiucheng who had sent her a WeChat message. When she opened it, she saw a few words, "Why haven't you come yet?" Although it was just a few words, Su Ji seemed to have sensed Lu Jiucheng's impatience. She had to get up and wrap the towel around her again. Although she knew that this was a complete waste of time, she still didn't want to expose her naked skin to him and give him too much room for imagination. Su Ji hesitated, but she had to walk towards Lu Jiucheng's room. She gently opened the door and found Lu Jiucheng sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. Su Ji stood at the door and looked at Lu Jiucheng without taking another step forward. Lu Jiucheng frowned, and he shook the wine in his glass. Come here. Su Ji had to lift her small steps and walk a little bit towards him, then stopped in front of the sofa. Are you standing so far away because you're afraid I'll eat you? Lu Jiucheng's voice was clearly displeased. Su Ji had no choice but to sit down on the other side of the sofa. Lu Jiucheng was almost laughing at her. He put down the glass in his hand, took Su Ji's arm, and pulled her to him. Then he pinched her armpit and picked her up from the sofa. When he put her down, Su Ji was already sitting on Lu Jiucheng's lap. This was the first time they had sat face to face in such an intimate position. The scene was so ambiguous that Su Ji's face flushed. She twisted her body and struggled twice to get off Lu Jiucheng's lap, and Lu Jiucheng's face suddenly turned dark. Do you really want me to want you? Su Ji looked up in surprise, and her gaze inadvertently swept over the man's crotch, and her face turned redder. I didn't. I just want to get off. Have a drink with me. Lu Jiucheng put a glass of red wine into Su Ji's hand without asking. Mr. Lu, I can't drink. I won't get drunk, and it's fine if I do. Lu Jiucheng thought she was refusing because she was afraid of getting drunk. Mr. Lu, I really can't drink. Lu Jiucheng's eyes darkened. I remember you're not a bad drinker. You almost got taken advantage of by a gangster, but you can't drink with me? Su Ji didn't know how to respond. She couldn't tell him directly that she couldn't drink because she was pregnant. Seeing Lu Jiucheng's face getting more and more unpleasant, she had to pick up the glass and sip a little. Lu Jiucheng squinted at her, and she was really becoming more and more disobedient. He noticed that she had been refusing him lately, and it seemed that the punishment tonight was not enough. He grabbed the red wine in Su Ji's hand, took a sip from the glass, and then placed the glass on the table. He then used his 2 large hands to push Su Ji's lips apart and transferred the wine from his mouth to hers. Then he pressed his lips against hers, forcing her to swallow the wine. Again. Su Ji's mouth was full of wine, and she was so angry that she rolled her eyes. Last time he fed her medicine like this. This person, how can he be so perverted? Lu Jiucheng kept watching Su Ji swallow the wine before letting go of her. He picked up the wine glass again and tried to take another sip, but Su Ji quickly grabbed his neck and kissed him wildly. In order to avoid Lu Jiucheng's perverted feeding, and in order to protect the baby in her stomach from harm, she could only use her ultimate move. Chapter 104, Rose. The next morning, Suji woke up and quickly got out of bed. This is the Lu family. Everyone knew that she had spent the night here. She had to go downstairs separately from Lu Jiuqing to avoid arousing suspicion. At this time, Lu Jiuqing was still sleeping soundly. Last night, because of her initiative, Lu Jiuqing was seriously injured and was recovering his strength. Suji tiptoed open the door and returned to her room. She went to the bathroom to wash up, then came out and changed into the clothes she had washed and dried the night before. When she came down, Mrs. Lu was already up and exercising in the courtyard. When Auntie Zhang saw Suji coming down, she smiled and greeted her. "Miss Su, breakfast will be ready in a little while. Why don't you go to the courtyard and exercise with Madam for a while?" "I'll go with her, Auntie Zhang." "You've worked hard." "No, it's not hard." Auntie Zhang was warmed by the words that followed. The thought that she would not be able to become the Lu family's young mistress made her feel uncomfortable again. Then she suddenly remembered that Madame had already recognized Miss Su as her daughter the night before, and she was comforted again. Thinking about this, Auntie Zhang suddenly realized that she had just said the wrong thing, and she slapped her own mouth. What's the point of calling her Miss Su? She's the Lu family's daughter now. Remember, from now on, you can't call her Miss Su anymore. Auntie Zhang gave herself a stern verbal warning. The courtyard was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and the air was so fresh that it was like returning to the mountains and forests. The flowers and plants were sprinkled with thin, crystal-clear dewdrops, so beautiful that it was hard to take your eyes off them. When Suji went out, Mrs. Lu had finished her exercise and was walking slowly around the villa with a light layer of sweat on her body. "Lu?" Before she could even say Lu, Suji suddenly remembered that they had already recognized each other as mother and daughter the night before, and she had just forgotten about it. Fortunately, she had not said it out loud. "Good morning, Mom." Mrs. Lu turned her head at the sound and saw a smile immediately appear on Suji's face. "Good morning, Gigi. I'm getting old and don't sleep as much as I used to. How come you're up so early too? You young people sleep a lot. Why don't you sleep a little longer before getting up?" "Mom, I slept well," Suji said, and walked forward to take Su Fu's arm. As they walked along, they talked, and when they passed the rockery, Suji was surprised to discover a new world. There were actually clusters of red roses in full bloom, as if they were trying to show the world their best appearance. "Wow, what beautiful roses!" Suji couldn't help but exclaim. She bent down and put her nose on the roses and sniffed hard. The rich fragrance of the roses filled her nostrils. "Mom, it seems you like roses very much." Mrs. Lu looked at the rose garden and a bitter smile crept onto her lips. "Yes, Mom used to like them very much." Suji sensed the hidden meaning in Mrs. Lu's words and asked cautiously. "From the tone of your voice, I can tell that you don't like them now." Mrs. Lu nodded and shook her head. "To others, it is a field of roses, but to her, it is a field of pain that she can never forget." Suji sensed that Mrs. Lu's mood had become a bit low, and she was about to forget how to comfort her when she saw Auntie Zhang rushing over. As she walked, she shouted, "Madam, Miss, breakfast is ready. Let's go back and eat breakfast." She came out to call them to eat. After looking around in front of the house, she walked behind the rockery. As soon as she rounded the rockery, she saw Suji and Mrs. Lu standing in front of the roses. Mrs. Lu would be saddened by the sight of the roses, and would have a relapse if she thought about the past. Upon hearing this, Suji quickly took Mrs. Lu's hand and said, "Mom, let's go back and eat. I'm hungry." The last sentence she said, "I'm hungry," had a hint of coquettishness to it, and it immediately pulled Mrs. Lu back from her sadness. "Gigi is hungry? Then let's go quickly and see what Auntie Zhang and the others have made." Suji gently leaned her head against Mrs. Lu's shoulder. At that moment, she once again felt the love of a mother. The deep love of a mother who was afraid of starving her child. She had not felt this way since her adoptive mother passed away. "Mom, I feel so happy now. I finally have my mother's love again." Mrs. Lu reached out to touch her hair. Some time ago, she had heard from Lu Jiuqing about Suji's situation, and knew that her brother and sister-in-law, as well as her nephew, had all left this world in the most tragic way. This child had endured too much of life's burdens that she should not have had to bear. But she is still so warm and well educated, and her eyes still sparkle with a bright light. Compared to what Su Ji had experienced, Mrs. Lu suddenly felt that her own little bit of pain was nothing. After all these years, she was still so obsessed with it that she couldn't get out of it. Wasn't that a bit too sentimental? After the two women entered, Auntie Zhang took a look at Mrs. Lu's face, and when she didn't see anything unusual, her heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally returned to her stomach. Back in the hall, Auntie Zhang quietly tugged at Su Ji's sleeve and then headed towards the kitchen. Su Ji didn't know what Auntie Zhang meant, but she smiled at Mrs. Lu and said, "Mom, you take a break for a while. I'll go to the kitchen and see if there's anything I can help with." Mrs. Lu was about to say that she didn't need her help, that the maid was enough, but Su Ji had already walked away. Mrs. Lu looked at Su Ji's back and smiled before she said anything else. This child is so sensible that it makes one feel sad. In contrast, Mrs. Lu couldn't help but glance at the house where Jiang Ting lived. It seemed that this morning, she still had to be woken up. She seemed to be more settled in this house than anyone else. As soon as Su Ji walked into the kitchen, Auntie Zhang quickly closed the kitchen door. Then she leaned close to Su Ji's ear and whispered, "Miss, in the future, don't take your wife to the rose garden. When she sees roses, she will have a fit." "Ah, what is this going on?" Su Ji was full of surprise. "I don't know exactly why, but I know that every time Madame sees the roses, she either gets sick or is in a bad mood for a long time. So every year when the roses are in bloom, the young master will tell us not to let Madame go there to see the roses." "Okay, I'll take note of that. Thank you, Auntie Zhang, for the reminder." When Su Ji came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of food, Jiang Ting also happened to come out of her room. As soon as she saw Su Ji, she asked in surprise, "Su Ji, did you not leave last night? Why didn't you leave?" "I asked Su Ji to stay." "What, do you have a problem with that? Jiang Ting, have you forgotten whose home this is?" Mrs. Lu's displeased voice rang out. Chapter 105, Jiang Ting is being followed. Jiang Ting was a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Lu, I didn't mean anything. I was just a little curious why Su Ji stayed here overnight." "What's there to be curious about? To tell you the truth, I already adopted Su Ji as my daughter yesterday. From now on, she is a Luck family member, and she can come and go as she pleases. No one can interfere." "Adopt her as your daughter?" Jiang Ting was aghast. She looked at Mrs. Lu and then at Su Ji, who were smiling at each other. How can she do that? How can she recognize Su Ji as her daughter? Is Su Ji worthy of her? How can she be related to the Lu family? She calls Lu Jiuqing her brother, and she has always hoped that Mrs. Lu would treat her like a daughter, but Mrs. Lu's eyes never seem to contain her, as if she and she were natural enemies. No matter how hard she tries to please her, she just pretends not to see. If Mrs. Lu wants a daughter, she has one right in front of her. Why would she want to make Su Ji, who she hates the most, her daughter? Jiang Ting couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't. Is this Madame Lu crazy? Yes, she is crazy. This crazy woman. What? You have a problem with me adopting Su Ji as my daughter? Mrs. Lu's words echoed in the hall, and Jiang Ting suddenly emerged from the intertwined emotions of unwillingness, anger, incomprehension, resentment. No, Mrs. Lu, I'm happy for you. You'll have a daughter in the future. I'm happy for you. You don't have to be happy, just don't have any objections. What are you talking about? Lu Jiuqing came down the stairs in a suit and tie. He had only heard the last sentence of the conversation between Mrs. Lu and Jiang Ting, and was curious, so he asked a question. Nothing, I just told Jiang Ting that I've adopted Gigi as my daughter. Oh. Lu Jiuqing subconsciously glanced at Jiang Ting's face and saw that she was looking downcast. He knew she must be uncomfortable, because Jiang Ting had mentioned several times that he should persuade Mrs. Lu to treat her as a daughter, but he didn't know if his mother had a grudge against Jiang Ting in her previous life, and she just couldn't look at her. Seeing Jiang Ting's little, pouting face, Lu Jiuqing felt a little sorry for her. Jiang Ting, no matter if your mother recognizes you or not, you will always be my little sister. Jiang Ting blinked her big, watery eyes and said gratefully to Lu Jiuqing, Thank you, brother. Mrs. Lu snorted. On the surface, Jiang Ting still maintained her respect for Mrs. Lu, but in her heart, she was already gnashing her teeth in hatred. Crazy woman, why don't you just die? You all wait for me. One day I will definitely become the mistress of this place. Then I will see which of you dares to look down on me. After dinner, Suji naturally followed Lu Jiuqing to his car. Jiang Ting's car was parked next to Lu Jiuqing's car. When she saw Suji going to get into Lu Jiuqing's car, she hurriedly called out. Suji, you're not a small potato, you dare to let Lu Zong be your driver. What? You want to be my driver? Suji retorted. For the sake of Mrs. Lu, I will be generous and let you ride with me today, but you won't be so lucky next time. Jojo, you have to drive slowly on the road, don't scare Gigi. Gigi, you must wear your seatbelt. Mrs. Lu came out of the house at some point and said to them, don't drive too fast. Suji obediently replied, then smiled and got into Lu Jiuqing's car. Jiang Ting was so angry that she was about to stamp her feet. She slammed the car door shut. Before Lu Jiuqing could start the car, she drove out of the Lu family mansion. For the whole day, Jiang Ting's face was without a trace of a smile, and she kept a gloomy expression, as if someone owed her 5 million. Zhang Hanlu, who didn't know when to die, even joked with her that she had been heartbroken. Jiang Ting exploded in an instant, yelling at Zhang Hanlu without any consideration for her feelings. Zhang Hanlu, you're the one who's heartbroken, your whole family is heartbroken. Zhang Hanlu did not expect Jiang Ting to be so angry with her, especially in front of everyone in the office. The whole office burst into laughter, and Zhang Hanlu felt her face was completely lost. If it were up to her, she would have scolded her back, but she thought that Jiang Ting was the favorite of Mr. Lu, so she could only admit defeat. She was so angry that she could only wipe away her tears and vowed never to be her lapdog again. Licking dog, in the end, she really has nothing. She had been chasing after her and pampering her for a while, and Jiang Ting would often ask her to go shopping with her. She thought Jiang Ting treated her like a good friend and that she had chosen the right person, but she never expected her to turn her back on her so quickly and not take her seriously at all. Fine, she's fed up with being treated like a dog. When she got off work that night, Jiang Ting really didn't want to go back and see Mrs. Lu's face, so she simply had dinner out and drove around in her car for a long time. It was after 8 o'clock, and she thought that Mrs. Lu should have gone back to her room by now, so she drove back to her room and didn't come out, so she didn't have to see Mrs. Lu. After thinking about it, Jiang Ting drove back. All the way along, she felt like there was a car following her. She increased her speed in an attempt to lose the car. As soon as she increased her speed, the car behind her also increased its speed, and Jiang Ting had a bad feeling in her heart. She kept stepping on the accelerator pedal all the way to the Lu family mansion. On the road to the mansion, there were very few cars because it was a villa area, and the road was super wide. The car suddenly accelerated crazily, overtaking Jiang Ting, and the car body turned directly and stopped in the middle of the road. Fortunately, Jiang Ting braked in time, otherwise she would have crashed into it and who knows what the consequences would have been. Jiang Ting was scared and anxious. She quickly took out her phone and tried to call Lu Jiuqing. At this time, a man got out of the car. Suji took a good look at the man's face in the dim light and then silently put the phone back in her pocket. The man knocked on her car door. Jiang Ting, long time no see. Chapter 106, Two of a Kind. Jiang Ting's head suddenly swelled. Yang Yuchuan? How did he find me? She had changed her mobile phone number recently, and had changed all her contact information. She had moved into the Lu family villa in order to get away from the past and from everyone who knew her past. She never thought that this damn Yang Yuchuan would still find her. At this moment, Yang Yuchuan had circled her car several times, his eyes shining with excitement. It seems that his gamble was really a good one. He stood outside for a long time, but Jiang Ting still didn't get out of the car, so he became impatient. Yang Yuchuan raised his hand and patted the car window hard. Open the door quickly. Jiang Ting was scared and shrank back, but now she couldn't run away, so she had to face it. Brother Yang, why are you here? Jiang Ting rolled down the window a little and asked with a guilty conscience. Why did I come over? How dare you ask that? I'm asking you why you changed your phone number. Yang Yuchuan was in a domineering manner. Brother Yang, I'm sorry, my old phone broke down, so I got a new SIM card, and I forgot to tell you and Zhang Jie my new number. By the way, how is Zhang Jie? I miss her. Jiang Ting said something that was not true, but her eyes were slightly nervous as she observed Yang Yuchuan's facial expression. Yang Yuchuan snorted in derision, obviously not believing her nonsense. Seeing that Jiang Ting was not opening the door for him, he held the door handle and shook it hard, causing the car to sway back and forth. Jiang Ting was afraid that he would damage the car, so she opened the door and was ready to go down and talk to him. Unexpectedly, young Yuchuan lifted his leg and sat directly in the passenger seat, and his large hands firmly held Jiang Ting in the driver's seat. Then he took a look at the interior of the car. He had seen this kind of luxury car before, but this was the first time he had sat in it. Yan Yuchuan lifted his buttocks, and the soft and hard leather seat gave him an ultimate experience the moment he sat down. The world of the rich is really good. Clothing, food, housing and transportation are all things that the poor can't even think about. He casually locked the car door, smiled wickedly, and then reached out and pinched Jiang Ting's little face. At the time, he had persuaded his daughter-in-law to let Jiang Ting come and meet President Liu, because he had seen a photo of Guiguo from the orphanage. From the appearance of the little girl in the photo, he roughly deduced what she would look like as an adult, and felt that Jiang Ting matched all aspects of the grown-up Guiguo. Yan Yuchuan went to the karaoke bar to find Jiang Ting and told her about it. He didn't expect them to hit it off. After their careful arrangements, Jiang Ting was smoothly recognized by Liu Dafeng. Yan Yuchuan pinched Jiang Ting's little face until it hurt, and she reached out and tried to break his hand. "What are you doing? Let me go." "Oh. Now you don't want me to touch you. Don't you remember that you begged me to touch you so that Liu Defuhao would recognize you?" "You, pfft. You rascal, young Yuchuan, I'm telling you, I'm not the same Jiang Ting I used to be. I hope you'll respect me a little in the future, or else Mr. Liu can kill you in minutes." Yan Yuchuan laughed arrogantly a few times. "Little bitch, if it weren't for my good brain, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to drive such a good car in 10 lifetimes. Now that you've had a few good days, you don't know who you are, do you? Are you afraid that I will tell the truth to that Mr. Liu? I'm afraid that you will become a poor wretch again in a few minutes. Do you dare?" Jiang Ting glared at young Yuchuan angrily. "If you dare, I dare. I tell you, Jiang Ting, we are now on the same boat. If this thing is exposed, none of us will get away with it." Yan Yuchuan said, and then let go of the hand that was pinching Jiang Ting's face. As his fingers slid down her chin to her chest, Yan Yuchuan's hand opened wide and was about to cover her, but Jiang Ting quickly pushed him away. "Yan Yuchuan, don't push me. I told you I'm not the same person I used to be. Please don't treat me like that anymore." Yan Yuchuan saw that she was really angry and stopped forcing her. "Jiang Ting, I hope you don't try to be clever with me. We made a promise, and as long as we deliver you to Mr. Liu and let him recognize you, you will. Don't worry, Jiang Ting, keep my word. It's just that I just entered the Liu family and don't have much money in my hands yet. When I have money, I will definitely not forget your share. Don't give me that. You must have spent at least a few million on this car alone. And judging by your outfit, you must have spent at least 100,000 or 80,000. How can you eat so well and drink so much, and not even share a sip of soup with me? Yan Yuchuan, I really don't have it now. It's so late, I have to go home and rest. I'll talk to you about it when I have the money. Jiang Ting, don't force me to turn my back on you. I don't have much, but I don't have nothing, either. I have an urgent need. You'd better give it to me quickly. We won't waste each other's time." Jiang Ting took a deep breath and saw that it was impossible to get something out of her today. She reached into her bag and pulled out a bank card. "This is all I have, 200,000 yuan, I'll give it all to you, I won't keep a penny." Yan Yuchuan took the bank card and looked at it, not quite satisfied. 200,000, that's not enough to fill the gap. Jiang Ting, are you trying to give money to a beggar? Why don't you give me back the card? I'll give you more money when I have more money. Jiang Ting's face turned cold and she reached out to grab the card back. Yan Yuchuan quickly pushed her hand away and put the card in his pocket. "I'll use it for pocket money first." Yan Yuchuan had recently been playing mahjong and had racked up a gambling debt of over 100,000 yuan. Everyone who came to collect the debt was about to tear down his door. Zhang Qin tightly held the 1 million reward money she received from President Liu. As soon as she heard that he had gambled away his debt, she led the children to hide and not see him again. So he had to find a way to get 2 more from Jiang Ting to pay off his debt. After Yan Yuchuan had installed the card, he complained to Jiang Ting, "Jiang Ting, I'm not saying this to you, but how can you be so useless? That Liu the president is the #1 richest man in our city, and you've been recognized by him for so long. If you just open your mouth, he will give you 3 or 2 million. Next time I come, you can't use these 3 melons and 2 dates to send me off. At this time, a car horn suddenly sounded from behind. Yang Yuchuan's car was blocking the road in the middle of the road. He quickly got out of the car to move his car. Jiang Ting took advantage of this opportunity and stepped on the gas pedal, and the car quickly drove forward. Yang Yuchuan sat in the car, a wicked smile curling the corner of his mouth. He drove slowly behind her. Looking at Jiang Ting's car in front of him, he seemed to see a money tree. In the future, whenever he ran out of money, he would just have to shake the money tree and he would have endless money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. He kept watching Jiang Ting enter the gate of a villa, and only then did he turn around and leave contentedly. Chapter 107, Mrs. Lu and Lu Hongxing's Past. Celebrity Apartment. Su Ji and Lu Jiuchang were lying in bed after washing up. Lu Jiuchang used his large hands to comb Su Ji's hair. "Mr. Lu, can I ask you something? If you don't want to say, just pretend I didn't ask, okay?" Lu Jiuchang paused for a moment, then leaned his head closer to Su Ji's. "You can tell me." "Mr. Lu, I was walking with my mother this morning and found a field of roses in full bloom behind the rockery. Auntie Zhang told me not to take my mother to that rose garden again. She said that my mother would get sick whenever she saw the roses. I asked her why, and she said she didn't know, and that you had arranged it." After listening to Su Ji's words, Lu Jiucheng moved his head to the side and didn't say anything for a long time. Su Ji looked at him and saw that his eyes were staring at the ceiling, and his eyes became distant and complicated. "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I'm just a little curious and want to know more about my mother's past. This will make it easier to take care of her emotions. If it's inconvenient for you to talk about it, don't say it. It's okay." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiucheng suddenly sat up in bed. He reached into the drawer by the bed and took out a pack of cigarettes, took one out and held it between his lips, then tilted his head and lit it with a lighter, taking a deep breath. After slowly exhaling the smoke, he finally spoke. "My father planted that rose for her himself." "That sounds so romantic. Your father must have loved your mother very much." Su Ji exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. She had never heard Lu Jiucheng mention his father. Since she met Lu Jiucheng, she had discovered that there were only 2 people in the family, a mother and a son. Su Ji had been curious about whether Lu Jiucheng's father was still alive, but since Lu Jiucheng had never mentioned it, she had never asked. Today, Lu Jiucheng suddenly mentioned it, which aroused Su Ji's great curiosity. "Mr. Lu, where is your father now?" "He is in Kyoto." "Oh, so he's still alive. Since he loves his mother so much, why does he live apart from her?" "He loves Mom?" "Ha ha." Lu Jiucheng suddenly laughed, as if he had heard a funny joke and laughed loudly. "He doesn't love her at all. He's just good at being affectionate. He really loves someone else. He can even abandon his wife and children for the woman he loves." At this point, Lu Jiucheng took a few more puffs of his cigarette, as if he had a grudge against the cigarette. When he looked up again, Su Ji saw a look of hatred on his face. The story has to go back 30 years. At that time, the Lu family could not be compared to the present day. At that time, the Lu family could only be considered a small and medium-sized enterprise. Lu Hongxing, Lu Jiucheng's father, was in his prime at the time. He was good-looking and had the title of the most handsome man in the capital, which made him very popular with girls. Xiao Rumen, now Mrs. Lu, fell in love with him at first sight after meeting him at a party, and told her mother about her admiration for Lu Hongxing when she got home. The Xiao family's status and wealth were far higher than the Lu family's, and the old master of the Xiao family had always doted on his only daughter. He would do everything in his power to help her get what she wanted. So the old master of the Xiao family went to the old master of the Lu family, who of course readily agreed. To be able to rely on such a powerful family as the Xiao family was a gift from heaven for the Lu family. At that time, Lu Hongxing already had a favorite girl, Yuchuan. When the old master of the Lu family told him about the marriage between him and the Xiao family's daughter, he was furious and refused outright. The Xiao family is the future and hope of the Lu family. How could Grandpa Lu be willing to let such a good opportunity slip away? So he personally went to find Zhu Qian and gave her a sum of money to leave Lu Hongxing and never see him again. Zhu Qian's family was very ordinary. She studied dance and had always had a dream of going abroad to further her studies. However, her family could not afford to send her abroad, and she was worried about it. When she saw the large bag of 100 yuan bills that Grandpa Lu had opened, Yuchuan was moved. After weighing the pros and cons, she finally nodded and accepted the money from Mr. Lu. After receiving the money, Xu Qian immediately went to the United States and kept her promise to sever all ties with Lu Hongsheng. Lu Hongsheng guessed that this might be his father's doing. Although he was resentful, after all, he was his father, and he could only swallow the bitter fruit silently. Next, he followed the arrangements of his father and got engaged and married to Xiao Rumen. For 2 years after they got married, Lu Hongsheng never touched Xiao Rumen. During these 2 years, the Lu family, with the strong support of the Xiao family, developed better and better. At that time, Jiangchang was vigorously developing, using various preferential policies to attract foreign businessmen to settle in Jiangchang. It was under the call of this era that Grandpa Lu opened his branch office in Jiangchang. He then sent Lu Hongsheng to Jiangchang to take care of things, and Xiao Rumen naturally followed him. Perhaps it was because he was far away from familiar people and environments, Lu Hongsheng gradually came to appreciate Xiao Rumen's good qualities and slowly accepted her. He personally selected a plot of land to build a love nest for the two of them. When he learned that Xiao Rumen liked roses, he even planted roses for her. That was the happiest time for Mrs. Lu, and she soon became pregnant. During this time, Lu Hongsheng was also very caring towards her. Lu Jiucheng was born soon after. Just when Mrs. Lu thought she would live happily with Lu Hongsheng for the rest of her life, Xu Qian, who had not been in contact with Lu Hongsheng for 3 years, suddenly appeared. Xu Qian had studied abroad for 3 years. Whether it was because she was not talented enough or because the gods deliberately did not give her this opportunity, the 3 years had not brought much change to her. She was still the same person, and there was not much change in her status or position. She had also used up all the money she had received as a breakup fee. After returning to China, she heard that the Lu family was no longer the same as before, and she couldn't help but get her hopes up and contact Lu Hongsheng. After 3 years, the former white moonlight appeared again, and Lu Hongsheng was suddenly at a loss. In fact, in his heart, he had never forgotten Xu Qian. This encounter swept him away like a flood, as the 3 years of pent-up longing found no outlet. He plunged into the web of love that Xu Qian had woven with her heart, and was willing to sink with her. He didn't want his wife or children, he just wanted Xu Qian. Mrs. Lu wept all day, begging Lu Hongsheng to come back, but Lu Hongsheng was adamant about divorcing her and marrying Xu Qian. After learning about the situation, the Xiao family began to put pressure on Mr. Lu. Grandpa Lu was so angry at Xu Qian for her shameless behavior that he ordered her to be arrested and sent away. At that time, Xu Qian, either out of fear or wanting to escape, jumped from a speeding car when no one was looking. As a result, she hit her head on the ground and died instantly. When Lu Hongsheng heard the news, he was beside himself with grief. He held Xu Qian's corpse in his arms and vowed with bloodshot eyes that he would make them pay. At the time, everyone thought he was just angry and didn't take it seriously. But on the day of Xu Qian's funeral, Lu Hongsheng did something that everyone found unbelievable. He successfully took revenge on everyone. Chapter 108, Lu Hongsheng's Revenge. After burying Xu Qian that day, Lu Hongsheng returned to his home, which he had not visited for a long time, with a lot of anger. He sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, watching his son who was already walking unsteadily. There was no fatherly love in his eyes for his child, but rather, he became more and more cold. As soon as he entered the house, Xiao Ruman looked at his face carefully, and even dared not breathe loudly. After sitting for a while, Lu Hongsheng finally spoke up. He found an excuse to ask Xiao Ruman to go buy something for him. He didn't want to let any of the servants help him, but he wanted her to do it. Xiao Ruman looked at him and dared not disobey him. Before leaving, she told the nanny to watch the child carefully. The nanny looked at Lu Hongsheng and was a little scared. She picked up the child and wanted to leave, but Lu Hongsheng suddenly spoke up, telling her to put the child down. The nanny dared not disobey and had to put the child down. Lu Hongsheng saw that the nanny was still standing there, so he shouted at her, telling her to leave. The nanny was worried about the child and afraid of Lu Hongsheng. She plucked up her courage and told Lu Hongsheng that the child had just started walking and could easily bump into things, so it was not good to leave him alone. Lu Hongsheng gave her a menacing look, and the nanny was so scared that she fled. But she didn't dare to run too far away. She crouched in the shade of a tree in the courtyard and quietly watched the movements in the house. After a while, she saw Lu Hongsheng come out with the child in his arms. The nanny watched him get into the car with the child and then drive away with the child. The nanny quickly called Xiao Rumen. She wasn't worried about what Lu Hongsheng would do to the child, but rather that he wouldn't be able to take care of the child and would hurt it again. At this point, she could not imagine that Lu Hongsheng would do anything to her own flesh and blood. After receiving the call, Xiao Ruman hurried home. After the nanny told her the details of what had happened, she picked up the phone and dialed Lu Hongsheng. The phone kept ringing unanswered, and a bad feeling flashed through Xiao Ruman's mind. She remembered that Lu Hongsheng had once threatened to take revenge on everyone and make them pay the price, but the child was his own flesh and blood. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub, let alone a human being, the child's father. He wouldn't hurt his own child for the sake of a woman, would he? Xiao Ruman waited anxiously in the house for a while, and when she called Lu Hongsheng again, there was still no answer. She was so anxious that she had to call her friends and family for help, asking them to help find Lu Hongsheng. After a round of phone calls, Xiao Ruman felt more and more that something was wrong. She couldn't wait any longer at home, so she drove around the streets and alleys of Jiangting, looking everywhere she could think of where Lu Hongsheng might be. When the lights came on, she found the busy streets were completely quiet. She crouched on the street and wept bitterly. In the end, she had to call the police, but at that time there was no surveillance system on the streets, and it was too easy for a person to hide if they wanted to. Lu Hongsheng disappeared for 3 years, and by the time he reappeared, Xiao Ruman had already gone mad. He looked at her without a trace of pity in his eyes. They all owed it to Yuchuan. He felt that if Xiao Ruman hadn't complained to her father about Yuchuan, her father wouldn't have put pressure on the old man, and the old man wouldn't have taken Yuchuan seriously. Xiao Ruman deserved this outcome. She was not innocent at all. He could not bear the pain of losing someone alone, and he wanted them to experience what it was like to lose someone. He used his children to successfully take revenge on everyone. He told everyone that the child was lost, that he had lost it accidentally, but in fact he had lost it on purpose. He even had the idea of killing his own son for a moment. When he pressed his little body with one hand and covered the child's little face with the other, watching his face turn pale little by little and watching his little hands that kept waving fall down softly, he suddenly realized that he was killing a person. It was only a split second before he let go, and the child, who knew nothing, escaped the most cruel revenge in the world. Lu Hongsheng let him live, but his desire for revenge had not been fulfilled. He took the child for a walk around and around, and finally put him at the door of the orphanage. He felt that this was the most merciful revenge he could do. He left the child on the ground and left. He didn't come back for 7 years. If it wasn't for Grandpa Lu's desperate pleas before he died, Lu Jiucheng would probably never have known who he was or why he was abandoned. This long-lost grandson was a thorn in the side of the old man. During those 7 years, he sent countless people to look for him, but the blind search without any clues exhausted him. But he never stopped. He believed that his eldest grandson was being hidden by his cold-blooded and heartless son. He knew that he was doing this to torment them and to take revenge on them. Until the end of his life, he begged his rebellious son again and again, begging him to reveal a little bit of news about the child. The man who gave birth to him begged to see the man he gave birth to. At that moment, I don't know what touched his heart, and he finally told the truth. The Lu family immediately sent someone to the orphanage that Lu Hongsheng had mentioned, and sure enough, they saw a young boy who looked very much like Lu Hongsheng. They were extremely cautious and finally brought the child to the old man before he died. When the people in the room asked him to call the old man on the bed Grandpa, the little boy couldn't bring himself to do it. Faced with this unfamiliar kind of affection, he was only a little flustered and had no other feelings. They had never been involved in his upbringing, and he had grown up all alone. Suddenly, a group of people came to him and told him that these seemingly wealthy people were his relatives. He couldn't understand why they had all been so well off and why they had left him alone. Where had they been when he was suffering outside? Why should he do whatever they told him to do? He stood there stubbornly, his head bowed, letting them shout and yell. Finally, the old man reached out his skinny hand and grabbed the skinny, stubborn teenager. He raised his hand and patted the boy twice on the face, then let go of his hand and left forever. The scene of Mr. Lu leaving is still deeply etched in Lu Jiucheng's heart. When he said this, Lu Jiucheng's eyes suddenly turned red. Suji, I regret it now. I regret not calling him Grandpa and letting him leave with regrets. Chapter 109, Restoration. Suji then realized that Lu Jiucheng had been abandoned by his own father when he was a child. In this abnormal love triangle, Lu Jiucheng was the most innocent and the one who suffered the most. Although she was also an abandoned child, she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Seeing his red eyes, Suji's heart suddenly ached. She naturally reached out and took Lu Jiucheng's head in her arms. She wanted to comfort him, to make him feel warm, to soothe the pain of his childhood and make him forget the years of being hurt by his family. But 7 years. He had lived in the orphanage for 7 whole years. How had he survived such a long time? Suji now seemed to understand his affection for Jiang Ting. During the time when he was lonely and helpless, Jiang Ting's appearance gave him a sense of emotional sustenance. They comforted each other's loneliness and gave each other warmth. That kind of affection may be even more unforgettable, sincere, and beautiful than true family affection. He protected her during those years, giving her the care of a big brother. The appearance of Jiang Ting made him feel that he was needed, that he was not a worthless child. Lu Jiucheng buried his head in Suji's arms and greedily enjoyed the warmth she brought him. The two embraced, silent, listening to each other's heartbeat, slowly falling asleep. Soon it was another weekend, and Lu Jiucheng had to go to the Lu family estate early in the morning to deal with some urgent matters. Suji got up and had some food by herself. She decided to take advantage of the weekend to go to the hospital for a pregnancy test to see how the baby in her stomach was developing. Last time she went to the hospital, she was caught by Lin Wenyan, and when she came back, she was interrogated by Lu Jiucheng, which made her explain a lot. She was afraid of meeting acquaintances again, so this time Suji was especially careful. She deliberately changed into a loose outfit that was different from her usual style, put on a wide-brimmed hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Suji stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself. She was satisfied and reached out to give a thumbs up. She believed that if she went out in this outfit, even if she met Lu Jiucheng face to face, he probably wouldn't recognize her. Maybe she came early, and there were only a few people waiting in the hallway. The obstetrician gave her a list of ultrasound tests to do first. Suji walked along the wall, and when she passed the door to the operating room, a person suddenly came out from inside, startling Suji. Suji took a look at her and saw that this woman's face was also covered by a mask and sunglasses. The only difference between them was that she was missing a hat. It seems that she is also afraid of being recognized, just like her. I don't know what kind of surgery she had, but I could see that she was hunched over, moving forward in small steps, and seemed a little afraid to take a step forward. Suji was a little curious and couldn't help but glance at her again. The woman's figure looked familiar to Suji, and her long, straight black hair made her feel as if she had seen her before. At this time, the woman seemed to be in a lot of pain. There was a chair at the door, but she looked like she couldn't even make it to the door. Seeing her like that, Suji guessed that she might have come to have an abortion without telling anyone. Thinking about her own situation, she couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. As a woman, Suji couldn't bear to watch, and reached out to hold her arm. "Thank you." The woman politely thanked Suji, and Suji, hearing that familiar voice, was stunned for a moment. How did that voice sound so much like Jiang Ting's? But she didn't dare to ask. First, she wasn't sure, and second, she was afraid of exposing herself. As Suji walked the woman out, she took another look at her. Yes, she was too similar in both figure and hairstyle. Suji helped her to the bench in the aisle, and the woman slowly sat down with the help of the bench's armrests. Suji turned to leave, but the woman weakly said thank you again. "Thank you." The voice was unmistakable. Suji was almost certain that this person was Jiang Ting. She dared not speak, but nodded at her and hurriedly walked towards the ultrasound room. The doctor held the ultrasound probe and rolled it around Suji's stomach, muttering to herself. 4 arms. Suji was shocked. Before she could ask, the ultrasound doctor mumbled, 4 legs. Suji was shocked. As she opened her mouth to ask again, the doctor said, 2 big heads, all together. Congratulations! You're pregnant with twins. Twins? Suji patted her chest, relieved that it was twins. When the doctor said 4 arms and 4 legs, she thought she was pregnant with a baby boy. She went from being shocked to being surprised. How could she be pregnant with twins? She had never dared to think that she would be pregnant with twins. She is really amazing. This is your first child, so you're lucky to have 2 at once. Other people have to go through the pain twice, but you solved it in one go. Suji lay there for a long time without coming to her senses. The news was both a surprise and a joy to her. The thought of raising 2 children at the same time made Suji's head spin. Having twins brings double the joy, but also double the work. But when she thought about having two chubby little bundles of joy on either side of her, she couldn't help but smile. Happiness is bad, right? Get up quickly, there are pregnant women waiting in line outside. The doctor handed her some paper towels and Suji wiped her belly with them. Then she got out of bed, tidied up her clothes, and made sure that she had everything on her head and face before she went to the clinic to see the doctor with the ultrasound report. The obstetrician took the ultrasound report from Suji and looked at it carefully. Suji was a little bored, and her eyes inadvertently swept over a stack of medical records on the doctor's desk. The top one quickly caught Suji's attention because the name of the medical record was written in the name column, Jiang Ting. Is it really her? What kind of surgery did she have? Suji curiously continued to read on, and it turned out to be a hymen repair operation. Oh my god, Suji felt a little bit unbelievable. She had only seen such advertisements in magazines before, and she had never heard of anyone having such a surgery. Today she learned that Jiang Ting had come to have her hymen repaired. So Jiang Ting is no longer a virgin, but there is no need to put a fake one on, it hurts. Thinking of how Jiang Ting could barely walk just now, Suji suddenly felt a slight pain between her legs. It seems that Jiang Ting has found a boyfriend, and that boyfriend values the hymen very highly, so she came here to have it repaired. But is it really useful to deceive like this? She couldn't help but think of the night she sold her virginity to Lu Jiucheng. Lu Jiucheng repeatedly asked her if she was a virgin, and only after she gave him her word did he take her. Suji couldn't understand, was that layer of membrane really more important to men than feelings? Congratulations, you are pregnant with twins. The children are developing well. Come back for regular prenatal checkups in the future. Suji was so busy thinking about Jiang Ting that she didn't listen to what the doctor said. It wasn't until the doctor said she could leave that she stood up and walked out of the maternity ward with the ultrasound report in her hand. Chapter 110, Jiang Ting is moving out of the Lu family. When Suji went to work on Monday, she found that Jiang Ting had not come to work. It seemed that she was hiding at home to recover. It wasn't until Wednesday that Jiang Ting finally showed up. With the membrane, she looked like she had regained some confidence. At noon, Jiang Ting took the initiative to invite Lu Jiucheng to have lunch together, and Lu Jiucheng readily agreed. When they were almost done eating, Jiang Ting suddenly looked at Lu Jiucheng with a bit of embarrassment, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Do you have something too? Tell me? Lu Jiucheng had already seen the clues in Jiang Ting's expression. Well, brother, I want to move out of the old house. Lu Jiucheng put his chopsticks down on the table and said, Gogo, I'm sorry. Have I caused you any trouble lately? My mother has a bit of a bad temper. If you spend more time with her, she might be able to accept you. Lu Jiucheng knew that his mother didn't like Jiang Ting, and in front of him, his mother never gave Jiang Ting face, and in private, it might be even worse. But in his heart, he didn't want to let Jiang Ting move out. At least she was safe living in the Lu family. It was always worrying to have a single girl living outside. No, Mrs. Lu is fine. Maybe it's because I don't get along with her. I always accidentally make her angry. Brother, Mrs. Lu is not in good spirits. It's not good for her recovery to always make her stay with someone she doesn't like. So I have to move out early for Mrs. Lu's health. Have you thought it through? Lu Jiucheng listened to her and thought about it. He didn't want to stop her. Yes. Okay, I'll provide you with a place to live. Thank you, brother, but I've already found a place. Lu Jiucheng raised his eyebrows. This came as a bit of a surprise to Lu Jiucheng. It seems that Jiang Ting has wanted to leave the old house for a long time. Since she wanted to move out so badly, he didn't want to say anything to stop her. When will you move? Brother, I want to move in tonight. Good, I'll go back tonight and help you move. Really? Then thank you, brother. You are so good to me. How can I ever repay you? Jiang Ting stood up from her chair, walked over to Lu Jiucheng, and pulled on his sleeve, half teasing and half mischievously cooing at him. Lu Jiucheng was amused by her girlish behavior and looked at her lovingly. Who let me swear from childhood to take care of you for the rest of your life? Don't worry, as long as you are fine, I, as your brother, am willing to do anything for you. Really? I don't believe you, unless you pinky swear with me. Jiang Ting pouted, looking like she wouldn't believe you unless you pinky swear with her. Lu Jiucheng was amused by Jiang Ting again. He suddenly remembered that when they were in the orphanage, Wu Guo always liked to play the game of pulling the hook with him. He never thought that she had grown up to be such a big girl and still liked to play such childish things. Lu Jiucheng looked at Jiang Ting. He didn't have any siblings, and he really wanted to treat Jiang Ting as his own sister and love her. Watching her pout in front of him, he found that long-lost feeling of being a big brother. It's not bad to have a younger sister. Straight male Lu the president actually reached out and hooked his pinky with Jiang Ting. After the handshake, Jiang Ting happily led Lu Jiucheng out of the restaurant. The car drove to Jiang Ying's building. After Jiang Ting got off the car, she waited for Lu Jiucheng to get into the elevator together. Jiang Ying's staff started a heated discussion about Lu and Jiang Ting. Suji received a call from Mrs. Lu before she left work that evening. Gigi, I miss you again. Are you free tonight? If you are, come back and have dinner with me. Jojo doesn't come home every day, so I eat alone all day. No matter how good the food is, it doesn't taste good in my mouth. Suji smiled and hurriedly agreed, okay, Mom, I'll definitely come home to have dinner with you tonight. Great, I'll ask Auntie Zhang to make a few extra dishes tonight. By the way, tell me what you want to eat, and I'll ask Auntie Zhang to make it for you. Suji thought for a moment and said, a little embarrassed, I want to eat fried meat with pickled green beans, but I don't know if it's too much trouble. Recently, she has been craving sour things. Not only does she buy only sour fruits, she also craves sour things when she eats. She even puts a lot of vinegar in her noodles, and the more sour it is, the more appetizing it is. I thought you wanted to order a big meal, but what's the trouble with a dish of fried meat with pickled green beans? Don't worry, I'll make sure it's on the table when you get home tonight. Thank you, Mom. Bye, Mom. See you later. As soon as the workday was over, the colleagues couldn't wait to pack up and leave the office. Suji waited until they were all gone before she got up and slowly packed up her things and went downstairs. When she returned to the Lu family, she pushed open the door to the hall and saw Lu Jiucheng and Jiang Ting already sitting at the dining table. Mrs. Lu saw Suji come in and happily waved at her. Gigi, come over here and sit with me. Suji obediently sat down next to Mrs. Lu, and at that moment, Auntie Zhang brought the last bowl of soup to the table, and Mrs. Lu said, dinner is served. There were so many dishes on the table that Mrs. Lu wanted to use her chopsticks to pick a dish for Suji, but she didn't know which one to pick first when she looked at the table. After a moment of hesitation, she saw Jiang Ting holding the chopsticks and preparing to pick up the top braised chicken leg. Seeing this, Mrs. Lu quickly reached over and picked up the chicken leg with her chopsticks, putting it directly into Suji's bowl. Gigi, you're too skinny. You need to eat more meat to gain some weight. Lu Jiucheng, who was standing next to her, was stunned. His mother's speed was truly accurate and ruthless, almost reaching the level of transcendence. Jiang Ting awkwardly held the chopsticks in mid-air. She looked at Suji with a jealous glint in her eyes. Lu Jiucheng quickly picked up a piece of food and put it in her bowl as a form of compensation. Eat quickly, you still have to clean up after you finish. Jiang Ting thanked him and then quietly started eating. After dinner, Lu Jiucheng asked Jiang Ting to clean up first, and he told Mrs. Lu about Jiang Ting's move. Mrs. Lu immediately said happily to Suji, Suji, since she is leaving, why don't you move in with me and live with me? Suji was tempted to say yes. If that was the case, then she would never have to worry about Lu Jiucheng hurting the baby in her belly. But when she took a quick peek at Lu Jiucheng, she saw him looking at her with a warning look, so she didn't dare to do anything. Mom, I really want to live with you, so that I can be by your side every day, but it's a bit far from the company. How about this? I'll come over every weekend and stay with you for 2 nights. What do you think? After listening to Suji's words, Mrs. Lu thought for a moment and nodded. He is a young man, and young people have their own lives. She, an old woman, cannot ask a young man to always stay with her. That would be a bit too selfish. Lu Jiucheng heard that Suji did not agree to Mrs. Lu's request, and then he went upstairs to help Jiang Ting pack. Jiang Ting didn't have much stuff, just a few clothes and some makeup bags and whatnot, and she had packed it all into one suitcase. Lu Jiucheng followed Jiang Ting's car all the way to her new home. All the way, he was thinking about whether to arrange someone to protect her safety. Jiang Ting, on the other hand, was thinking about how to keep Lu Jiucheng at her side tonight. Chapter 111, Mr. Lu, I don't want to be your sister anymore. This is a 2-bedroom apartment building with a furnished apartment. When he was downstairs just now, Lu Jiucheng had already carefully observed it and found that the doorman was quite strict, which made Lu Jiucheng feel much more at ease. As soon as he entered the house, Jiang Ting asked Lu Jiucheng if he wanted some water or coffee. Just a glass of water is fine. While Jiang Ting was pouring the water, Lu Jiucheng took a look around the apartment. He was satisfied with the overall condition. "Brother, sit down and let's chat for a while." Jiang Ting said that she would sit on the sofa first. Lu Jiucheng sat down next to her, and Jiang Ting took the opportunity to move closer to Lu Jiucheng while passing him the water. Because they were so close, Lu Jiucheng could almost feel the breath from her nostrils. After taking a sip of water, Lu Jiucheng put the cup back on the table and then moved his body unobtrusively to the side. At this moment, the doorbell was suddenly pressed, and Jiang Ting jumped up from the sofa happily. "The barbecue I ordered has arrived." She had already decided on this barbecue when she was packing up the old Lu residence. Jiang Ting opened the door and took the barbecue from the delivery man. "Brother, I'm so happy today. Have a drink with me," Jiang Ting said, and put the barbecue on the table, then went to get some cans of beer. Lu Jiucheng looked at her in a good mood and didn't want to spoil her mood, so he acquiesced. Jiang Ting opened a few cans of beer and then took a skewer and handed it to Lu Jiucheng first. "Brother, I've forgotten everything from before. Can you tell me about my childhood? Maybe I can remember something." Lu Jiucheng was very interested in this topic. It was a unique period of time for the two of them. Sometimes he looked at Jiang Ting and really wanted to talk to her about the past, but when he thought about the fact that she no longer remembered that period of time, he dismissed the idea. Now that Jiang Ting had brought it up, he felt that if he could help her open the door to those memories, then they would have a shared memory, and the brother-sister relationship between him and Jiang Ting would become even deeper because of those memories that she had forgotten. Lu Jiucheng told Jiang Ting all the fragments of his memory that he could remember. The two of them talked while drinking beer and eating skewers. Jiang Ting stared at him with big round eyes the whole time, listening to Lu Jiucheng's past with her. When it was funny, Jiang Ting would laugh a few times in unison. When it was sad, Jiang Ting would sigh a few times. Before they knew it, the two had already finished 5 or 6 cans of beer, and Jiang Ting was a little drunk. She sang loudly, giggled, and then pretended to be a little rabbit to make Lu Jiucheng happy. At first, Lu Jiucheng thought she was cute when he saw her doing those funny things. In fact, he couldn't help but put on a filter when he looked at Jiang Ting, and he directly filtered her into the 20-year-old guagua. He was willing to let her be reckless in front of him, and he was willing to pamper her and spoil her, just like when they were little. Later, Jiang Ting probably had had enough of playing around, and she leaned her body forward and rested her head directly on Lu Jiucheng's shoulder. Then she closed her eyes and seemed to fall asleep. Lu Jiucheng thought she was really drunk, so he gently picked her up and put her on the bed. As he was covering her up, her slender arms suddenly wrapped around his neck. Lu Jiucheng froze for a moment, seeing that Jiang Ting was still closing her eyes, so he thought it was an unconscious move. He reached out to take her hand off his neck, but unexpectedly, Jiang Ting hugged him even tighter and tried to force him into her arms. Lu Jiucheng suddenly became alert. A drunk person shouldn't have such strength. He squinted at Jiang Ting's sweet little face. Her eyelashes were fluttering slightly, and he would never have noticed if they weren't so close. "Jiang Ting, let go." Lu Jiucheng's voice became cold and harsh. Jiang Ting pretended to be drunk with her eyes closed. "Jiang Ting, I know you're not drunk. Hurry up and let go of my hand." Upon hearing Lu Jiucheng say this, Jiang Ting knew that her behavior had been seen through by Lu Jiucheng. Instead of letting go, she sat up and hooked her neck around his. She looked at Lu Jiucheng, her eyes turning red. "Mr. Lu, I don't want to be your sister anymore. Ever since I saw you in the coffee shop for the first time, I've never wanted to be your sister." Lu Jiucheng's face instantly turned cold. He clasped Jiang Ting's wrists with both of his hands, and with a forceful push, he separated her hands from his neck. "Gogo, what nonsense are you talking? Wake up!" Lu Jiucheng angrily grabbed her shoulders and shook them a few times. "I'm not drunk, I know what I'm saying. I don't want to be your sister anymore. I want to say what's in my heart. I've been holding it in for a long time, and it's been very hard. Today I want you to understand my feelings." Lu Jiucheng's eyes gradually turned a little red. "Jiang Ting, you have to withdraw those thoughts that are not supposed to be there. You can only be my sister in my heart. Apart from the role of sister, I ask you not to have any other thoughts in the future. Today, I will treat you as if you are drunk and talking nonsense. No, I am not your sister, and I don't want to be your sister. Mr. Liu, I want to be your woman. Please, let me be your woman. Chapter 112, Don't See Each Other in Private. Jiang Ting, are you crazy? Lu Jiuqing's face turned black, and a layer of ice instantly covered his eyes. I'm not crazy, Mr. Liu. I know exactly what I'm doing. I like you. I really like you. Do you know that? Ever since I first saw you, I called you my brother, but I never thought of you as my brother. I only thought of you as a man I like. After listening to Jiang Ting's words, Lu Jiuqing's eyes became more and more severe. He didn't expect that he would treat Jiang Ting as his sister, a biological one, but she had illicit thoughts about him, and he couldn't accept Jiang Ting's change in feelings towards him. There can only be family affection between them. He had never thought of any other messy feelings, and he would never allow those thoughts to arise. Jiang Ting's behavior disappointed him. She ruined all his good thoughts and expectations of her. Lu Jiuqing turned and walked towards the door. Jiang Ting panicked at the sight of him and jumped out of bed barefoot, chasing after him and hugging him from behind. Lu Jiuqing closed his eyes and, with a forceful push, threw Jiang Ting to the ground. Jiang Ting, you have disappointed me too much. From now on, we will never meet in private again. Lu Jiuqing's resolute expression and words made her suddenly realize that Lu Jiuqing was really angry, and Jiang Ting was instantly at a loss. She didn't want this outcome, she couldn't accept it, and she realized the seriousness of the problem, which could potentially ruin her. Jiang Ting quickly apologized. Brother, don't, I'm wrong, it's my fault, don't ignore me, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. She crawled to his feet, wanting to hold his legs and beg for forgiveness, but Lu Jiuqing quickly moved his body to the side to avoid her touch. She looked at Lu Jiuqing and saw that his face was full of disgust. Jiang Ting was afraid that Lu Jiuqing would despise her from now on, and that they would never be able to return to the way things were before. Seeing Lu Jiuqing treat her in such a manner, Jiang Ting regretted it, very, very much, regretting that she had been too hasty. She wanted to be Mrs. Liu so badly that she wanted to show off in front of everyone and make everyone look up to her. The main thing is that she was afraid that she would not be able to satisfy young Yuchuan's desire for money in the future, and that he would threaten her. If she could become Mrs. Liu as soon as possible, even if Lu Jiuqing learned the truth later, it would not change anything by then. She thought that with her outstanding look she could definitely win Lu Jiuqing over, and she thought that with that layer of false skin she could definitely make Lu Jiuqing especially cherish her. But Lu Jiuqing didn't even want to look at her. Lu Jiuqing walked to the door and suddenly remembered something. He took out a bank card from his pocket. There are 3 million in it. You can spend it first. If it's not enough, tell Jianghui, and I'll have him transfer the money to this card. In the future, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can also go to Jianghui. You don't have to come to see me again, and I won't see you again. After Lu Jiuqing finished speaking, he put the bank card on the shoe cabinet by the door, opened the door and left without looking back. Jiang Ting ran out of the door, but Lu Jiuqing had already entered the elevator. She ran barefoot towards the elevator, but it was too late. The elevator closed, and Jiang Ting cried and apologized to Lu Jiuqing while lying on the elevator door. Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lu Jiuqing arrived downstairs and drove out of the apartment building at high speed. He drove furiously all the way, as if only by constantly moving forward, could he get rid of the scene in his mind? He began to wonder if he had done something wrong that had caused Jiang Ting to misunderstand him and develop feelings for him that she shouldn't have. He had searched for her for so many years, and finally found her. He wanted to treat her like a sister, to cherish her and love her. How could they get along after her behavior today? He didn't know how long he had been driving, but finally he calmed down. He turned the car around and drove back to the Liu family mansion. The villa was quiet, everyone was asleep. Lu Jiuqing tiptoed up to the second floor, passed by the room where Su Ji was sleeping, and glanced inside through the window. But the window was drawn with the curtains closed, so he couldn't see anything. He returned to his room, took a hot bath and then lay down on the bed. But he couldn't sleep, and the image of Jiang Ting saying she liked him kept coming back to him. He felt very uncomfortable, as if his feelings had been violated. At this moment, he suddenly wanted Su Ji to lie next to him, hold him tightly, comfort him, and tell him that none of this was his fault. He picked up his phone and looked at the time. It was close to midnight. He thought Suji should be sleeping soundly at this hour, and he didn't want to wake her up. After tossing and turning for a while, Lu Jiuqing still couldn't sleep. He felt that if he didn't let Suji come over to keep him company, he would probably lie awake until dawn. In the end, Lu Jiuqing picked up his phone and dialed the number. Suji was awakened by the ringing of the phone. She looked at the caller ID with sleepy eyes and saw that it was Lu Jiuqing calling. She quickly pressed the answer button. Suji, come and keep me company. Suji glanced at the time. It was so late. How come this person wasn't asleep yet? He couldn't be thinking about that again, could he? Mr. Lu, it's late, don't call me now. I have to go to work tomorrow. Suji's voice was a little sleepy from just waking up. Lu Jiuqing knew that she had misunderstood him and hurriedly explained, Suji, I'm in a bad mood and can't sleep. Would you be heartless enough to let me stay up until dawn? In a bad mood? How could he be in a bad mood? She was sleeping well, and she didn't want to move at all, but when she heard Lu Jiuqing say that he was in a bad mood, she still responded, and then got out of bed. Suji gently pushed open Lu Jiuqing's door, and the room was pitch black. She groped her way to his bed and a large hand reached out and pulled her onto the bed. Lu Jiuqing put her down and then buried his head in Suji's arms. Hold me. Suji quickly reached out and held him. Hold me tight. Suji obediently pulled her arms in tighter. Mr. Lu, what's wrong? Did someone upset you, or are you not feeling well? Lu Jiuqing didn't say a word. How could he tell others about this? After a while, he finally said a few words, I'm sleepy, I want to sleep. Suji had to shut her mouth. Soon after, Lu Jiuqing started snoring in her arms. Jiang Ting left the apartment building early in the morning with puffy eyes. She had hardly slept at all that night, worrying about whether Lu Jiuqing would have any feelings for her. Her performance yesterday not only failed to make Lu Jiuqing fall at her feet, but instead scared him away. She was more and more annoyed as she thought about it, and with a tired face, anger and resentment, she drove to work. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by a car parked on the side of the road just as she left the gate. Chapter 113 I'm not a money printer. Yuchuan opened the car door and got out, smiling evilly and greeting Jiang Ting. Oh, Jiang Ting, you're up early. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Do me a favor and let me take you out for breakfast. Jiang Ting's heart skipped a beat. She had just moved, so how did he find her? She had moved mainly to avoid him. How did you find me? Jiang Ting couldn't help but ask. I've already told you, don't try to be clever with me. If you're so clever, keep moving. Yang, don't get me wrong. I just feel more comfortable living alone, that's why I moved out. Yuchuan was staring at her so intently that she could already guess why he had come to see her. She pretended to be calm. Brother Yang, look, it's getting late. I have to rush to work and don't have time for breakfast. You go ahead and eat. Please move the car. I'm going to be late for work. It's fine if you don't want to eat. Just give me some money first, and I'll leave right after. After saying this, Yuchuan stretched out his hand, as if he were a creditor who had come to collect a debt. Didn't I just give you 200,000 the day before yesterday? Why are you asking me for money again? I'm not a money printer. You don't think about what you can do with 200,000 yuan. I'm not in debt right now, but I paid off 200,000 yuan in debt. I still have to eat, so how can I do without money in my hands? Jiang Ting was furious, but she had no choice but to turn her face away from him. She said to Yang Yichuan in a bad mood, open your payment code. Yang Yichuan immediately smiled when he heard this. I like your straightforwardness. Yang Yichuan happily opened his own payment code, and Jiang Ting scanned the QR code. You better move your car. I'm waiting for work. You pay first, and I'll move the car as soon as you're done. Yang Yichuan looked sly and cunning. Jiang Ting glared at him, then pressed a series of numbers on the amount. Yang Yichuan's phone immediately rang with a voice announcement, WeChat payment of 10,000 yuan. What? You just paid me 10,000 yuan. Jiang Ting, you really think I'm a scammer, don't you? You're humiliating me, you know? Jiang Ting was also angry. Come on, this 10,000 yuan is also the salary I just got. You can take it or leave it. I'm leaving. Where are you going? Did I let you go? Jiang Ting, you think I'm stupid? Yuchuan's face suddenly changed, and he glared at Jiang Ting with murderous eyes. Jiang Ting looked at him, and her heart pounded twice, and her voice softened involuntarily. Brother Yang, I really don't have any money. Can you give me a couple of days? I just gave you the 200,000 yuan, and I rented a house with the little money I had left. All I have left now is this 10,000 yuan. How many days? Yuchuan also knew that he couldn't push too hard, otherwise it would be counterproductive. How about a month? Jiang Ting asked tentatively. Jiang Ting, am I too easy to talk to? Are you planning to starve me to death in a month? At least half a month. Let me cultivate a good relationship with the Lu family first, so that when I open my mouth, it won't look so awkward. 1 week, not even one more day. I have an urgent need, don't push me. Yuchuan said, patting Jiang Ting's face. I'm telling you, Jiang Ting, you'd better behave yourself and don't try any tricks, otherwise if I don't see the money in a week, don't blame me for being unfriendly to you. Brother Yang, don't worry, it won't happen. I always keep my word. After Yuchuan left, Jiang Ting drove to Changjiang, her mood extremely low along the way. Why is it so difficult to want to have something that seems so easy to get? She now regretted it. She shouldn't have been so eager and impulsive. She should have given herself more time to let Lu Zhoucheng discover her good qualities little by little and accept that she was not just the orphanage sister, but also a woman, a beautiful woman. But yesterday she messed everything up. Lu Zhoucheng had already said it all yesterday, and it would be difficult to get close to him again in the future. It seems that the position of Mrs. Lu is also out of her reach. She was reluctant to let her go. Why can't she live a life of luxury? Why can't she become a rich wife? And that Yuchuan, she can't let her treat her like a cash machine anymore. She has to make a clean break with him and Zhang, otherwise she'll be led around by the nose by the two of them for the rest of her life, living in constant fear. Jiang Ting drove to Changjiang while thinking about all sorts of things. It was a coincidence that as soon as she had parked the car, Lu Zhoucheng drove in, followed by Su Ji's car. Jiang Ting sat in the car on purpose and saw Lu Zhoucheng get out of the car, so she quickly got out of the car. Brother, I'm sorry. I drank too much last night and shouldn't have said those things to you. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Okay, I know. From now on, remember who you are, and when you are in the company, please call me Mr. Lu. If you have any problems, go to Jianghuai. Jiang Ting, remember, from now on, I don't want you to stay alone with me in any space for any reason or under any circumstances. Jiang Ting's face turned red. At this time, the elevator arrived. Lu Zhoucheng lifted his leg and stepped into the elevator. Jiang Ting stood there awkwardly, not daring to go in. At this time, Su Ji came over and saw Jiang Ting and Lu Zhoucheng standing in the elevator, one inside and one outside. Su Ji was a little surprised. This Jiang Ting always liked to create rumors about her and Lu Zhoucheng in front of her colleagues. How could she miss such a good opportunity? At this time, the elevator door was about to close, so Su Ji quickly stepped in. Jiang Ting, are you coming? If not, we're going up first. Su Ji pressed the elevator button and asked. Jiang Ting glared at Su Ji with her lips pursed, feeling that Su Ji was deliberately making fun of her. Close the door. Lu Zhoucheng's cold voice came from above Su Ji's head, and Su Ji quickly let go of her hand. She looked at Lu Zhoucheng with some confusion, and saw that his thin lips were tightly pursed, and a layer of thick frost had formed on his handsome face. Hasn't Lu Zhoucheng always been very fond of Jiang Ting? What's wrong with him today? It seems like he's having a problem with her. Su Ji was full of questions, but he didn't dare to ask them. He knew that Lu Zhoucheng was angry at this time, so he shouldn't pull the hair on the tiger's mouth, otherwise he would die a very ugly death. As she was about to get out of the elevator, her phone suddenly rang. When she took out her phone and saw the phone number and the name in the notes, her eyes slowly became moist. She looked at the phone number and hesitated whether to answer it. For a moment, she thought about hanging up and blocking him, but in the end she couldn't bring herself to do it. After her pale fingers lingered on the screen for a long time, she finally pressed the answer button. Chapter 114, The Runaway Ex-Boyfriend. Gigi, are you okay? The voice of Shin Feng came from the other side. After a few months, hearing Shinfeng's voice again made Suji feel like she had lived half her life. Suji suddenly found herself trembling all over. She clutched the hem of her shirt tightly in one hand, trying to control her emotions. Fortunately, is there something wrong? Can we meet tonight? Shinfeng asked carefully from across the street. No need. Suji refused very firmly. She really felt that there was no need to see each other again. Ji, I have something to tell you. I know my leaving hurt you. I'm sorry. No matter what, please come to the old place to meet me tonight. I will be waiting for you there. Shinfeng hung up the phone, probably afraid that Suji would refuse. Suji's hand holding the phone was so tight that her knuckles were turning white. After standing there for a moment, she bit her lip and prepared to walk to the secretary's office, only to suddenly find Lu Jiuqing standing behind him. She had been so excited that she had not even noticed if Lu Jiuqing had left. She never thought that he had been standing silently behind her watching her make the call. Suji believed that Lu Jiuqing must have seen the caller ID and the name on it. This person is really perverted. He actually hid behind her to eavesdrop on her phone call. Who is Shinfeng? Lu Jiuqing immediately asked this question after Suji hung up the phone. He had just seen Suji's unusual reaction, which had all fallen into Lu Jiuqing's eyes. Seeing her excited expression, Lu Jiuqing felt that this Shinfeng and Suji's relationship was definitely extraordinary. An acquaintance. An acquaintance? How well do you know each other? Lu Jiuqing seemed to be about to ask all the questions. He was speechless. Suji gave him a cold stare and walked away. Lu Jiuqing looked at Suji's back, and the suspicion in his eyes grew heavier and heavier. After work that night, Suji hesitated for a long time, torn between going and not going. Finally, she wrote down whether she was going or not on a piece of paper, then cut them into the same size, rolled them into small balls, shook them vigorously in her hand, and placed them on the table. Suji stared at the two small paper balls for a while before finally reaching out and grabbing one. The word go was written on it. It seemed to be fate. Since the heavens had told her to go, she would go. Since they had never had the chance to say goodbye before, they took this opportunity to say goodbye to each other in front of each other, and from then on, it was clear between the two of them. While Suji was deciding whether to go or not, Lu Jiuqing called his bodyguard. Tonight, you will quietly follow Suji, mainly to protect her safety, and also to find out who she is meeting tonight. The more detailed the better. Yes, Mr. Lu. Suji drove down the stairs and out of the changing gate. A black car followed her out. After Suji arrived at the so-called old place, she first found a place to park the car. Then she walked towards the rice noodle restaurant that she and Shinfeng used to go to. This is where the two of them first met. At that time, Suji was still in her second year of college. After her evening tutoring class, she was so hungry that she stopped by this rice noodle restaurant and ordered a bowl of rice noodles. When she was halfway through eating, Shinfeng, who was sitting in front of her, probably finished eating and got up to pay. When he reached for his wallet, he couldn't find a single penny. He was probably embarrassed, but he still mustered up the courage to tell the waitress that he had forgotten to bring money and asked if he could bring it by the next day. The waitress looked embarrassed. She said she couldn't make the decision, that she was just a part-time worker, and that the boss had hired her to help sell noodles. The boss would check the accounts at night and deduct the money from her salary if there was a shortage. She didn't want to help others pay the bill anymore. Shinfeng was embarrassed and blushed, and kept telling the waitress that he would definitely bring the money over the next day, but the waitress refused to accept it, insisting that he call his friend and bring the money over before he could leave. Suji couldn't bear to watch anymore. It was only 10 yuan for the noodles, but the integrity of the person was so worthless that he fled the bill for 10 yuan. Suji immediately stood up and took out 10 yuan from her wallet to help Shinfeng pay for the rice noodles. Shinfeng said many words of thanks to Suji, and even left Suji's phone number, saying that he would definitely pay her back after he got home. Suji said that it was not possible to refuse. Later, Shinfeng really gave Suji the 10 yuan, and the two got to know each other. When they chatted, they found out that they were alumni of the same university. Later, Shinfeng began to pursue her. Suji had never been in love before, but she quickly agreed to go out with him because he was not only tall and handsome, but also very sincere. Both of them were poor students who could only afford cheap meals. It just so happened that they both liked rice noodles, so that restaurant became their first choice for dates and meals. As Suji walked along, she recalled the good times they had when they first met. At that moment, a couple who looked like college students walked past her. The girl was laughing and chatting with her boyfriend, and from time to time she would give him a little tap on the back. She looked back at the couple's backs for a long time, her eyes full of envy. She had once had such a happy moment. If her brother and sister-in-law had not had an accident and her nephew had been fine, perhaps Shinfeng would not have left her. Perhaps in the near future, the two of them would have probably gotten married, but a sudden car accident not only took the lives of her brother and his wife and their son, but also made the boy who loved her disappear without a trace. Suji still remembers the night of her brother and sister-in-law's accident. Shinfeng whispered in her ear, gently urging her to be stronger in the future because Chen Shen still needed her. Suji now thinks that he was saying goodbye to her in that way, but she had not yet recovered from the immense grief of losing her loved ones, so she did not realize the difference in his words and simply thought he was comforting her. Chapter 115 Chapter 114 Past with Ex-Boyfriend. Suji had just reached the door of the rice noodle shop when she saw Shinfeng sitting inside. He looked a little thinner than before, but still handsome. At this moment, Shinfeng also saw her and quickly got up from his stool. Suji walked over quickly, and the two sat down. Shinfeng first asked the waiter for 2 bowls of noodles, then looked at Suji with a guilty expression and a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. "Gigi, I'm sorry, I was afraid you wouldn't come today." "If I hadn't come, would you have kept waiting?" Shinfeng was stunned. Obviously, he had not thought that Suji would ask him that. Maybe, yes. Shinfeng felt a little guilty. Suji's mouth twitched slightly upwards. She knew that her question was completely unnecessary. If he could have waited, he wouldn't have left the next day after his brother and sister-in-law's accident. Shinfeng came from a rural area and entered Jiangting University through hard work and study. According to him, his parents were ordinary farmers, and supporting him was already exhausting for them. They also had a younger brother, so after graduating, Shinfeng took over the burden of supporting his younger brother's education from his parents, and the financial pressure was naturally greater. Suji guessed that his escape must have something to do with Chen Shen, who was being rescued in the hospital. The tens of thousands of medical bills every day were probably the main reason why Shinfeng ran away. This man, who grew up in poverty and was determined to change his fate with knowledge, was afraid and backed down, so he left without saying goodbye. People are all realistic. Later, Suji tried to understand him from his perspective. But he left in such a hurry that she was completely heartbroken. She could not forgive him for abandoning her in her darkest hour. If he had stayed with her to help her with the funeral arrangements for her brother and sister-in-law when she was at her most helpless, Suji felt that she would not only not blame him, but would also be grateful to him. But that was all in the past. She had survived on her own, and there was no point in dwelling on it any longer. It would only cause her more trouble. Suji was talking to herself in her heart. At this time, the waiter put 2 bowls of rice noodles in front of them. The waiter from the rice noodle shop had long since disappeared, and the price of a bowl of rice noodles had risen from 10 yuan to 15 yuan. But the rice noodles still taste the same as when they first met, and they are very delicious. Back then, she knew that Shinfeng's family was not well off, so she was reluctant to let him pay for a bowl of noodles. Whenever they went out and had to pay for something, she insisted on paying half. She didn't want to add to his already tight finances. Occasionally, Shinfeng would buy her a small, inexpensive gift from a street stall, and she would happily accept it, and then turn around and buy him a piece of clothing or something else he needed in life as a gift in return. So that relationship was quite easy for Shinfeng because of Suji's thoughtfulness. Suji had a lot of questions for Shinfeng, but when she saw the other person, she felt that asking anything was redundant. The two of them were at a loss for words, and could only keep eating the noodles in their bowls to ease the awkwardness. At this moment, Shinfeng's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and, after seeing the caller ID, hung up the phone with a somewhat unnatural expression. Suji slurped the rice noodles, and scenes from the past floated through her mind, and before she knew it, tears were sliding down her face. She couldn't help but sniff her nose, which had become a little sour. Shinfeng heard something unusual and looked up to see Suji crying. He quickly took out a tissue to wipe her tears away. Suji, however, turned her face away, not letting him wipe it, nor did she take the tissue from his hand. She took 2 more tissues and wiped her own face. "I'm sorry." Shinfeng held the tissue in the air for a long time before finally letting it drop. He said those 3 words again, and he couldn't remember how many times he had said sorry to Suji that night. But apart from these 3 words, he really didn't know how to express his feelings of guilt to her. I can understand why you left, but I just can't figure out why you left in such a hurry, without even saying goodbye. You disappeared without a trace, and we were in love. How could you be so heartless? Suji finally launched a complaint against Shinfeng, who lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. I'm sorry. Suji smiled wryly. He was saying sorry to her again. Apart from those 3 words, he seemed unable to say anything else. The day after her brother and sister-in-law had a car accident, she couldn't find Shinfeng anywhere. At that time, she thought of him as her only support. She called him from morning to afternoon, but his phone was always turned off. She was so worried that she suddenly lost 2 loved ones, and she deeply realized the impermanence of life, so she became extremely sensitive. Shinfeng was sharing a 2-bedroom apartment with someone else, and she was afraid that he had had an accident, so she quickly called his roommate Xiaoqin. The roommate told her that Shinfeng had left the night before, but she couldn't say where he had gone. She was already in a state of panic and near collapse, and when she learned that Shinfeng had left without saying goodbye, she felt as if she had fallen into an endless darkness, and she almost lost the courage to live on. Later, with the help of the landlord, she finally buried her brother and sister-in-law. After burying her brother and sister-in-law, she immediately ran to the house where Shinfeng and his roommate lived. She didn't believe that he had just left her like that. The one who opened the door was Xiaoqin. Qin was a little surprised to see her and asked if she had left something behind. Then he complained to her about why Shinfeng left in such a hurry, making it difficult for him to find a suitable roommate for a while. Suji walked quickly into the room where Shinfeng lived without saying a word. Opening the bedroom door, she saw a mess of empty space. The shoes that had been abandoned by the owner were lying on the floor in a mess, and pieces of paper and shopping bags were scattered everywhere. Shinfeng was always a very neat person. He never allowed his things to be thrown around. She had helped him move once before, and even then, he had cleaned the room before leaving. The contrast could only mean that he had left in a hurry. Suji opened the closet and found 2 old winter coats hanging there, obviously not going to be used anymore. She didn't know what had made him leave in such a hurry, or whether it was the darkest moment of her life. On the bedside table, a photo of the 2 of them was still there. He didn't even want the photo, and Suji felt a pang of sadness. She opened all the cabinets and drawers to check them, hoping to find a message from Shinfeng, even if it was just a few words. But there was nothing. At that time, he was like a person who had disappeared without a trace. Shinfeng's phone rang again, and he looked at the caller ID list briefly before turning off his phone. Then, he looked at Suji with a determined expression. Ji, I came here today to tell you something very important. It has been in my heart for a long time, and it is suffocating me. Shinfeng was facing the door. He had just gotten to this point when he suddenly saw a woman in a short skirt and a low-cut top with a tight-fitting top, who was nervous and pushing the door open. She saw Shinfeng at a glance, her face turned pale, and her eyes lowered. When she saw Suji, who was facing away from her, her nervousness increased a little more. Chapter 116 Chapter 115 The woman who suddenly appeared. After Shinfeng saw who the person was, his facial muscles involuntarily twitched twice, and the words that had already reached his lips were swallowed back down. Ah Feng, why didn't you answer the phone? The woman covered her nervousness with anger. Shinfeng looked at Suji awkwardly. At this time, the woman seemed to have just discovered Suji. She suddenly smashed the small handbag in her hand at Shinfeng and started to get angry at him. Everyone was watching the fun, and no one noticed the 2 men in black suits and sunglasses who suddenly came in from outside. They were sent by Lu Jiuqing to follow and protect Su Ji. The 2 bodyguards stared at Su Ji nervously, fearing that if anything happened to Su Ji, they would not be able to explain to their boss. Good, you heartless man, I said to call you, why don't you answer? It turns out that you are dating other women behind my back, you scum, whining. When you didn't have the money to go to college, who worked hard to earn money to pay for your college education? Now that you've become successful, you want to get rid of me, right? I'm telling you, no way. You'll never get rid of me. I'm yours for life, and I'll be your ghost even after I die. The woman kept crying and accusing, not caring at all about her own reputation or what others would say. She really looked like she had suffered a great injustice. Suji looked at this woman who had suddenly appeared. She was not wearing any makeup and looked very haggard. Somehow, Suji always felt that her face was a bit familiar, but she couldn't think of who she was. The woman's loud outburst had attracted the attention of all the customers in the store. Some people were whispering while watching, and some even took out their phones to start a live broadcast. Today I really opened my eyes. I was so excited that I got a big melon and a real hand-torn mistress. The person who was live streaming was recording and explaining at the same time. The barrage of comments soon filled the screen. But why does this real one look less serious than the little mistress? This genuine one looks more civilized, just talking without acting. This melon is a bit tasteless today. Those who watch the fun across the screen don't mind the trouble, and they can't wait for them to fight. In the past, the news reported that the real card caught the little three, either cutting the hair with scissors or stripping off their clothes. They didn't see such a wonderful scene, and they felt a bit sorry. Shenfeng couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up from his stool with a thud, grabbed the woman's arm and walked out. Suji was also extremely embarrassed. She was taken for a mistress in good health, so she quickly got up, picked up her bag, and followed them out of the rice noodle shop. She stood there watching Shenfeng stuff the woman into the car and then drive off quickly. Suji also quickly got into her car and left this place of controversy. Before she even got home, Shenfeng's phone rang, and Suji quickly pulled over to the side of the road. Gigi, I'm sorry for making you look bad with me. Who is she? Suji didn't want to beat around the bush with him. In fact, she had already understood something from the woman's earlier complaint. At the rice noodle shop, the woman said that she had paid for Shenfeng's university, which meant that she had known him longer than she had. But they had been together for several years, so why had she never appeared? She is from the same village as me. She did help me when I was in college. A girl wouldn't help you for no reason. Did you make a promise to her and then break it? Suji hit the nail on the head. Shenfeng was stabbed in the vital spot and became silent. His silence was tacit consent. Suji didn't realize until now that she had been a third party in her relationship with Shenfeng for several years. It turns out that her relationship with Shenfeng was built on the pain of another woman. Shenfeng, don't you think you're shameless? You gave a woman your promise, then you enjoyed everything she worked so hard to provide for you, and then you went off to fall in love with another woman. What do you call this behavior? Ungrateful? Or treacherous? Having been kept in the dark for so many years as a third party, Suji was very angry, even more so than when he ran away without a word. Sorry, Gigi, I was wrong. It's all my fault. I should be damned for ruining your family. Shenfeng was just apologizing when an excited female voice suddenly came from the other side, and then Shenfeng's phone was forcibly disconnected. Suji recognized the voice as that of the woman who had caused a scene in the rice noodle shop. Shenfeng had only said half of the last sentence, and Suji didn't know what he was trying to say. She couldn't figure out what he meant by ruining her family, but she sensed that there was a secret hidden in his last sentence. She turned on her phone and called Shenfeng again, but the call was cut off. Suji drove back on the road with a lot of questions. She kept thinking about what Shenfeng meant by the last sentence he didn't finish saying. As soon as she arrived home, Lu Jiucheng held up his cell phone and put a video that was playing in front of her. Suji, I didn't think you were such a playboy. Is it that only by being a third party and ruining someone's relationship can you show off your charm? Lu Jiucheng's cold tone was full of mockery. This video is the scene that happened when she was in the rice noodle shop just now. She stared at the video and her face froze. She didn't expect the video to be taken down so quickly by Lu Jiucheng. In fact, Lu Jiucheng had specifically searched for it after receiving a report from his bodyguard, but just now he had already had the videos taken off the shelves. He had saved this as evidence on his phone, so that he could use it to accuse her. Don't you need to give me a good explanation? Mr. Lu, he is actually my ex-boyfriend. I broke up with him before I met you. You saw him call me today, asking me to meet him because he had something important to tell me. What important matter? This. Suji was at a loss for words. When Shenfeng called her to say that he had something to tell her, it seemed that he was about to tell her at the rice noodle shop, but then that woman appeared and nothing came of it. Just now on the phone, it seemed that Shenfeng wanted to tell her something, but before he could finish, the woman hung up on him. What did he want to tell her? Suji was at a loss for an answer. Suji, are you lying? I hate it when people lie to me. I didn't, and I don't know what he wanted to tell me. He was about to tell me, but when that woman appeared, everything was thrown into chaos. I really want to know what he wanted to tell me. Lu Jiuqing looked into Suji's eyes, his eyes were clear, and he didn't seem to be lying. Then let me ask you something. You must answer me truthfully. What is it? Did you and your ex-boyfriend hold hands, kiss, or did he touch your body during your relationship? Chapter 117 Chapter 116 I don't believe it. Suji looked at Lu Jiuqing and didn't know how to answer his perverted questions. In this world, people say that women are jealous, but who knows that men are the most terrible when they are petty. Except for holding hands, we haven't done anything else. Suji replied with a blush. I don't believe you. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Suji turned around and walked towards the bathroom. What kind of attitude is that? You two have been in love for 3 years. I don't believe he hasn't kissed you. Lu Jiuqing followed her, one hand on the door frame. Suji was speechless. Did this man have to ask something before he would stop? At this point, she was tired and exhausted, and all she wanted to do was take a nice hot bath and then lie down on the soft bed and rest. She glared at Lu Jiuqing angrily. Mr. Lu, are you really that eager to hear me say something? Fine, I've not only held hands and kissed him, I've also slept with him. Are you satisfied now? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jiuqing's handsome face instantly turned black as ink. Suji was already in a bad mood today, and she had no mood to continue to indulge this gentleman. Mr. Lu, I'm going to take a shower now. Please move aside so I can close the door. Lu Jiuqing turned and walked away without saying a word with a dark face. Suji let out a sigh of relief. This man is really cheap. He is unwilling to ask anything without getting something in return, and he immediately turns his face away when he gets something. It seems that no matter how she answers, it is difficult to satisfy him. After Suji finished showering and changed into her pajamas, she was just sitting on the edge of the bed when Lu Jiuqing suddenly shouted at her, "Get out!" Suji was stunned and didn't know what he was going to do next. What's wrong? Dirty. Suji felt a lump in her chest. The man was still angry. He probably didn't believe everything she just said. Suji opened her mouth, thinking that the more she explained, the more confused she would be. She let him think whatever he wanted. It's hard to tell if she's ever held hands or kissed with Shinfeng, but she did give him her virginity. He's not so stupid as to think she actually slept with him. In fact, they had been in love for 3 years, and they had only held hands and hugged a few times, let alone kissed. Suji has always been an obedient girl and trusted her brother the most. When she first started dating Shinfeng, she told her brother that she had a boyfriend. When he heard the news, he immediately went to find Shinfeng and warned him that he could date her, but he was not allowed to do anything to hurt his sister, or he would break his leg. Then, her brother would often remind her that girls must have self-respect and self-love, and that they must protect themselves before getting married, and not stay alone with a man in a space, not even with their boyfriend. Suji always listened to her brother's words, and she always protected herself in strict accordance with her brother's requirements. So every time she went out with Shinfeng, she would choose a place with lots of people. She remembered that one time after a date at night, Shinfeng took her back to the dormitory, and there was no one outside. Shinfeng suddenly hugged her and tried to kiss her. Suji was so scared that she screamed, "Someone!" Shinfeng was so scared that he let go of her, and Suji took the opportunity to run up the stairs quickly. Anyway, every time Shinfeng got emotional, she could always think of a way to escape from him. For this reason, Shinfeng said that she must have been a loach in her previous life, so slippery that he could not catch her. Suji looked at Lu Jiuqing, who was looking gloomy. Since Mr. Lu thinks I'm dirty, I'll just go next door. After saying that, Suji turned and walked towards the door. Lu Jiuqing was so angry that he picked up a pillow and threw it at Suji. This little woman was getting more and more brazen in front of him. In fact, when he asked those questions, it would have been enough for Suji to patiently explain to him. Her body is clean, he personally inspected it, it cannot be faked. As for whether there was kissing and holding hands, as long as Suji coaxed him, he was still willing to believe her. He just wanted her to personally confirm it, so that he, the clean freak, could feel at ease. He never thought that Suji would be so defiant, so how could he bear it? He asked her to leave, and she just turned around and left. This is too much of an insult to him. At least she should have asked him first. This woman is untidy. Lu Jiuqing became more and more angry as he thought about it, and he really wanted to go next door and pull Suji out of bed, point at her nose and scold her again. He thought about how he usually presents himself as cold and aloof, and this kind of character really isn't suitable for doing this, so he had to endure it. Next door. Suji was lying alone on the large bed, rolling from side to side, and from side to side again. It was really comfortable to sleep alone. She noticed that lately, Lu Jiuqing seemed to be especially attached to her in bed. He slept either holding her or hugging her, and he always used his long legs to hold her legs tightly, making her feel more tired from sleeping than from going to work. She was always worried that he would hurt the baby in her stomach, so she was always on guard against him. Now that she is sleeping in the same bed, she no longer has to worry about the baby in her belly. Finally, Suji laid herself out in a big tea and fell asleep comfortably. She slept soundly and sweetly all night, and because of the high quality of her sleep, she woke up early in the morning. She suddenly felt like eating a 1,000-layered pancake with scallion oil. When she was little, her foster mother loved to make scallion pancakes for her and her brother. She realized that since becoming pregnant, if she couldn't eat something she was craving, it would directly affect her mood for the rest of the day. In order to have a happy mood and let the baby in her belly grow happily, Suji immediately got out of bed. Having learned the recipe from her foster mother, making scallion pancakes was no big deal for her. As soon as Lu Jiuqing got up, Suji had already set the breakfast on the table. He smelled the mouth-watering aroma and looked towards the table. "Mr. Lu, breakfast is ready." Suji called out, and she picked up a piece of the pancake and started eating it. Lu Jiuqing still remembered what happened yesterday. He was not even willing to answer Suji, and was preparing to get up and leave immediately after washing up, but the aroma of freshly baked pancakes kept tempting him, making his legs involuntarily walk towards the dining table. He took a bite of the cake with a cold face. The taste that he had treasured in his memory for more than 20 years suddenly came back, and Lu Jiuqing was reluctant to swallow it. He looked up at Suji and asked in a hoarse voice after a long time, "Who taught you to make this cake?" Chapter 118. Chapter 117. Lu Jiuqing became suspicious. Hearing Lu Jiuqing ask her who taught her the art of making cakes, Suji took a big bite of the cake and proudly replied, "Of course it was my mother." "Is it your real mother or your foster mother? Do you think my real mother would teach me how to make cakes?" Lu Jiuqing flipped through the layers of the cake, which were as loose as the pages of a book, but in the end he couldn't resist the aroma and took another bite. The taste of the memory deepened a little more. In order to firmly remember the taste, he had not eaten any cakes for many years. He was afraid that if he ate too many different kinds of cakes, his taste buds would forget the taste of the cake in his memory. "Suji, what's your foster mother's name?" A piece of cake suddenly made Lu Jiuqing curious about Suji's background. He had never asked about Suji's background, and the only thing he knew was that she had been lost as a child and raised by foster parents. He had only learned that she had been reunited with the Su family after she had gone to university, and that the Su family seemed to have no affection for her, which had led to her unwillingness to have anything to do with them. That was all he knew about her background. "Why are you asking?" Suji looked at Lu Jiuqing suspiciously. "Nothing, just asking." Lu Jiuqing pretended to be casual. "My adoptive mother's surname is Fong, and her name is Fong Min." Hearing this name, the light in Lu Jiuqing's eyes instantly dimmed. Although his surname was also Fong, the name was wrong. Lu Jiuqing stuffed the remaining cake in his mouth and drank the milk in the cup in one gulp. "You eat slowly, I'm leaving first." Lu Jiuqing said this, put on his leather shoes, opened the door and left. As he sat in the car, he suddenly felt funny about his behavior, and felt a little sorry for Guogua. Gogo had already been found, and all the details matched up, so there could be no mistake. What was wrong with him? Did he want to overturn the whole truth because of a piece of cake? He recalled the year he graduated from high school, when he had returned to the orphanage to look for Guogua for the first time. The person in charge of the orphanage told him that Guogua had long been adopted by an auntie called Fong Qingmei. Auntie Fong Qingmei still remembered Lu Jiuqing because she took good care of Guogua back then and would bring him homemade food from time to time. And the thing that Guogua liked best was the onion-flavored layered cake made by Auntie Fong Qingmei. When Guogua was sick and couldn't eat, Auntie Fong Qingmei would bring him this cake to eat. He had eaten it so many times that the taste had long been engraved in his memory. When he heard that Auntie Fong Qingmei had adopted Guogua, he immediately found the small town where she lived according to the address she had left at the orphanage. When he knocked on the door of Fong Qingmei's house, a woman opened the door, but it wasn't Fong Qingmei. He had to explain carefully, and the woman suddenly realized that it was the former owner of their house. They sold the house to her, but she couldn't say where they moved to. Lu Jiucheng had no choice but to ask the neighbors around him, and the result was the same. They said that the family had never returned since they moved away, so they didn't know where the family had gone. The only good thing was that he learned from the neighbors that Fang Qingmei's family had indeed adopted a beautiful little girl. When she was in the orphanage, Auntie Qingmei liked Guigua very much, and Lu Jiucheng felt that she would definitely treat Guigua well. He had somewhat put his heart at ease, but he had never given up his wish to find her, and he had always been searching for her. Fortunately, his efforts have paid off and he has finally found her. However, he felt that he could not get close to Guigua emotionally. He sometimes comforted himself in his heart, thinking that they might have grown up. After all, they were not blood siblings, and the difference in gender made it impossible for them to be as close as they were when they were young. When he thought about Jiang Ting suddenly confessing to him that night, he felt like he had swallowed a fly, and he felt a strange sense of disgust. They are brother and sister, how can they have feelings for each other like a man and a woman? Lu Jiucheng was very worried. He didn't know when Guigua's feelings for him had changed. Because Jiang Ting had other intentions, he knew that they would never be close again. The brother-sister relationship that he cherished so much would only be maintained in a formal way from then on. Jiang Ting's behavior that night made Lu Jiucheng particularly disappointed, and he even had doubts about her at one point, suspecting that Jiang Ting was not the original Guigua. Lu Jiucheng was driving his car when a thought suddenly occurred to him. He decided to give it a try. When he arrived at the office, Lu Jiucheng leaned back in his leather swivel chair and sent a message to Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting, can you make scallion pancakes? Jiang Ting was overjoyed to receive the message and immediately replied to Lu Jiucheng. Brother, I can make it. Do you want to eat it? I'll make it for you some other time. Don't wait until another day. Bring me one tomorrow morning. Good, Jiang Ting replied quickly and decisively. Lu Jiucheng took the initiative to send her a message, and Jiang Ting's mood was exceptionally beautiful all day. She said, Lu Jiucheng shouldn't be so cruel to her, and there must be room for reconciliation between the two of them. She never thought that after just a few days, Lu Jiucheng would contact her on his own initiative. Wasn't this a sign that he was trying to make up with her? She must seize this opportunity and show him how good she is. As soon as she finished work that evening, Jiang Ting rushed to the supermarket and bought a small bag of flour, then a frying pan, and other things she needed to make the scallion pancakes. She went home happily. Once back in the apartment, Jiang Ting turned on her phone and searched for a video on how to make pancakes. She decided to practice with the video tonight. She had cooked before, but she had never made anything like this before. First, she didn't like it, and second, she thought it was too much trouble, especially when she had to knead the dough, and her hands got sticky. Although she had never made it before, she thought that a simple pancake would not be difficult for her. As it turned out, no matter what you do, you first need to have confidence. Jiang Ting quickly followed the video and made the pancakes. However, when she cut the pancake, she found that the layers, which should have been like pages that could be turned one by one, were all stuck together. This was not a 1,000-layer pancake, but a pancake made with a dead dough. However, she tasted it and thought it tasted okay. She analyzed it and thought that it might be because she had mixed the dough too soft, which caused it to stick together when exposed to high temperatures. Tomorrow, I'll make the dough a little harder and it should be fine. The next day, Jiang Ting got up early to make the pancakes. Although the results this time were not as good as those of the bloggers in the video, they were much better than yesterday. The two sides were also golden and crispy, and Jiang Ting was still quite satisfied. When she arrived at Changjiang, she excitedly knocked on the door of the CEO's office with the pancakes she made. Then she confidently placed the scallion pancakes she made in front of Lu Jiucheng, waiting for his praise. Chapter 119 Chapter 118 Reinvestigate Jiang Ting's identity. Lu Jiucheng pinched a piece of the cake and sniffed it under his nose. His careful manner made people think that the cake was laced with drugs. Jiang Ting's mood immediately dropped because of this action. Who taught you? Lu Jiucheng suddenly asked Jiang Ting as he pinched the pancake. I learned from the video. I practiced at home last night to make you happy. Brother, do you think I did a good job? Jiang Ting eagerly wanted to get Lu Jiucheng's approval. Well, it looks good. Have you ever made this kind of cake before? Brother, to be honest, I don't like this kind of bread, so I've never made it before. This is the first time I've made a 1,000-layered oil cake for you. Jiang Ting thought that if she said this, Lu Jiucheng would definitely be able to feel her sincerity and be more favorable to her. Lu Jiucheng nodded, but his expression was a little dark and unclear, making it hard to guess whether he liked the 1,000-layered cake she made. Lu Jiucheng picked up the cake and looked at it again. On the surface, it didn't look much different from the one Su Ji made yesterday, but the layers inside weren't separate, and many of them were stuck together. The most important thing was that the taste was wrong. He knew from the smell alone that it was not the taste he remembered. "Did your foster mother make this for you when you were little?" Lu Jiucheng asked casually. "No, my foster mother didn't make these either." These words, Jiang Ting said, are true. Her adoptive mother really never made these cakes and other foods for her, so she never ate these things as a child, and as an adult she was not interested in them. "You can go back to work now." Lu Jiucheng's face suddenly turned cold. Jiang Ting noticed that his face had changed again and wondered what she had said wrong. She looked at Lu Jiucheng anxiously. "Brother, are you not satisfied with the cakes I made? If you don't like them, I'll go back and practice a few more times. People say that practice makes perfect, and I believe that one day I will be able to make cakes that will satisfy you. Get out." Lu Jiucheng tried hard to suppress his impatience and coldly chased Jiang Ting away again. Jiang Ting was stunned. Since they had recognized each other, Lu Jiucheng had never spoken to her in this tone. Except that night, he had always been gentle with her. What was going on today? It was hard to be summoned by Lu Jiucheng, not to mention that she had not seen Lu Jiucheng eat the cake she made. Jiang Ting was a little unwilling, but when she looked up, she saw that Lu Jiucheng's face had been covered with a layer of gloom. She was scared and quickly left the office. As soon as Jiang Ting left, Lu Jiucheng picked up the cakes and threw them into the trash can. "Jiang Hui, come in for a moment." Lu Jiucheng called Jiang Hui over with a phone call. Mr. Lu, Jiang Hui respectfully called out. "When you first found Jiang Ting, did you check her identity information carefully?" "Yes, all the information about her matches that of the original Guogui." "Mr. Lu, are you suspecting that Jiang Ting's identity is fake?" Jiang Hui was shocked when he asked this question. At the time, Zhang Qin told him that Guogui had been found, and he had checked with Zhang Qin one by one before reporting to Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu didn't notice anything unusual either, so he arranged for them to meet and recognize each other. Jiang Hui's heart sank at the thought that if Jiang Ting's identity was fake, he would lose his job if she was really an imposter. "You should reinvestigate some of Jiang Ting's identity information." "Mr. Lu, did you find something wrong?" Jiang Hui wanted to know more, but after waiting for a long time, Lu Jiucheng still didn't answer. He looked up at Lu Jiucheng and accidentally locked eyes with him. Jiang Hui noticed a terrifying look in his eyes, and he quickly changed his tone. "Okay, Mr. Lu. I'll give you a month to investigate slowly, but this time you must give me a clear answer. There can't be any mistakes, otherwise you can go to the finance department to settle your salary." "Yes, Mr. Lu." Jiang Hui left after receiving the order. Lu Jiucheng sat there, thinking about what Jiang Ting had just said. She said she didn't like eating milfei, but he clearly remembered that when she was a child, her favorite food was milfei. She even said that her adoptive mother didn't know how to make a 1,000-layer cake, but he had clearly eaten this cake made by Feng Qingmei many times. Everything else matched, but why did these small details in life all not match? Lu Jiucheng had to wonder. Of course, he also hoped that it was all just a misunderstanding, that he had thought too much, and that he had not mistaken her for someone else. Jiang Ting was the little sister Guigui in the orphanage. After returning to the office, Jiang Ting analyzed her conversation with Lu Jiucheng over and over again. She felt that she had not said anything wrong. But why did Lu Jiucheng turn his face so quickly? She stood there for a long time, only to see Lu Jiucheng holding the cake and looking at it over and over again, but he never took a bite. Could it be that he asked her to make the cake just to see her cooking skills, and not because he wanted to eat it? After much speculation, Jiang Ting could not guess what Lu Jiucheng meant. When she finished work that night, Jiang Ting decided to see if Lu Jiucheng had eaten the cookies she had worked so hard to make. Although he had warned her not to be alone with him in the same space again, that rule had already been broken that morning, and he had broken it himself. If she was blamed, she could still argue for herself. Recently, Lu Jiucheng has been working late for several nights in a row because of problems with the products designed by the design department. Jiang Ting waited until everyone in the secretary's office had left before she walked to the president's office, so that if Lu Jiucheng got angry, she wouldn't be embarrassed in front of her colleagues. The door to the president's office was ajar, and the voice of Lu Jiuqing came from inside. Jiang Ting quickly stopped. "I'll be a little longer. Then I'll make 2 dishes and a soup. I want to drink some hot soup with ribs." "Okay." Lu Jiuqing then hung up the phone. Jiang Ting stood outside with her heart pounding. The seemingly ordinary conversation between Lu Jiuqing and Jiang Ting had a lot of information in it. Someone called Lu Jiuqing and asked him what he wanted to eat for dinner. Lu Jiuqing, he wouldn't have someone already, would he? However, Jiang Ting thought to herself, it might be that crazy woman who called him. In order to confirm her guess, Jiang Ting gave up going to see Lu Jiuqing and returned to the secretary's office quietly. From then on, she kept a close eye on the CEO's office. After about an hour, she finally heard the sound of the door opening and closing. Jiang Ting leaned against the window and soon saw Lu Jiuqing drive out of Changjiang. She quickly ran downstairs and chased after him in her own car. She wanted to see if Lu Jiuqing was going back to the old house or somewhere else tonight. Chapter 120 Chapter 119 Jiang Ting disguised as a delivery man. Jiang Ting followed Lu Jiuqing all the way. When they passed Changjiang Road and were about to turn towards the Lu family mansion, Lu Jiuqing didn't turn at all, but continued straight ahead. Jiang Ting's heart immediately became chaotic. She suddenly felt that something she had always valued had been taken away from her. She was suddenly overwhelmed by disappointment and jealousy. It seems that Lu Jiuqing really has a woman. No wonder he rejected her confession. She had thought that with her good looks and proximity to him, she would be able to win him over, but she had not expected that someone else had already done so. She wanted to see which woman was competing with her for Lu Jiuqing, and see what kind of person she was. If that woman had a heavenly face, she would accept it. She followed Lu Jiuqing all the way to the celebrity apartment, and only then did she realize that Lu Jiuqing actually lived here. So he lives here with that woman. Jiang Ting parked her car on the side of the road and looked at the expensive and luxurious apartment building, her eyes full of envy. At this time, someone came back from outside, holding a security card to open the door. Jiang Ting had a brainstorm and wanted to follow that person inside. But the security guard rushed out and stopped her. The security guard, seeing that she was a stranger, stopped her and started questioning her. Jiang Ting was at a loss for words and tried to muddle through by randomly making up a room number. It turned out that the room number she had randomly made up was the one the security guard knew very well, and he immediately saw through her lie. After being kicked out of the gate, Jiang Ting reluctantly returned to her car. She sat in the car and looked outside for a while, but she couldn't think of a way to get in without being noticed. At this time, a delivery boy arrived at the gate of the celebrity's house on an electric bicycle. The delivery boy explained the room number he was delivering to, and the security guard called to confirm it before letting the delivery boy in. Jiang Ting couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. She had an idea. She immediately drove around the streets looking for a bakery. Those who sell cakes generally only set up their stalls in the morning, and it is very difficult to see anyone selling cakes in the evening. Finally, she found one, but it sold sauce-flavored cakes. Jiang Ting didn't care, and asked the owner to weigh out a portion. She stood on the street with the cake in her hand, and saw a delivery boy riding past her on his bicycle. She hurriedly called out to him. "Handsome guy, can I talk to you about something? Can we exchange our equipment? I'll give you 1,000 yuan in return." The young man looked at her with some confusion. Jiang Ting quickly explained with a smile, "I mean, you can drive my car to deliver food, leave your equipment with me, and then we can meet up at a later date to exchange it back. I'll pay you another 1,000 yuan as a reward. What do you think?" Jiang Ting pointed to the Maserati behind her as she spoke. The delivery boy finally understood that she was going to trade her Maserati for his electric scooter. He suddenly looked at Jiang Ting with a look of pity. He thought that this silly girl must be out of her mind, giving up such a nice car and trading it for his broken electric bike. Jiang Ting knew that her behavior was indeed difficult for ordinary people to understand, so she had to make up a story. "Handsome guy, I'm actually a rich girl, and I recently started dating a guy from a poor family. I'm afraid he'll feel inferior because of my background, so I haven't told him I'm a rich girl until now. Today is his birthday, and I want to give him a surprise. This car is already the least valuable thing in our family. I really can't drive it out of the house, so I came up with an idea. Can you help me?" Jiang Ting's words instantly touched the delivery boy's heart, and he quickly agreed. Where can you find such a good thing? Not only can you drive a luxury car for a night, but you also get a reward of 1,000 yuan. Okay, he won't take any more orders tonight. He'll quickly deliver the few orders he has on hand, and then he'll drive this luxury car to find his buddies for a drink. The young man took off his yellow vest inside. You tell me what's wrong with me, why don't rich girls like me? It's not good enough to have a rich woman support me, but I can't make a few bucks a day working hard. People are really frustrating. Jiang Ting took the yellow vest that the delivery boy handed her, and the smell of sweat almost made her vomit. The delivery boy noticed her expression and smiled sheepishly. We errand boys have to go out in all kinds of weather, and if we can use the elevator, we save some energy. But if we have to run up the stairs, we'll be sweating like pigs. Jiang Ting didn't say anything, quickly took out the perfume from her bag and sprayed it all over the vest. Afterwards, she sniffed it under her nose, and only after she couldn't smell it did she put it on herself. The two exchanged phone numbers and went their separate ways. When they were about to arrive at the celebrity apartment, Jiang Ting first called Mrs. Liu. Mrs. Liu, how have you been lately? Jiang Ting first made polite conversation with her. I'm not dead yet, so if you have something to say, just get to it. I have things to do. Mrs. Liu was as impatient as ever. Jiang Ting rolled her eyes at the phone. Crazy bitch, you just wait, when I get your son one day, you'll see how I'll fix you. Okay, ma'am, Yuchuan asked me to deliver something to him at his place. I only remembered to ask him where he lived, but not his room number. Now I'm calling Yuchuan's phone and no one is answering. Can you tell me his room number? I'm waiting at the entrance of his apartment building. Mrs. Liu heard that Jiang Ting was going to deliver something to her son, so she didn't bother to argue with Jiang Ting and quickly told her the room number of Liu Jiuchang. Thank you, Mrs. Liu. Jiang Ting hung up the phone before Mrs. Liu did, without waiting for her to do so. She hated Mrs. Liu just as much as Mrs. Liu hated her. The security guard, seeing that she was a delivery person, hurriedly dialed the phone number of the owner according to the room number she had given. Liu Jiuchang was taking a shower in the bathroom and heard the phone ring. He asked Su Ji to take a look. I don't know what it is, but you should answer it. Su Ji answered the phone and heard the security guard say that it was a delivery. She thought it was a delivery that Liu Jiuchang had ordered, so she didn't ask him for his opinion and said directly, let him come in.